about my life. in the NFL that it's not quite so simple.
I know, dude.
It's like, all you got to do is win 2 out of the next 3, and definitely beat the Colts, and you're in. What?
When I saw one of the percentage things, and it said the Texans have like a 38% chance of making the playoffs. I'm like, I was told even if they lose to the Browns, it's 100%.
It's almost like it feels like I'm just realizing that the rapture is happening, and I'm like, oh wait, hey, I was planning to live a good life here real soon, but now it's too late.
Sure, there's a lot of fire.
Damn you, God!
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. Apologies to people trying to listen on the stream. I guess there's commercial music playing on the YouTube stream right now.
Well, enjoy the commercial music. I hope there's like 3 different versions of stock music we play on the stream. One of them is very upbeat. Another one feels like you're watching like a medieval battle film or something.
Yeah.
And then one's just a little bit kind of Muzak-y, where you feel like you're in an elevator. I hope you're watching the battle scene, getting ready for the Titans.
That's it, man. That's the one you need right now. All right, up next, top storylines. I've got 5 storylines going into this game against the Titans on Sunday. Seth and I will go through them next.
Bayway Chevrolet. That's whatever kind of music they're playing in the lobby there. You're going to enjoy it because you're going to be getting a great deal. Sean can't hear what's going out on the radio, and so
It's
now
all good.
this is what we'll do. When it's time to actually talk, we'll point at you.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. All right.
Sean can't hear like the little intro where the guy's like, "Now it's time for the best radio show in the history of radio,
Right,
Payne
so
and Pendergast."
I'm relying on signals from other people. It's all good. It's all good. All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you on a Football Friday. Hopefully the Texans function a little bit better than we are this morning. I think we're mucking our way through it pretty good, though. So let's get to this game here, Seth. Let's get to this here game against the Tennessee Titans, which, as I just outlined in the opening segment, is I think probably way more important than people understand right now. The Colts, I believe, are hosting the Las Vegas Raiders, if I'm not mistaken. I got to check. I got to double check here.
Well, the Colts are okay. Go ahead.
The Colts are hosting the Raiders on Sunday at noon, and the Texans obviously are playing the Titans at noon. So the Colts are favored in their game against the Raiders by 3.5. The Colts are favored to win their game this weekend. The Texans likewise are favored to win their game against the Titans. However, if the Texans lose to the Titans and the Colts beat the Raiders, the Texans cannot catch the Colts in Week 18.
Right.
Even if they beat the Colts. That's what people, I think that's a big thing people need to understand. Like, this is a massively important game, and we are huge Raider fans just in case.
It's not technically a must-win, but it's damn near close to it. Does make me a big Antonio Pierce fan, makes me a Raiders fan, makes me a Jarrett Stidham fan.
Yep.
Go Absolutely. Baylor, all of that.
All that.
And yeah, I'm a big time Baylor Bear this week. So no matter how much RG3 annoys me at any given moment, but it's so that's big. But then now obviously there's that chance that if the Raiders win, then you don't need this. But it's so simple with 2 games left. You have a very winnable game against the Titans, and then it's a winner take all potentially versus the Colts in the final week of the season.
Yep.
I think that this is a sense I'm getting, Sean. I feel like from a lot of our listeners and people in the fan base, and then myself personally, I feel like in some respects we're sitting on found money because the Texans have been so much better than hardly anybody predicted this year. And then at the same time, I think a lot of people are a little bit conflicted just because of the health of C.J. Stroud. You almost feel like, all right, I should be more concerned about his health than I should about ultimately making the playoffs because it's hard to envision a Super Bowl run right this moment. But even beyond that, man, a playoff push would just be awesome. I think that's where I feel like it might be limiting people in some respects. My advice would be, look, man, CJ's going out there and he's playing, and there's you don't have to worry about anything because it's out of your hands. This is potentially a chance for CJ to come in and do something pretty incredible. And still, despite all of the positivity that was showered on him over the course of the first 2/3 of the season, he could go even further beyond that right now. It's just that we've all been kind of in a purgatory these last 2 weeks. So I'm amped up after watching him yesterday. I'm just amped up to see him back out there.
I am too. Let me rapid fire some storylines for this game that you said. Get your thoughts on these because we have a texter here. Paint me a picture guy is back. He says, paint me a best case offensive game plan for CJ's return against the Titans. Paint me a picture for that on the text page. This plays into what I think the first storyline is for me is what kind of game do we expect? Because I think it was pretty easy to predict last time these two teams played that it was going to be the type of game that it was. Like a low scoring, below 20 for each team, kind of a street fight sort of thing. This one's different because obviously CJ is back now. Nico Collins didn't play in that Week 15 game, so he's back. And the Texans are banged up defensively. I think it's more in play that if this is a close game, this might be a close game that's played in the mid to high 20s somewhere for each team.
Yeah, and I think that's what you should hope it will be. So, because it's like we talked about earlier, I think using, as much as I've been skeptical of the Texans' insistence on using a fullback, I love using fullbacks when it makes sense. I was skeptical of it because it just never seemed like it was really the best thing for this team that can't run the ball. And then what you do is you bring on heavy personnel, and it gets even harder to run the ball because everybody's geared up for what's coming. A couple of things that have developed over the last few weeks is all of a sudden, lo and behold, oh, wow, the Texans actually have a viable rushing attack. Or at least they definitely did versus the Titans. Devin Singletary averaged 4.7 yards per carry, ran for 121 yards, and I think you need more of that. So I would love this to be a low-scoring game in which They've got 2 backs in the backfield, 2 tight ends, whatever it takes to keep the pass protection as good as it could be. And then you run the ball with Devin Singletary. You take a few shot plays, but it's mostly a 10, 12, 14 play drives, some of which end in a field goal. But just take care of it physically with everybody else. And that's where it's got to be on the offensive line and all these other dudes to be like, all right, look, man, CJ carried us for a long time. This is on us this week. We got to out physical the Tennessee Titans, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah. I hope that's the case. My second storyline is, which Derrick Henry do we get? He had his worst game as a pro against the Texans. He had the worst. He didn't have just his worst game as a pro. He had the worst game as a pro of any player that's ever touched the ball 20 times in an NFL football game.
They ran the ball more explosively back in 1916 before there was even a forward pass. It might as well have been like that. This is where I am right now, though, Sean. I'm a little bit conflicted about the Texans' run defense being so suffocating the last couple of weeks. They held the Browns to 1.8 yards per attempt. Is that they've just been absolute dog doo-doo versus the play action. They've given up the most explosive plays in the league to play action. And that's not good when you look at you look at what's been crushing the Texans at times versus these mediocre and subpar quarterbacks. They're allowing guys like Zach Wilson to have their best career years because they're so enamored with stopping the run. I'm like, hey, that's awesome. But again, that was awesome in 1916. These days, you've got a little issue of the pass game. So when Treylon Burks has a 37-yard reception and they had 3 other wide receivers with over 20-yard receptions in that game the last time, you can't do that. You got to figure out a way to play it a little bit better. Jalen Petry's not the only one. It's those linebackers too, letting tight ends behind them. It's nice to stop the run, but my God, just pay attention to what actually gets you beat in the NFL too.
Yeah, those two kind of tie in. I had those as separate storylines, but you're right. They are kind of intertwined with each other because of how many of those chunk plays come off of the play action. What Derrick Henry do we get in this game? And can the Texans prevent the big chunk plays on Sunday?
Well, and you know what's funny? In the press conference yesterday, Matt Burke basically cut off a question that I think he knew was going to be about Jalen Petry and said, "No, Petry's fine." I'm like, all right, sure. That's why he played 19 plays in the game. All right. He did look a little, after he had blown his assignment and the Amari Cooper long touchdown play up the left sideline, you could see Jalen Petry giving it the old college try, running along behind him. He did look a little lame. Like he looked like he was had a back cramp or something almost. So maybe it was injury related. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he will start.
It doesn't excuse him jumping everything underneath. Like he's DJ Swearinger. He's a more athletic DJ Swearinger at this point.
Yeah. It's a big game for Jalen Petry. He needs to have a good game on Sunday. My next storyline is Tank Dell that important? And here's where I'm going with this. And I understand that a couple of these games have not had C.J. Stroud at quarterback. I get it. They played some good defenses in a couple of these games, the Jets and the Browns specifically. That said, these stats shocked me. I went and did the math on this last night, Seth. Since Tank Dell went down in that Denver game, so for the rest of the Denver game and then the subsequent 3 games, which 2 of which were C.J. Stroud games and 2 were Case Keenum / Davis Mills games. Yeah. Since Tank Dell went down, the Texans' passer rating is 71, which would be the equivalent of being Tyson Bagent of the Chicago Bears, 48th in the league. Their yards per, their yards per play since Tank Dell went down, 4.05. If that were a full season, they would be last in the league. Their yards per pass attempt since Tank Dell went down, 5.5. If that were a full season, that would be last in the league. Their third down conversion rate since Tank Dell went down, 25.5%. Were that the full year, that would be last in the league. In important metrics, yards per play, yards per attempt, third down conversion, they are performing at literally a bottom of the league level since Tank Dell went down.
Tank Dell deserves the MVP of the league.
He might.
At this point. I wonder you included the remainder of the Denver game in that. Were the numbers in the remainder of the Denver game better than the next 3 games?
They weren't horrible.
Yeah, I mean, which is understandable. Usually when somebody gets injured in a game, teams have a hard time just adjusting to it immediately. Yeah. So it's that's typically the way it goes.
Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers like week to week in front of me, but I seem to remember going, all right, well, the rest of this Denver game doesn't fit my narrative as well as I would have liked it to.
Yeah,
they were okay the rest of the day. Because that was a game where Nico had 191 yards receiving. So they just pounded Nico the rest of the day.
Yeah, so, I mean, instead of being last in yards per play, yards per pass attempt, and third down conversion, they might actually be even more last in all those categories if you take the Denver stuff out of it. Yeah, they went from last to way last.
Right. So that's I mean, and obviously a lot goes into why the numbers are that bad. It's not just Tank Dell, but I'm skittish about this Tank Dell-less offense in these last couple games. Very skittish. Very skittish. Last storyline, what role do special teams play in this game? Because they played a huge role in the first game. Kaimi Fairbairn was Special Teams Player of the Week, so if this is a field goal game, this could be another Kaimi game. Damen Pierce as a kickoff returner has me excited. I'm excited about the possibility of Damen Pierce swinging field position a couple times for the Texans.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I wondered about that is I was listening to Damen Pierce this morning talk about how he was awesome in the post game with you, by the way, Sean. You and Clint, we played a bunch of that audio on Tuesday. He was talking about how on kickoff return it's a little bit, he likes it because it's going back to the way he likes to run the football where everything's just real simple and laid out for you and everything. Like the blocks are the blocks. I feel like it's more of like a high school scheme where you don't have to, you can see what's coming and you can see the blocks and where the holes are and all of that. I guess I just wonder whether, did the kicker being injured? Now, to be clear, the kicker got injured on that touchdown return.
Chasing.
But then on all the ensuing kickoffs after that, were they subpar kicks to begin with?
They were squibs, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
They were squibs.
But just that one rep alone, and the potential for him to maybe break off another one, or at least just get a couple really respectable ones.
Yep.
When you're in a game plan where you're really trying to just keep a bunch of guys in to block for CJ, that might be a big difference. That would be awesome. If Damen Pierce ends up becoming a hero of the late season and postseason as a returner, these days too, I pointed this out, Sean, earlier, like how weird it is that the Texans have 2 kickoff return touchdowns this year, and one is by a fullback and one is by your stocky running back, who's way faster. Like, he has more breakaway potential than you think based on his physique. But somebody else pointed out that there's only 3 kickoff return touchdowns in the league this year.
Really?
I don't know. One of our texters said that, so I'll take it. Yeah. It's harder these days than it used to be.
Seth, I already do that. We can't have both of us just taking the text page at face value. I'm easily sold.
No. Well, I'm not allowed to look up stats anymore, so I just have to, since I screw it up so often.
Self-imposed.
So now I just take what the texters give me, and with a little disclaimer. Yeah.
I trust you with 20 tabs open more than I trust the text page. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. All right, let's get to some headlines in the next segment.
And I'll fact-check myself over the break, and we'll report everybody whether I was wrong or right.
Yeah. C.J. Stroud. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud. Has he ever been through anything like this before, what he's had to go through the last few weeks? Thursday Night Football we'll get to.
There's only 3 this year, Sean.
Seth? Yeah, the text page wins. Yeah.
It's Andrew Beck, Marvin Mims Jr., and Damen Pierce.
There you go. All right.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at the Texans. Frank Ross, you go. All right. Headlines are next. Before we get to that, I want to talk about the men's team. Christmas gift. He gets out of concussion protocol yesterday. We'll hear more from C.J. Stroud as we roll on with the show today, but here's one. This was interesting. He was asked, has he been through anything like this before?
Yeah, injury is a part of the game. I feel like concussions are a little different. I've had concussions before, but this one was probably the worst one I've had just because I hit the back of my head and I hit the ground really hard. So that was like what made it so bad. It was just like I damn near hit my head on cement kind of. It was cold and the turf, I guess, isn't the best I've learned. I mean, it is what it is, and I'm just happy to be back.
Oh, I don't even know. Like, it's not like he got super descriptive of that or anything, but you can't help but remember that, and then also put yourself in that position. And that if you've ever played on hard AstroTurf, which I'm guessing most Texas high school football players have, it's a different deal. And that's part of it too. Where everybody's always very careful to tell you, like, well, the actual injury itself and the severity at the beginning is sometimes deceptive. It might look like it's minor, but it takes forever to recover, or vice versa. Yeah, that's all well and good. In this particular instance, it looked exactly like, man, he bounced his head off the turf, and that looks painful. And he looked immediately. A lot of times with concussions, there's not like an immediate pain or realization. The fact that he gripped his head and everything like that is what made it really ugly.
Yeah, that he was out for 2 games based on just how that concussion looked doesn't surprise me.
Well, and he talked about it yesterday about how the first week he was out, he couldn't even really watch the game because the broadcast just freaked him out a little too much.
Yeah.
And then I started to go back into, like, are we sure he's ready to play yet? But then he said he could watch last week's game on TV just fine.
Yeah.
Probably had, like, a Go Team pennant up and everything and holding that in his hand.
Fur coat.
Yeah.
Like old school college fan.
That would make me concerned again. If he was sitting there, like, in a full-length fur coat with a Go Team pennant, like flask of whiskey.
Yeah. So CJ is back. Nico Collins is back. Seth, I guess the big difference is potentially with this game versus just 2 weeks ago, it's crazy to think, is that the Texans have, I would say, 2 of their best 3 offensive weapons back, Tank Dell being the one that's going to miss, but Nico and CJ. And as of yesterday, they're still missing their whole starting defensive line. None of them practiced yesterday.
Hey, why can we not talk about the JJ potentially coming back anymore? Whatever happened to all those glory days?
We'll save it. We're going to get to it.
I know we talk about it later, but I mean it's relevant right now as well. We don't need the audio, don't worry. But there is now you see 1 or 2 guys who are sitting on the couch. I'm getting really tired of that term, but sitting on the couch come back and make an impact on playoff teams, like the Eagles did with 2 defensive linemen last year, like the Browns have done with Joe Flacco this year. We're talking about Tank Dell the last segment. I'm wondering what Deshaun Jackson is up to. So, who loves him some Tank Dell, by the way. And I don't know. JJ's been eerily quiet on this matter. Wonder if he told old Pat McAfee to lay off a little bit because it might just happen.
We'll hear from Andre Johnson about that. He was on the McAfee show. We'll hear from Andre at the top of the hour. As far as guys being pulled off the couch, I don't like that term either, Seth. I thought about that because Joe Flacco gets hit with that a lot. I'm like, he looks in pretty good shape. I don't know how much couch time he's been logging. Like he looks.
Yeah, it does. It paints a picture of like just
bonbons.
Yeah, you're just smoking a bong or something.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It just, there's not, I'm sure he's been up to stuff.
Well,
he came back and it didn't look like he was just coming off the couch.
What he's up to now, as we roll on with headlines here, is clinching playoff spots for the Cleveland Browns and playing the best football that he's played probably since the 2012 postseason, if we're being honest. Joe Flacco has been incredible on this run. Yesterday's game, he got all the work he needed done in the first half. He had nearly 300 yards passing in the first half of this game. The Browns went into the locker room up 34-17. They win 37-20 over the New York Jets last night. And they look really look really dangerous. They did it without Amari Cooper. So they won 37-20, and that's a good Jets defense too. And they
37-20. They did it without Amari Cooper, and they did it with explosive plays. Yeah. They had 367 yards in the first half. They led by 20 points twice in the game. And yet, you still do see the old Joe Flacco where turnovers are an issue. He threw a pick six that he shouldn't have ever attempted. Like there is that side of him.
To a defensive end, to Jermaine Johnson.
Well, and this is where it matters that, you know what he didn't have in that magical run to the Super Bowl? he didn't have a classic Ravens defense that year. Remember, like, the defense was not as stout as they typically had been, where this year they potentially could end up, he could have a better defense in the playoffs than he had that year with the Ravens. So, I mean, there's a lot of things lining up for the Browns right now that look like they could very, very easily make a run because, first and foremost, they are capable of huge offensive output. Yeah. Like, whatever else you say about anything, they did that versus a Jets defense last night. Like, that's a really good Jets defense, who I'm guessing was motivated and amped up to play against these guys, but it just the Browns are for real, man.
Yeah, I think so too. They could still be the number 1 seed in the AFC. That is mathematically still a possibility. They clinched a playoff spot last night, so
I'm stuck in this position where I actually kind of want to be a Browns fan, except it's still in conflict with my team. So I'm keeping them in second place right now.
Yeah, I'm a little bit with you there. I easily talk myself out of being a Browns fan each time it pops into my head. But I watching Flacco on the postgame show last night with the Amazon crew. I've never been a huge Flacco fan. Like, I don't hate him. He's just been kind of milquetoast to me. I really liked him on the postgame show last night. You know, his kids are now at an age where they're getting to experience this whole thing. They showed his kids. His kids are standing on the field. His oldest one looks like he's probably, 10 years old, 11 years old. He's got 4 kids out there. This has got to be really cool for them. Like, Dad was in the carpool line 6 weeks ago, and now he's quarterbacking a team that people think is a dark horse Super Bowl contender.
You know what? They're at a magical age where they're first capable of starting to hear some of the smack talk surrounding the sport, but they'll likely never have to live through the really ugly part of it, and be aware of it. Your 10-year-old son is only going to hear all this stuff about, wow, it's amazing what your dad is accomplishing and everything, instead of the, I can't believe they're paying your dad so much, you spoiled little brat.
They didn't have to live through the endless debate over whether their dad is elite.
Whether he's elite or not. He's elite in my eyes.
That's right.
Bought me a pony.
That's right. Hey, real quick, couple other headlines. There's 4 teams making quarterback changes in Week 17. Only one of them really has a chance at the postseason, and it's Minnesota. They're going away from Nick Mullins to Jaron Hall. Washington is benching Sam Howell for Jacoby Brissett. Tommy Cutlets is going to the sidelines for the Giants. Go work on his LLC with his lasagna or whatever the hell he's making.
He's got all those trademarks. Those trademarks aren't cheap, man. I'll tell you. Seriously, it's like $500 or so.
Yeah, and he's an undrafted free agent. That's not chump change. And then, obviously, the most publicized one, Russell Wilson benched for Jarrett Stidham. As far as college football goes, we'll get into some of these stories later. We need more.
That Jarrett Stidham, real quick, does have playoff implications in that if the Raiders beat the Colts, that helps the Texans out a lot right now.
Yeah, so. That's absolutely right. So, Jarrett Stidham's on the Broncos.
Yeah. Damn it, Seth. I made a whole hour without saying something stupid, and then there we go.
I should have let it go.
No, you shouldn't have. That's the most idiotic thing I've said in 12 hours.
All right, 2 quick things college football-wise. One, the Pop-Tarts Bowl. If you haven't gone to social media and watched all the hullabaloo surrounding the Pop-Tarts Bowl last night, go treat yourself to some fun videos. That dude in the Pop-Tart costume walking around slapping referees on the butt and going up and feeding players and coaches Pop-Tarts and then jumping into a gigantic toaster after the game, which then spit out a huge cooked Pop-Tart, like a life-size Pop-Tart.
I still don't know how they did it. Yeah.
That poor guy got murdered last night.
Eating people.
He got cannibalized.
It's people.
Yeah.
The Pop-Tarts is people.
Yeah. I'm going to save the Alabama story because we're going to actually get to Alabama a little later on. Turns out Jalen Milroe got a really bad scouting report from a very familiar face.
I believe that's Jarrett Stidham, actually, Sean.
It's Jalen Milroe. Don't drag me into your hell. All right, so we'll get to that a little later on in the show. A lot to get to here on a Football Friday as we head into the 7 o'clock hour. Andre Johnson, he was on the Pat McAfee show. Will J.J. Watt return for the Texans? They asked Andre Johnson this question, and I loved Andre's answer. We'll get to about the idea of backing the Cleveland Browns, or at least feeling good about the Cleveland Browns and their little Cinderella story that they've got going on here. And we get a text message because I think Seth and I both reached a spot where we're like, nah, can't do it. Sorry, just can't do it. I'd like to, but I can't. Text message. I like the idea of being a Browns fan, depending on how things go with the Texans. The idea of Flacco taking that team deep into the playoffs, creating all kinds of drama with Deshaun Watson next year. Sounds absolutely delightful.
That does actually sound pretty good, yeah. It looked like I couldn't I think they shared an embrace on the sideline last night.
Deshaun looked very engaged on the sidelines. He was smiling and laughing, and he had the little ear thing in. So he was, in
his mind, I'm not taking a shot at him at all. Like in any quarterback's mind, I think he's probably thinking, he's got confidence in himself. Like, wow, look at this team. Wait until I get back on here next year. It's going to be pretty damn good.
Absolutely.
Whereas, I don't know, people in the Browns fan base might feel a little bit differently.
I think they might, and I think the truth might be different than what Deshaun's truth is, but I guarantee you that's how he feels watching this.
The one thing that holds me back is that Browns fans got upset with me for making a comment on a YouTube video about them playing next to a polluted lake. And I got all these people that were like, it's not polluted anymore. It's not polluted anymore. Remember, it caught on fire back in the 70s.
I remember,
or 80s. They're like, it's not polluted anymore. So, I did research, and I'm like, no, it's still totally polluted. It's just less polluted than it used to be.
Right.
It still pops up on lists of most polluted lakes in America and everything.
Acting like it's that crystal blue water like in the Caribbean or something.
You can't catch gonorrhea from it anymore, but okay, it's still pretty damn polluted. I'm not sitting here acting like I'm not sitting on some mountaintop or anything. We can talk about Galveston Bay. I mean, geez.
Right. Yeah.
Just accept it. Own it. Own your polluted lake.
Like we do. All right, let's get to Andre Johnson. He was on the Pat McAfee show. Boy, the Texans got a lot of run on the McAfee show this year. I will say that. CJ's gone on a few times. D'Amico's been on there.
Which used to be just like, okay, that's a nice little internet thing, but now it's like, oh no, you're on ESPN, which
Absolutely.
means that people in fitness centers and doctors' offices are totally seeing all of this. Yeah.
I like it. Look, you know what? We may need a grassroots campaign to get Andre Johnson into the Hall of Fame. We're going to start at the gyms.
People drinking Bloody Marys at the airport at 9 a.m. are watching Texans content.
Right. And they're like, yeah, you know what? I do remember this Andre Johnson guy being pretty good at football now that you mention it.
ESPN? Yeah.
Here was Andre Johnson. Andre Johnson, and this is relevant. I think it's very relevant right now to the Houston Texans, given the fact that their top two edge rushers are both out with ankle injuries and it looks like could or will miss the game against the Browns on Sunday. The McAfee crew asked Andre Johnson if he thinks J.J. Watt will be making a return to the Texans.
I don't know. Why would I share that with you guys?
Whoa! Hey, we're talking. Nobody knows. Nobody's talking.
You never know with JJ, man. He's a guy who's always working out and taking care of his body, so you never know what can happen with him.
I feel like Andre's a guy who's always working out and taking care of his body too.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a little. Maybe it was a little bit of foreshadowing. Hey, Andre comes back.
Could use a little receiver help. Just saying.
Yeah. If JJ hasn't had a buzz about this in like over a month, I don't think. I think it's one of those things that only comes up if he's asked about it on the McAfee show and he says something kind of vague about it. I wonder if JJ told them to kind of knock it off. I don't know. If I were JJ, I wouldn't want to do it unless I had a shot at the playoffs. Yeah. So I wonder if there were any potential for it to happen, maybe it's a little bit of a wait and see and whether the playoffs are coming, or maybe he wanted to ramp himself up or something. If and that's 100% if. My guess is there's like a 5% chance of it happening. I don't think it's going to happen.
Or if, let's face it, if they win this game on Sunday, then Week 18 becomes a playoff game.
Yeah.
Basically, if they win this game, because the Colts can still lose this weekend, and the Texans win, and if the Colts beat the Texans in Week 18, they're going to be ahead of the Texans in the pecking order because they'll both be 9-8. And the Texans will be the Colts will be 2-0 against the Texans. I
mean, the big thing about both those defensive ends being out is that, for one, if you think about that long play to Amari Cooper down the left sideline, that was a bootleg in which Majai Sanders, the replacement for John Grenard, got sucked down inside. So Joe Flacco had just nothing but open field, no pressure at all to make that throw. Jonathan Grenard tends to be pretty good at that stuff. He's pretty damn disciplined. Will plays like a rookie at times, and Will gets sucked inside. I think Grenard's I think there's a good chance Grenard wouldn't have gotten sucked inside on that play. So maybe that one play alone, there's an indicator where you're missing that veteran expertise of a guy like John Grenard. JJ could bring some of that back. Right now, I don't look at JJ as something I'm hoping for. That would be like a one-off. Oh, wow, really cool. I really, really just hope that Will Anderson and Jonathan Grenard are back sometime before the end of the season.
Yeah, I do too. Hey, did you get the sense with Andre Johnson, like the McAfee crew? I think it's a different kind of show. They interact with their guests a little differently than most shows do.
Yeah,
trying to they're very playful and whatnot. Like
they clap and all that.
Yeah, and they don't mind asking like, oh, come on, you come on, tell us. I wonder how much Andre Johnson really knows the ethos of that show, because the sense I got is why would I tell you guys?
Yeah, but it sounded like he was. I didn't see the video. He sounded playful about it though.
No, he was. He wasn't angry.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Andre's demeanor ever changes. So I don't know what it was going on in his head. It was just funny. I guess because you look at some of McAfee's crew and why would I tell this mullet guy sitting here? Yeah,
it is. You know what? It is. It's like that show, one of the reasons that I think guests feel so comfortable on it is it feels like maybe McAfee was their teammate, like they'd gone over to his house to hang out in the afternoon,
right,
and a bunch of his buddies from home were visiting, and you're just sitting in the garage, drinking a beer or something, and that's exactly what he would say in that instance. He's like, why would I tell you guys that?
Yeah, exactly. JJ is probably at the far end of the scale of retired athletes in good condition, right?
In terms of good condition, yeah. Well, that's why I thought of Andre himself, because he's in really good. Andre still works out with, I believe, one of the trainers that a lot of those guys use. Mm-hmm. I think Ted Johnson might be the most physically impressive former athlete that I spend time around, like that you see at the Super Bowl and everything.
Yeah.
Kevin Walter, same thing. Kevin Walter looks like he could easily play. Kevin Walter's definitely not walking through that door because he's got back issues. Actually, you know what? Honestly, Kevin Walter is a really impressive example of okay, the guy's got back issues and physical ailments from his playing days, but he doesn't let it stop him from staying really, really fit. He does a lot of yoga and everything.
Yeah.
He should start a YouTube channel.
He should. Plus, he chases those kids around. He's got those kids he chases around all the time too. That'll put a crimp in your back.
Chris, I know we're trying to keep things simple, but if you can dig up the book of business ideas in there that we have.
Yeah, Ben's got.
At least Ben claims that he keeps a book there. That when I tell him these ideas,
we're going to need it, and you're going to need you to write down. We're going to need you to write. Chris is literally looking for a book right now.
No, yeah, don't worry. No, Ben lies to me about there being a book. The Kevin Walter YouTube channel.
Yes,
okay.
Indeed. C.J. Stroud out of concussion protocol. This was one of the biggest things I was curious about. Did CJ's time off, because he's been gone since the fourth quarter of the Jets game, now coming back here in Week 17, so it's been nearly 3 weeks. It will be by the time he gets on the field on Sunday. It'll be 3 weeks. Did the time off help the rest of his body heal?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like any time off. I mean, this is the most I've actually not done anything physical all year. I mean, from August of 2022, preparing for my season with Ohio State, I haven't stopped since then. So I haven't had a week or two break since that time before fall camp in college. So yeah, it was good for me to kind of catch up and let my shoulder rest a little bit, and other little nicks and pains that I had. So it definitely helped.
And him talking about that, how he's hadn't had a break that whole time from preparing for the 2022 season, every time somebody talks about that, it brings me back to when I was a rookie, and you realize, man, that rookie wall really is less about the length of the NFL season, especially these days, because anybody that played in a bowl game has had to at least endure the same number of weeks, and they're out there. But from that senior season or final season, you go immediately into combine prep, which is a big deal. Well, first you go into the bowl game, then you go playoffs, then you go immediately into combine prep. And it's not just physically working out. There's a lot of pressure and uncertainty and everything. Oh, yeah. And then you go immediately into the draft, and then you go immediately from the draft into trying to learn your team and get physically ready for the NFL and mini camps and everything. And it's the longest stretch of focused and important physical and mental stress most guys probably ever go through, because there's always a next obstacle coming up that you got to be physically and mentally preparing for. And then that first offseason after your rookie year, it's almost kind of like, wow, you're blown away by just how much actual free time you have. And, so for CJ to get a 2-week respite from that, even though obviously his brain wasn't getting a complete break, it might end up paying dividends. As long as he's fully sharp and back from his concussion, he might end up being a better version of himself right now than he would have been had he played these last 2 weeks.
And his draft journey was probably more stressful than a lot of guys because of all the S2 stuff and the way his stock going up and down. And just he was such a polarizing, maybe a little too strong, but he was kind of a polarizing prospect,
He was more of there was more scrutiny. I guess. More scrutinized, more debated.
Yep.
And it seemed like from him talking about it after the draft, it seems like he did a pretty good job of staying away from a lot of that. Yeah. I'd probably credit Mulligetta and some of the people that work with him for just shielding him from a lot of that. But but you knew it was out there. It does add that extra element to it.
Yep. He talked about the chance to achieve the team's goals and his goals in coming back.
Yeah, I feel like it's cool just to see your teammates go out there and get a kind of third perspective, because my perspective has always been from the sideline or in the game. So I actually got to see some things that we can work on, from a visual standpoint on a TV level. Not trying to look cool or nothing, but just trying to control our emotions better, things like that. And I feel like just that perspective of the game definitely helped. And I feel like, man, we're right where we're at. We gotta appreciate the work that we've put in, but at the same time, just get one at a time and keep building for hopefully making the playoffs, and that's definitely the goal, and just go from there. So we got to start with Tennessee, which is a really hard challenge. As you can see, last time we played them, they played us really tough, and Mike Vrabel does a great job of mixing up the defense and stuff like that. So it's definitely, I feel like we're where we're at for a reason, and we got to just keep going.
Okay, so when he talked about seeing it from a TV perspective and how it might change, I actually had to listen to that a few times to kind of figure out exactly what he was alluding to, and there's a part where he mentioned the emotional level. What would you see on the TV copy that you don't see as a player on the sideline or watching the All-22? A lot of it is just the shots of the sideline, and how people are interacting and everything. And I would be curious to see exactly what he thought needed improving. I've never sensed a sense of panic or anything out of those guys, but maybe CJ picked up on something, obviously, that was a surprise to him.
Yeah, when I heard him say, because when he led in with that, he said, I got to actually see some things that we can work on from a visual standpoint on a TV level. I thought maybe he was just talking about seeing some things on the field, getting a different perspective of some schemes. But the very next sentence, he says, not trying to look cool or anything, but just trying to control our emotions better, things like that. I feel like just that perspective of the game definitely helped, and I feel like we're right where we're at. That was interesting to me. Oh, God, okay, what was he seeing in the Tennessee, and it's particularly the Cleveland game, that he didn't like from an emotional standpoint?
Yeah, I want to go back now, and I got to go back and watch nothing but sideline cuts from the game and figure out, all right, where was there a sense of panic here or something? We can try to pinpoint exactly where it was that CJ saw something that he either didn't like or thought needed improvement from the TV copy.
One more from CJ Stroud. What was it like to have to watch the games at home?
I kind of right when the Tennessee game was played, that was my first time watching football since my injury. Just because the camera angles and all that stuff is weird with was weird with my vision. But the Tennessee was around where I started feeling better, so I watched the game at home, and then I watched the Cleveland game at home too. But I got to watch both the games.
Oh, and then. Okay, that one freaked me out a little bit. He couldn't even watch television, Sean. He couldn't watch television because the camera angles freaked him out. And then I thought, I've never been more. I get angry every time they use the overhead cam as the main shot for a kickoff or a punt because you're never paying attention. And then when all of a sudden something actually does happen interesting, you just have no frame of reference and no gauge of exactly what's happening. I hate it. And I'll especially hate it if it caused CJ any consternation at all. If on the Damen Pierce touchdown, that's the thing that all of a sudden sent, short-circuited CJ's brain a little bit or something.
At what point were you most worried? From all the things that we heard over the last 2 weeks about CJ's recovery from the concussion, was there any particular thing? I have something in my mind, but I'm curious if my answer matches yours.
Yeah, it was when Aaron Wilson reported that he was still having sensitivity to light and sound on Friday of last week, which is why I felt that much better when on Sunday we found out that CJ had actually been at practice and at the facility and meetings on that Friday. So it's somewhere between whenever, somebody gave Aaron Wilson that information and Friday itself, CJ must have started to feel a little bit better.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. Still a ton to get to. We're going to keep digging into this matchup with the Titans on Sunday. Noon kick. You can hear the game here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown starting at 9 a.m. Bill O'Brien, QB evaluator, strikes.
Oh, boy.
Again.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, you're not going to want to miss this. This is audio centering around the college football playoff, but Bill O'Brien pulled back into the chat. We will have that for you next. Big game for the Texans. We'll keep digging into that as we roll on. I'm looking at a funny tweet from Dan Wetzel. We're about to talk a little bit of college football, so I just thought I'd read this. Dan Wetzel, who writes for Yahoo, put a screen grab of SMU Boston College, just a screen grab of one of their plays on the telecast last night. They played in the Wasabi Fenway Bowl in Boston. He says, if you have an issue with a baseball stadium hosting a football game sponsored by a cloud storage system named after a Japanese horseradish kicking off at 11 a.m. on a Thursday, I'm not sure we can be friends.
You know what? When it comes to the intense branding of college sports, it's fun. It's interesting that it's happening so much more now as bowl games become more and more diluted and insignificant. How much they missed out on back when everybody was in denial about the commercial aspects of football. They stayed away from over advertising everything, and now it's kind of everybody's in it, just trying to grasp everything they can. They missed out on a lot of it. Back when like the Rose Bowl was one of the biggest things that would happen in sports every single year, they should have had it like looking like a NASCAR the fire suit, They should have just had everything branded everywhere.
Yeah, that's my school is playing at 1:00 today in the Tony the Tiger Bowl. Like if you had told me when I was a student at the national championship game in Arizona, playing in the Fiesta Bowl. When I was in school, back in my day, my school went to the Cotton Bowl, the Fiesta Bowl, the Sugar Bowl, and the Orange Bowl. Today, they play in the Tony the Tiger Bowl.
Today they play in the Protestant Orange Tony the Tiger.
Yes.
They don't even get. They've forsaken all of their values, everything.
It's great.
It's branded like the Protestants. Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, man.
How far you've fallen, Notre Dame.
I know.
Win more, in the mail now.
Let's get to Jalen Milroe, because Jalen Milroe, one of Katie's finest, Katie, Texas product, Alabama quarterback. I think one of the front runners next season for the Heisman Trophy. He's had a really good second half of the season, Jalen Milroe has, and I like Alabama against Michigan. Next Monday. They play on New Year's Day in one of the semifinals. Milroe did his...
I just can't believe what we're about to hear.
It's one of the greatest gifts from the gods of all time.
Yeah.
Jalen Milroe, who, of course, played for Alabama when Bill O'Brien was the OC there. He's been in the building the last couple years. He was Bryce Young's backup. Bill O'Brien, of course, the OC at Alabama in 2021 and 2022. Here was Jalen Milroe just kind of talking about his journey at Alabama yesterday.
Shoot, all my life, even when I was in college, my own offensive coordinator, Bill O'Brien, told me I shouldn't play quarterback. So, there's a lot of things I can, have motivation on, and that is something I have motivation from.
What was your reaction to Bill O'Brien telling you that you shouldn't play quarterback? Do you remember how you felt when he said that?
How would you feel if I told you suck?
I wouldn't like it.
Okay then, so that's exactly how I felt, you know what I'm saying? So biggest thing for me, be true to myself and, stay the same. Nothing changed about me. Only thing that changed me was I had the opportunity and I seized it. And so for me, the biggest thing was just stay true to myself and, add a bigger purpose to anyone's opinion.
Is there a position he wanted you to play or said you should be this position or that position, or he just...
He told me a bunch of business I could have switched to, but look where I'm at right now. So, you know what I'm saying? So who gets the last laugh?
So, Bill O'Brien. This is where I want to play devil's advocate, except the thing is, everybody, I don't. Some of our listeners might not remember this. We're going to play some audio in a minute that shows that this may be a pattern with Bill O'Brien, with the way he talks to his quarterbacks. Is there a chance that it was just a motivational tactic for Bill O'Brien?
That's a good question, because it's not like O'Brien in a perfect world wasn't going to really probably be around to see what played out with Jalen Milroe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas in Houston, he planned on being the head coach here for a long, long time. I doubt it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think Bill O'Brien's that cagey, if you want to know the truth. I think Bill O'Brien is very unvarnished and gives his honest opinion on things.
So this is we're gonna play this audio, and I had listened to this audio book a long time ago, and it's Case Keenum's Playing for More, Trust Beyond What You Can See.
You listened to the whole book?
I listened to the book by Case Keenum and Andrew Perloff.
Okay.
What's his name? McLovin there was the ghostwriter on this thing. So I always wondered exactly if maybe what the story Case is about to tell here was maybe just like maybe he heard it differently or whatever. But now with the Milroe audio, I think maybe he heard it exactly right. This is Case Keenum describing when he was cut following the 2014 training camp, Bill O'Brien's first year as a head coach.
I knew the Texans were going to release me once I got the call, so I drove to the facility feeling pretty bad. Bad, but not entirely hopeless. I wanted to face my destiny like a man. I also wanted to get some feedback from the coaches after they'd spent the offseason with me. I wanted to at least find out where I could improve and maybe even get some advice on taking the next steps as a player. That's not what happened. Coach O'Brien looked right at me and told me I'd never be more than a third-string quarterback in the NFL. I knew I hadn't performed as well as I could that preseason, but I couldn't help but feel some anger. He went on to give some more specifics, but I didn't process much after that. Here I am, coming off a season in which I started 8 games. Some good games, some bad games. And now I was being told that I couldn't play at this level? I'm not sure if he was trying to motivate me or what, but it definitely got my competitive juices flowing.
Yeah. So I think that's just what Bill O'Brien does.
Yeah,
he just tries to dash people's dreams.
You asked me a few minutes ago, do I think he was trying to motivate Jalen Milroe? And I think Bill O'Brien just has his opinions and he doesn't care what they are and he'll tell you what they are. And in these two cases, he was woefully wrong. About Case Keenum and about Jalen Milroe.
This was I like that there seems to be like a special irony this season in him playing for the Texans yet again. Because remember, he would come back and play for Bill O'Brien the next season or at the end of the season.
Yeah.
And Bill O'Brien afterwards, the Case talks about it, says like, yeah, you did better than whatever. It seems like an odd thing to say to any, like as negative as I get about like various players at various times, never in my mind do I think, well, no, this guy could never improve to the point where he does it. Right. I always feel like, because there's so many times where people do surprise you and guys that you don't think are going to make it just figure it out and all of a sudden they make it. So like you can get really down on how they're playing right this moment, but like everybody's always potential. And so that the only thing I wonder is like Case there did say that he couldn't really hear what O'Brien was saying after that because he was so rattled. Maybe O'Brien told him that and then said, hey, but like I think this is what you need to work on.
Sure.
And if you do this and this and this, perhaps maybe there's something there. It's just a really, really weird thing for a football coach to say to a player. Oh, like unless you're a complete a-hole.
Yeah.
It's just a strange thing for a coach at any level to tell a kid, no, you can't do this. Go. I suggest you take up crocheting or something.
Well, probably the most infamous or famous, whatever, time that Bill O'Brien told a player his honest opinion of him in terms of like laying out the bad news was with Andre Johnson, where reportedly he told Andre Johnson, look, we don't think you're going to get more than 40 catches for us next year, following the 2014 season. And so they cut Andre Johnson. He went to Indianapolis and had 41 catches.
41 catches. He outperformed expectations. Hello.
Right. Like, ironically, the one thing he gets right is the demise of a Hall of Famer. Yeah.
That one's a little bit different just in that I think that could be having a frank conversation about, like, this is how we plan on using you.
Sure.
So, that's where O'Brien actually has some control over that one. But, the wholesale, like, I don't think you're actually good at this thing, that's tricky. Like, maybe he watches too much American Idol. Maybe he thinks he's a Simon Cowell. It's going to be good for ratings if I really trash this guy.
Okay, I'm here for Bill O'Brien on The Voice or on American Idol.
Can you imagine that? You can't sing.
Right.
You just suck. You suck.
These country singers, they don't know anything. Case, it's funny, last night, so you had sent me that audio of Case, the audiobook audio.
Yeah.
And I've got my laptop open. Amy and I are watching... what were we watching? Football game. We were watching some sporting event last night. Oh, we were watching the Jets and the Browns. And so I have my laptop open. I don't have my AirPods in. I'm just playing the sound directly from my laptop. And Amy looks over like 20 seconds in. She's like, why is he talking like that?
Okay, good. All right. I was wondering, like, is he talking to me like I'm stupid? Why is he talking so slow?
I'm guessing, I don't know. I've never read for an audiobook, but I'm guessing you're instructed to probably make it sound. You know what? I'm going to text.
I think they slow it down. I think they slow it down because it's so the technology is so good that, like, you know, you can speed it up and they adjust for doesn't sound like the Chipmunks anymore when you speed it up. Like, I listen to most of my audiobooks at 2 to 3 times speed. So it's especially when I go from three times speed down to that. Yeah. So, usually what I'll do is I'll listen through the first time at 3 times, and then I go back the second time and listen at like 1.5 to 3, somewhere between there, depending on like where I want to focus and everything.
Dude, I listen to my podcasts, a lot of them at 1.5 speed. Yeah. I go to 2, and I can't keep up. Chris is laughing right now. You believe this? 3 times speed, this guy? 3 times. Holy cow, dude.
But that's always okay. So look, when you do, they always used to tell you like. The advice nobody ever follows in school. Read through one time without stopping to take notes or anything, and then go back through and read it again. You're like, okay, yeah, I'll get right on that. I have relatively late in life started doing that more because I made a resolution to stop trying to read so many books and instead start to read the same book. If I really like a book, I want to read that book like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
So usually what I'll do is I'll listen through super fast. And if I really like a book, then I go back and I either listen to it or I buy the paper copy and read it again. And then I'll revisit it again later for like a 3rd time or so.
That's a lot of work. Oof.
It's not work though. It's the stuff that I really. If I'm finding meaning in it or whatever, I wanna just actually try to absorb more of that thing that I find meaningful.
No, dude, I think it's awesome. Like I would never have the patience to do that even if I liked a book. You know what I mean? Like I think it's great.
It's not work. Like it's just it's like
no. For me, it would be. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. For me, it would be. For you,
you go back and rewatch old television shows.
I do. That feels like less work to me.
No, yeah, because you've got it in your head because that reading is a chore of some sort.
Yeah,
you know?
I know, I do. And yet I write a column every day for the Houston Press.
Yeah.
Ironically, I know.
Now go back and rewrite it, you bum.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. This is our last show of calendar year 2023. The next time we are in this studio doing Payne and Pendergast, it will be 2024, and thus we need a list. We need the 5 biggest Houston sports stories for 2023 through the eyes of Sean T. Pendergast. That is next.
In the Loop.
get the victory. C.J. Stroud back. That's the big story you need to know. I would imagine C.J. Stroud's name will come up in this segment here, Seth. It's the last day you and I are going to be on the air doing Payne and Pendergast, at least, for calendar year 2023. So I feel compelled to have at least one list on the show about the year 2023.
Yeah, it always jumps up on us that like, oh, wow, yeah, I guess it was the end of the year.
Yeah.
You're so accustomed to thinking of the 2023 football season that New Year's to us sometimes feels like it just comes and goes without anything at all. Like you and I are we'll be here on Monday, right? Are you working Monday?
I'm working Monday. I'll be here Monday.
I'm working Monday.
Yep,
okay.
I'm working Monday. We'll be here Monday, man. Hopefully celebrating a big Texans win. So I did this list for the Houston Press as well. You can find it on there. I embedded a lot of video in there, so it's fun to go back and watch. But the 5 biggest Houston sports stories for 2023. And people will probably weigh in with ones that should have made the cut or would have made their cut for top 5. And I encourage you to do that on the text page, 713-572-4610, if you want to get in. But without further ado, here are my 5 biggest sports stories of 2023. And Seth, I'll let you react to each of these. The first one, number 5, counting down, the Rockets hiring Ime Udoka back after the 2022-2023 season ended, bringing Ime Udoka in. A little bit of controversy surrounding Udoka and the way he left Boston. Here was Udoka about the opportunity. This is at his introductory presser, the opportunity that he sees in Houston.
Just took a big look at the landscape of what we have here in Houston. Obviously a destination that's very attractive to players, but also just a young talent. It always starts with the players. Besides these guys getting to know everybody, and that was pretty natural off top, but it comes down to the players, and I think we have a tremendous amount of young talent. Sky's the limit as far as that. They talked about cap space and some of the flexibility we have, and I think they've done a great job building for the future. And so I'm excited to be part of that and look forward to the moves we can make coming up in the draft and free agency.
I think that if you were to look at that press conference and what you were hoping for from Ime Udoka at the time, whatever your timeline was, I think the big thing was, all right, can this guy get more out of this roster than Silas did? And that's obviously and emphatically been true. The other is, like, in terms of talent evaluation itself, can we actually figure out what we have in this roster? And I think right now you're starting to get a feel for, like, okay, wow, Şengün is answering a whole lot of questions right now in a positive way. Yeah. I don't know if that would have happened with Silas because it sure as hell wasn't happening last year with Silas. Likewise with Jalen Green, you're running out of excuses for Jalen Green. There's no part of me that's like, well, I'd really like to see him with a different coach than Ime Udoka. Zero. So that alone, I think, is worth the price of admission for Ime Udoka. The other part of it, too, is that I credit the Rockets. Without, obviously I don't have, complete information and everything, but for what could have been a questionable PR move in hiring Ime Udoka after there'd been a scandal with the Celtics, I think they recognized that for the most part, it looks like the scandal with the Rockets, with the Celtics, was much more of an interpersonal variety, and it was something where, whatever ugliness it was, it didn't have a power dynamic to it. It wasn't like a classic Me Too type situation. And the Rockets had to kind of go to an uncomfortable place to make that decision and bring Ime Udoka in. But it's different than some other situations where teams have flat out basically said they just don't give a damn what the optics are. I think the Rockets made a very calculated decision to go out and get a guy that maybe otherwise wouldn't be available to them if it weren't for the circumstances, especially, given the state of the affairs of the Rockets. So it was really a coup in a lot of ways. It's flown under the radar relatively.
And it's worked out well so far. Yeah. And all the off-the-court stuff hasn't been a topic because the team has been winning a whole lot more than they've been the last couple of years. So the Udoka hire, number 5 for me. Number 4, the Justin Verlander trade at the trade deadline. Big trade for the Astros, bringing back Justin Verlander, who'd left in free agency. They got the Mets to pay a bleep ton of the salary for Justin Verlander, and just the feel, kind of in the moment at the time, sort of the B12 shot that it gave the team. Now, the team still needed to go to the last couple days of the season just to win the division. and get to 90 wins this season. But I thought the Verlander trade was huge. Here was Verlander on his the process of getting him back to Houston.
Entertaining the idea of a trade and waiving my no-trade clause. I think Houston was, the number one choice for me. Just knowing these guys so well and, having a chance to win, the familiarity and, had such a great time here. So, that was, number one choice.
Yesterday or a couple days ago, we were talking about, it was when Maldonado signed with the Chicago White Sox. And I guess, some people that maybe hadn't been paying attention didn't realize that it was a foregone conclusion that Maldonado was going to be gone, especially since the Astros had already signed his replacement. They said, well, what's this mean for Verlander? My answer remains, Verlander is the one making a lot of money here. If Verlander were so fragile that he could only be a good pitcher with Maldonado, then Maldonado is the one that needs to be getting a big payday, okay?
Yes.
So, no, I'm not paying a dude $30 million a year because he needs to have a security damn blanket. Yeah. Verlander's going to be fine. He might have preferred Maldonado, and that's fine. He can prefer Maldonado. But, let's let go of this fairy tale that somehow he's only good with Maldonado. Yeah. It's absurd.
Well, and look, and this again, kind of like the first Verlander trade, you weren't just getting him as a rental at the trade deadline. He's going to be with you now for a couple of years too. So Justin Verlander coming back, to me, the number 4 biggest Houston sports story for 2023. Unfortunately, that leads to number 3 on the biggest stories in Houston in 2023.
Grounded to second. 2 years removed from losing 100. The Rangers have won the pennant.
For the first time since 2011, the Rangers are going to the World Series after having 6 consecutive losing seasons.
They're the champions of the American League, toppling the Houston Astros.
Yeah, and keep in mind, these aren't the best stories, just the biggest stories. The Astros losing games 6 and 7 at home in the ALCS to the hated Texas Rangers comes in at number 3 on my list.
Yeah, whenever a Rangers fan is like, hey, you guys couldn't win at home, I'm like, so what? You're just latest in that book. Nationals did it before you.
They did it 4 times. Yeah.
Yeah. So whatever. What do I care? Yeah.
But that was big. I think it kind of sets the stage for a fun 2024. The Astros chasing a team in their division is a new dynamic that should. It's kind of spices things up a little bit.
Honestly, this is what you would have hoped for. It's really the first time that you get the benefits of going to the AL West, ultimately, that you can actually have a real genuine in-state rivalry with Dallas now that might go on for years, hopefully.
Yeah.
This is okay. Yeah, that's what it's all about. You can really just genuinely. It's always awkward when you try to make it a Cowboys versus Texans thing, even to some degree a Mavericks versus Rockets, but that makes a lot more sense, obviously.
Yeah.
But when you play a team as many times as you do in a baseball season, that's some good stuff.
All right, that's number 3. So number 5.
It also helps that the Astros are actually favored over the Rangers to win the World Series.
They are. Yeah. Slight favorite, but they are right now. So again, number 5, biggest stories, Ime Udoka hire. Number 4, Verlander trade. Number 3, Astros relinquishing their hold on the World Championship to their upstate rivals. Number 2, the hire of D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans, new Texans head coach. Here was D'Amico Ryans at his introductory press conference when asked, hey, you could have gone to a bunch of places. Why did you choose to come back to Houston?
When it came down to it, there is no place I wanted to be any more than H-Town. So it was an easy pick for me. It was a no-brainer to be here. All right, be home. It was a no-brainer. So it wasn't a difficult decision at all. It was very easy.
That was the first time, Seth, where I'm like, okay, we are really coming out of the darkness now. D'Amico Ryans, the most sought-after candidate, said it was a no-brainer to come to H-Town.
That's when Caserio had told the story. Was it at the same press conference when Caserio told the story? Yeah, about how D'Amico got on the phone and said, this is where I want to be. Yeah. I don't want to go anywhere else. I just want to. And then Caserio and Cal looked at each other and thought, well, what's to discuss?
Yeah.
And then they had to go into darkness for a week because it was still the playoffs, and they weren't allowed to talk to D'Amico until after he was out of the playoffs. So they just kind of had to sit and wait and hope that nothing would change. This feels like what courtship was like back in the day. You know, back when people would have to, maybe you had like a long-distance correspondence going, and you'd send a letter, and then she sends a letter, and she says that she likes you, but then you don't hear anything for like a week, and you don't know what's going on. I go, like, maybe Kyle Shanahan proposed or something.
Right.
I don't, like, what? I don't know what's happening.
Man.
And but ultimately it worked out. That was big.
Worked out. Here was Andre Johnson on the Pat McAfee show giving a former teammate and a Texan legend perspective on the D'Amico hire.
The energy here, I mean, I've been to every press conference here except for Dom Capers and for every coach that was hired. And when D'Amico was hired here, I've never seen a press conference like that. Here in Houston. You had so many people, former players, the whole city was excited, and we knew what type of coach we were getting once he was hired.
So, yeah, that was Andre. Andre was on Pat McAfee yesterday and talked about
that. That was old news to us, Sean. He had told us that during the pregame when he was out with us for the pregame.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That he'd been to every coach's press conference, except for Dom Capers, obviously, because Andre wasn't on the team yet.
Right.
When Dom Capers. Well, actually, nobody was on the team. Dom got hired a full season before.
That's true.
A full year before the Texans were
Tom
a team.
Looking around. Where are all the players? There are none. Yeah.
You know, my wife sat next to Dom Capers in a game that year where after he'd been hired in 2001, but there was no team, obviously. He was going around to the league talking to different coaches and everything, and he actually sat in the stands to watch the Texans play. And he sat next to my wife sat next to him and talked to him a little bit.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's
how I got the job. I'm not going to ask her how I got the job. I'm just going to assume whatever. Just do what you got to do. She pulled a Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump's mama. I come in the first day and Don was like, I got to tell you, your wife is really devoted to you.
Your wife really cares about your education, son.
Your wife really cares about you going to play for the Texans.
Oh my God, that is funny. All right, let's get to the number one.
Give Dom a call after this show.
Let's get to the number one story. The number one biggest Houston sports story in 2023, draft night.
With the second pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select C.J. Stroud, quarterback, Ohio State.
Wow. How many times have we heard this go back and forth, and where it finally lands is on the quarterback many believe is the second best in this class.
The Arizona Cardinals have traded the third pick to the Houston Texans. With the third pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Will Anderson Jr., linebacker, Alabama.
Where to begin with all of the accolades? He was the first true freshman ever to start at
Chris,
linebacker.
you take it down. We don't need Greeny. Yeah.
I just, I don't, you know what, honestly, I have zero interest in hearing from any of the national people about the Texans draft. They were so excited and they were so complimentary about everything and how aggressive they were. Obviously, with some concerns about just how much he gave up for Will Anderson. But it was all those same clowns who were besides themselves with rage because the Texans weren't going to take a quarterback. It was, I still, Sean, I go back and I said, and I'm still confused over how many people got so angry about the fact that the Texans weren't going to take a quarterback. I'm so angry that they're not going to take a quarterback. What, Rich Eisen? What are you doing, Texans? What, Texans? What are you even thinking? Obviously something different than you've been fed, Rich Eisen.
Yeah.
They can all go die. Every single one of them.
That was, that was a transformative night. That
was awesome. It was being there at the draft party was really, really cool.
Yeah.
Just see like kind of the look on people's faces as they realized what was going on. It was really cool.
Yeah, especially in between the two picks. The C.J. Stroud thing is one thing. I think the C.J. Stroud pick, set to your point, I think was maybe relief to a lot of people more than anything. Like, okay, all the smoke and all the noise and everything we had heard was bunk. They took a quarterback. But then, man, when that logo flipped at the bottom of the screen from Cardinals to Texans, like the buzz at that draft, like that'll never be replicated. Like the draft party will always be fun, and it'll be in some ways it'll be more fun now that they're good at football. Like the picks won't be as prominent. They're going to have a first-round pick next year, but the way the Browns are playing, it might not be till 32 overall. But that was so much fun. I mean,
that was really cool. Yeah, that was like it felt like, oh wow, things are really, really different now.
Yeah.
Because it was still leading up to the draft. It was a lot of that same old Texans. Well, not going to draft the quarterback because they're just big old idiots.
Yep.
Oh, couldn't even get Bryce Young because they're just big old idiots.
Yep. Yeah, I had to play the Greenberg part where he's like, and the consensus second best quarterback in the draft. Like
consensus.
No.
One more complaint about that whole thing was on the article you have on HoustonPress.com.
Yeah.
There's a thumbnail of a video the Texans did about draft night, and it's Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud walking over a corridor towards the camera. It's really cool, those guys side by side. But they're wearing their super tight tailored suits, and there's like with fashion and football players right now, the thing I really don't like is honestly it gives football players, because they've got big thighs, but then the everything's tailored super tight around the waist and everything. It gives them all like classic Marilyn Monroe bombshell hourglass figures. It's I'm like, wow, that Will Anderson sure is intimidating looking with his 36-40-30.
That's funny you say that because I rewatched that video last night that you're talking about. Like kind of fast forwarded through it through different parts, but like looking at CJ in his suit, I'm like, that does not look like that does not look like a guy I trust to take a bunch of hits in the pocket in that suit there.
We're in a bad stretch for men's fashion with a lot of the stuff they're doing with it. Like the way sweatpants even are cut now. You look like you're a what's the mythical half goat, half human creature?
Centaur.
Is it a centaur or a minotaur? I think a centaur is a bull. Whatever the goat person is. Yeah. That's we all look like that.
Yeah.
And I wear it because that's the only thing you can buy. Yeah, they're comfy and all, but I don't like looking like a minotaur unless that's what, somebody's into.
Yeah, right. Well, there's somebody's
DM
into
me,
it.
maybe we'll talk.
And there's somebody that's into everything, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like everything's got somebody that's into it. There's a niche for everybody. All right, let's get to the 8 at 8. We're a little late for it, but top 5 stories is fun to do. You're listening to KALT and KALT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Here we go.
One.
All right, CJ Stroud is back. He is off of the concussion protocol. Back in the building, back practicing, full participant at practice. Yesterday, in fact, he met with the media, and he was asked, have you ever been through anything like this before?
Yeah, injury is a part of the game. I feel like concussions are a little different. I've had concussions before, but this one was probably the worst one I've had just because I hit the back of my head and I hit the ground really hard. So that was like what made it so bad. It was just like I damn near hit my head on cement kind of. It was cold and the turf, I guess, isn't the best I've learned. I mean, it is what it is, and I'm just happy to be back.
I don't like thinking about that hit at all. Now, every time he describes it there, it hurts me.
Yeah.
Satyr is what he looks like in his suit, by the way. A satyr.
A satyr.
So, yeah, satyr. I think a lot of my hand-wringing over his health and everything, I don't know if this is good or bad. I'm not worried about it anymore because I'm more focused on, going and extracting blood from Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the way CJ's talking. But like a lot of it, CJ being up there and just, looking like his old self and just being very focused on winning this football game and nothing else just makes me feel more confident about it. Whether that's grounded in any kind of science or anything else, don't worry about that. He looks ready to go.
The line is down to 4. It's gone from 5.5 down to Texans -4. So there's money coming in on the Tennessee Titans right now for what it's worth. Yeah, for what it's worth. CJ's back, but maybe here.
Oh, go ahead.
Here might be the reason why.
2.
There are a ton of injuries, a cluster of injuries for the Texans along the defensive line, Seth. Last time they played the Titans 2 weeks ago, the big linchpin in them winning that football game was their ability to shut down the Titans after the first drive of the football game. They only gave up 121 yards after the Titans' first drive of the game. And a big reason they were able to shut them down was because the defensive line was off the charts. 7 sacks, 12 TFLs, Derrick Henry with an historically bad day at the office. The injury report yesterday had Will Anderson, John Grenard, Sheldon Rankins, and Malik Collins, their normal starting defensive line, all not limited, non-participants yesterday at practice.
Yeah, that's a big deal. That's a really big deal, given the strength of the team that's from the very beginning. D'Amico has talked about how everything starts with the defensive line up front. Those guys have just gotten better and better at stopping the run as the season's gone along. Right now, I just feel like the interior defensive linemen are hopefully just more veteran moves than anything. It's late in the year. Those are veteran players. They're probably banged up like everybody is, and they're just giving them a break. But even if those guys play, not having both your starting defensive ends who both played so well, that's a big deal. And obviously the Titans can take advantage of that.
3.
Thursday Night Football last night, the Cleveland Browns, remember them? We saw them last Sunday. They put a whooping on the Texans. They put a whooping on the Jets last night in Cleveland, and in the process clinched a playoff spot. The Browns might be really good, I think, with Joe Flacco. That's my concern, is that Joe Flacco, who had about 300 yards passing in the first half, they were great. They got up. They were up 34-17 at the half. They win 37-20. And Joe Flacco continues his amazing string of football, his best football since the 2012 postseason.
Yeah,
that he's played.
Yeah, the biggest thing that I think I didn't appreciate about him is he's really good and accurate at off-platform throws.
Yes.
He does. I'm not just talking about throwing on the run, but like when he has to kind of hurry a throw and he's falling away, he's super accurate, and I don't recall being as impressed with it back when he was playing.
I don't recall like 90% of what he's doing with the Browns right now when he was with the Ravens, other than that one postseason.
Maybe it's part. Maybe there's just so little pressure because he feels like he's playing with found money that he just one big thing about this team being so good too, Sean, Myles Garrett hasn't gotten a lot of sacks at all, if any, over the last several weeks, and people love to say that no sacks since whenever. I knew he had 11 pressures the week before they played the Texans.
Yeah.
He had a good game versus the Texans, and then last night he had 8 pressures on 44 pass rushes.
He was in the backfield all night.
Yeah, he's a menace, man. He's so big and fast and good, and he just has to be accounted for.
Well, his bend, the way he gets underneath tackles, and he's at a 45-degree angle to the ground.
I'm always taken aback. Honestly, he's a guy that somehow I always forget how big he is because you look at him, he's so svelte and his physique is so lean and everything, but then you see him out there and until you zoom in on him, it looks like you're like, is that a defensive tackle playing defensive end? Right. Oh no, it's just Myles Garrett again. Okay.
Yep.
4.
There will be some quarterback changes in the NFL this weekend. The Denver Broncos are not the only one. They're the most high-profile one. They're going from Russell Wilson to Jarrett Stidham. But there are 3 teams that are either out of the hunt or, in the case of the Minnesota Vikings, on life support that have decided to make quarterback changes. Tommy DeVito goes to the bench for the Giants. Texans legend Tyrod Taylor will take over in New York. Washington, Jacoby Brissett will take over for Sam Howell. So the Sam Howell, the fun with Sam Howell leading the league in passing yards for like 11 or 12 weeks on a bad team, that's over. And now Minnesota is going to start Jaron Hall, the rookie out of BYU, benching Nick Mullins. Poor Kevin O'Connell. Just I think these number of teams that are just rubbing 2 sticks together at this point that are still playing important football games is incredible to me.
I am intrigued to watch Jarrett Stidham over the next couple of weeks because that's something that Peyton traded for him, and I think he is genuinely intrigued by him. But they just obviously their strategy for the offseason might be determined by how well Jarrett Stidham plays these last 2 weeks.
Yeah, that'll be fun. And Stidham, they play. I forget who they play this weekend. The Broncos, but they play Las Vegas in the final game of the year. So you get Jarrett Stidham going against his old team.
Revenge game.
Yeah, the revenge game. Yep.
5.
Rockets back in action tonight against the Philadelphia 76ers, trying to snap a little home losing streak they got going on. They had a 10 or 11 game home winning streak a little earlier in the season, and now they've not won a game in Toyota Center in several days. Most recently, a loss to the Phoenix Suns, where not only they lose the game, but Jabari Smith Jr. has a left ankle sprain. Dylan Brooks is out with an oblique strain. He could be out for a little while. And Tari Eason is questionable for tonight's game. So 3 of the, by my estimation, Seth, the Rockets have 6 players that I would consider winning players on a good team. Alperen Şengün, Dylan Brooks, Fred VanVleet, Jabari Smith, Tari Eason, and Jeff Green. Those are the 6 guys I consider winning basketball players. 3 of them might not play tonight against the Sixers, but the good news is Joel Embiid is out for the Sixers. This will be a very watered-down matchup tonight, I think, possibly. At Toyota Center. Yeah. No Joel Embiid tonight.
Did you, I didn't realize, I knew the Celtics had a huge win streak over the Pistons.
No. Hang on, let's get to this. This is number 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's number 5.
The Pistons have a very long losing streak going on right now.
Okay.
That's what the streak is.
Yeah, what did I say?
You said the Celtics have a long winning streak over the Pistons.
Yeah. I bet they do.
They probably do. I bet they do.
The Pistons are losing a boatload of games. I didn't realize the Pistons have lost as many games as they have.
28 now. They lose in overtime last night to the Boston Celtics, 28. Keep in mind, this is a Pistons team that was picking number 1 in the draft, the same draft that the Rockets picked Jalen Green. So these are 2 teams that theoretically are coming from the same trajectory, right? Bottom of the league. And the Rockets have done just a much better job of building a nucleus and hiring a coach. I feel bad. Monty Williams is the coach of the Detroit Pistons, and he used to play Nintendo at my apartment from time to time in college.
He did?
Yeah. One of my roommates was the captain of the basketball team. So Monty was 2 years younger. So, Monty, so I feel bad.
Was he good at Nintendo?
He was. If I remember, he was good at the wrestling game, the wrestling video game on Nintendo.
What was your go-to game on Nintendo?
Tecmo Bowl. Love Tecmo Bowl. Yeah. That was cool. Like the first video game where you had actual NFL players on it. That was badass. Yeah.
Oh, was it? That was like
the first one.
Yeah.
That was the first one. Yeah. Lawrence Taylor was a monster on the old Tecmo Bowl. Absolutely.
Look back at those old video games, and I feel like we looked like we were like simpletons that could be satisfied with that stuff.
And yet,
as compared to what they have now.
And yet, I think there's a retro market. Like, if you ever go to Billiard Factory, they've got like the arcade version, like you stand up with the joystick version, and it's got like 50 old games on it.
Yeah, but those aren't. It's not like the young kids are into that, right?
I don't
it's not
know.
like they're like, "Hey, I gotta play that." I love me some.
Question.
Other than like the hip, that maybe that's the new hipster thing.
Maybe,
Is it
yeah.
like playing old video games, yeah.
Like when bell bottoms.
It was more earthy, yeah.
Right, when
I like to blow into a cartridge every now and then, yeah.
7.
The Pop-Tarts Bowl was last night. I forget who even played in it. It was just fun because there were a lot of things. All things Pop-Tarts were making their way up across social media. Actually, it was Kansas State. Kansas State won the Pop-Tarts Bowl. Go to social media. Go to social media. Find some of the videos of some of the stuff going on at the Pop-Tarts Bowl with the mascot, the Pop-Tart mascot, with the gigantic toaster they wheeled out to the middle of the field. Seth, you and I were talking about this before the show. I thought you brought up a great point. You're like, man, these December bowl games that are getting more and more diluted and watered down and honestly anonymous, like there's the players who are in it, or you got so many guys in the transfer portal. Turning these games into what the Pop-Tarts Bowl was last night might be the thing, like the Savannah Banana effect.
Oh, I think also like the bowl game that really can get 2 teams that would be cool with embracing social media. Like, just have it be like the influencer bowl somehow, and then you bring out you want to bring eyeballs to it. I know a lot of you just don't like that all these Swifties are watching football now. But hey, it brings more eyeballs to it. Have it be like an influencer bowl, and then have all these influencers interviewing guys on the sideline and everything, flirting with them, doing whatever it takes to get as many people involved in the Pop-Tarts Bowl or what have you.
Do a Nickelodeon Bowl like the NFL does with their one Nickelodeon playoff game where you got green slime everywhere and stuff like that. You might have to do that. You might have to do that.
8.
Last one, and we'll get to Mac's picks here in a second. The Alabama plays Michigan, and in the Rose Bowl semifinal for the college football playoff. Evidently, Seth, multiple Alabama players have said they are forbidden by their coaching staff to use their iPads to watch film back at the hotel because they're afraid that Michigan they're afraid of Michigan's cheating, basically. That somehow Michigan will have found a way to hack the iPads of the Alabama players. So Saban has forbidden them from watching film on their iPads.
Wow.
Because they're so nervous about Harbaugh and his nefarious ways.
Honestly, okay. If you think about back to some of the more scandalous things that have gone on, like as much as people worry about high-tech this, high-tech that, the only part of it that's been super high-tech has been maybe that high-definition cameras are used more now. Because, most infamous cheating scandal of the past few decades in baseball. Oh, trash cans. Wow. By way of a cable that was sent to the dugout, which is the same thing they did in 1930 or whenever, when they had the third baseline with a buzzer down there. Let's see, what else do we have? We have Michigan sent human beings with, cell phone cameras to look at sidelines, like old school. They just did old school, something that wasn't allowed. Am I missing something where something genuinely high tech was done? I don't think there has been. I feel like the most high tech thing that's happened was St. Louis tapping into the scouting system that the Astros use.
Yeah, mission control. It was or something, ground control, something like that.
Yeah, the Cardinals have done the most high tech, and even that. Let's remember, I love Jeff Luhnow, but the dude used basically the same password that he'd used in St. Louis. Like, what the hell? We're the smartest guys in the room.
Redbird.
Let's just change a digit on the end of my...
Redbird 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. A lot of football still to get into. In fact, next we're going to do 5 Reasons I Hate You. Tennessee edition. I promised 5 new reasons. We just did this 2 weeks ago. That day I promised 5 new reasons to hate the Tennessee Titans. So 5 Reasons I Hate You, Tennessee edition, part 2 is next. But first, man nobody hates. We love this man. He's a legend. He's the owner and founder of Gallery Furniture. He is Mattress Mack, Jim McIngvale, and he comes on at 8:15 every Friday to tell you what's going on at Gallery Furniture, but also to give you a few picks. And we got some big bowl games coming up, Mac. And I know that the 2 semifinal games that all feed into NRG Stadium on January the 8th are going to be the utmost attention to Gallery Furniture customers these next few days.
That's exactly right. Come out and buy a mattress 4,000 or better. If the team from Texas wins the 2 games culminating January 8th, NRG Stadium in Houston, then you get your mattress free, and enjoy it for decades to come. Or if you buy $6,000 better worth of furniture, even the markdown items, team from Texas wins a big game on January 8th, your purchase free. Lots of excited customers out here buying furniture wearing that famous orange and white, Sean.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll bet, Matt, because they're all rooting for him right now so they can get their furniture for free. Let's get to the picks. I got 4 of them. 4 of the 6 New Year's 6 bowls, obviously 2 of them semifinal games that we'll get to. But let's start with the Cotton Bowl right up the road with the Missouri Tigers, the surprising Missouri Tigers this year, taking on the Ohio State Buckeyes. Mac, Ohio State is a 3.5-point favorite. This game is actually today. Who do you got?
I got to go with Missouri, upsetting the Buckeyes. Buckeyes got too many players opting out.
Yeah, they do. That's a big problem for a lot of schools these days. So let's shift gears, go to the Peach Bowl. Another SEC versus Big Ten matchup with Ole Miss taking on Penn State. Penn State, a 5.5-point. We got 2 Big Ten favorites so far. 5.5-point favorite, Penn State. Who do you got, Mac?
Got to go with the hotty-toddy, them Ole Miss Rebels. They got a great coach who understands the transfer portal, and Ole Miss is getting better every year.
All right, so we got 2 SEC underdogs we're taking so far. Continuing with the theme here, another SEC underdog, but now we're into the semifinal games, Mac. And, of course, this one out in California at the Rose Bowl. The Alabama Crimson Tide, they're not underdogs very often, but they are here. 1.5-point dogs to Michigan. Who do you got in that one?
You got to go with Alabama.
That's dog day. Dog day for Mac. And then the last one, Mac, I don't even know that I need to ask, but I will, just for formality. Your Longhorns are favored by 4 over the Washington Huskies.
All I got to say is hook them straight up. Hook them all over them.
Hook them and lay the 4. All right, so there you go. All right, so 3 dogs and then Texas -4. And, Mac, of course, if Texas, the team in orange, as we say, wins the whole thing, then Gallery Furniture customers are going to be very, very happy. And they've still got a few days to take advantage of this awesome promotion that you've got going on.
Buy a mattress 4,000 plus, Sean, a Tempur-Pedic mattress. Sleep great for the rest of your life. And if the team from Texas wins January 8th, you purchase free. Buy $6,000 better with beautiful furniture, including solid wood furniture made in America. Team from Texas wins it all, which they very well might. You purchase free. Hook 'em horns.
Yeah, hook 'em horns, Mac. Enjoy all those games. We'll talk next week.
Look forward to it. Thanks, Sean.
I thank you. That's the great Mattress Mack. Buy a house full of furniture for... DeAndre Hopkins in here. DeAndre Hopkins, internet bully. There's no mention of Will Levis in here.
Yeah.
I do take more aim at the city of Nashville and the state of Tennessee itself. So as opposed to Seth.
Which is an issue. I mean, they're trying so hard to be Austin.
Yeah.
And,
they are.
Yeah,
They are.
They like to brand themselves as, hey, it's like Austin, just not quite as popular yet. So
Right.
cool, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So let's start there. 5 reasons I hate you for the Tennessee Titans, who are based in Nashville. I have 2 Nashville is overrated. This is Nashville is overrated part 1. And I know this because I was in Nashville this summer as part of our road trip Amy and I went on. We stopped in Nashville for a night. We went downtown, and I was there for about 30 minutes, and I'm like, I got to get out of here. They market their downtown as some sort of party mecca. But in fact, it's just like Bourbon Street, but without kind of the kitschy freakiness of Bourbon Street. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's like a stale Bourbon Street with $40 parking and really just a bunch of drunk bachelorette parties and bros and crowds. In a city, by the way, with a major cop shortage, I found out.
Really?
They have a major cop shordage in Nashville, yeah.
Why is there a cop shortage?
I don't know. I only read that it exists. I didn't get into the whys, but yeah. So is it scary? Is it scary to be out in Nashville on that strip? I didn't know at the time that there was a cop shortage. I found out in doing my research for this segment that they have a cop shortage.
They're probably, you know what it is? Because it's big for bachelorette parties, right?
Huge,
like that's like a go-to place. I bet they got tired of like bachelorette parties pretending like they were strippers, like the male stripper, like that every cop was a male stripper.
Yeah.
To the point where like at first you're probably like, oh, okay, it's cool. These women are giving me some attention. And then you realize just how aggressive and obnoxious a bachelorette party can be. And the cops were like, that's enough. I'm not a piece of meat, ladies. Okay.
I like that theory. It's a good theory. So that's reason number 1. Reason number 2, Nashville is overrated part 2. I learned that it's like the nexus of the natural disaster universe. Like if you want a natural disaster, Nashville is the place to go. Floods?
Yeah.
Check. Tornadoes? Check.
Oh, yeah.
City shuts down with half an inch of snow? Check.
And there's no excuse for that because some of these places around that latitude, they act like, well, we don't have the equipment for it because we're so on a my ass. It gets below freezing pretty regularly there.
Yeah.
You know, you guys are so on the grift with all of your public funds that you can't afford cops or snow removal equipment.
Right.
In a city that relies on tourism. My God,
Trash city.
Nashville.
Trash
Get it
tourism.
together.
Trash tourism city. Absolutely. All right, number 3. This is one that there's no way I could have done this one for the 5 reasons I hate you 2 weeks ago because it hadn't taken place yet. But on Sunday it did take place, and it's quite simple. By all accounts, the Titans were effing obnoxious about the Oiler thing, like over the top obnoxious about it. It's one thing to use the Oiler uniforms because you have them available to you. It's quite another to have the PA guy at your stadium trying to harass and embarrass Houstonians and calling them names and things like that. Like we can take it. It's just obnoxious. That's all. Like why do you have to be that way?
Yeah, and but let's not forget that Mike Vrabel, the head coach, wore a cowboy hat in commemoration of Bum Phillips.
Yes.
A man who fought in the South Pacific with the Marines in World War II, commemorated by a football coach who was once arrested for stealing beer from a convenience store. Mike Vrabel. Like the great choice of commemorations.
Hang on.
A guy who couldn't even protect. Okay, Bum Phillips fought in the South Pacific with some nasty stuff in the South Pacific with Marines. Vrabel couldn't defend his own Super Bowl rings in West University. What the hell?
Thank you.
This is the guy we've got commemorating Bum Phillips? Jeez.
That's what I was waiting.
Ooh, the goons of West U came for my stuff. Oh, my jewelry. Oh, officer. Oh, no, we're in Nashville now. There's no cops here. At least the West U police came to my help when those goons stole my jewelry.
The best was in the rundown last week when you had it as Bum Phillips fought in the South Pacific. Vrabel had his purse stolen in West U. I don't know why that tickled me.
I forgot that it was actually jewelry that was stolen.
It was jewelry.
He had his jewelry stolen in West U, or wherever he was. He a Bel Air or West U guy? I feel like it was West U. I don't know.
I forget. All right.
I bet this time he's going to amp it up and he'll just start commemorating Texas and he's going to wear chaps. Wear some chaps if you've got the cojones, Vrabel.
If you have cojones, wear that damn cowboy hat to NRG Stadium and let's see how it goes. You know?
Yeah.
Let's see how that goes. All right. Number 4, 5 reasons I hate you, Tennessee. They're 0-3 against the Jags and the Titans, or against the Jags and the Colts this year. The Titans are. They've given zero help to the Houston Texans in trying to win the division. Zero help.
Yeah.
0-3.
They just can't show up and compete in the AFC South.
The Texans are trying to win a division, give us a little help, and beat the Colts or the Jags once. Do it once, and we're right in the catbird seat.
We can't even get a quality victory over you fools.
Oh my
God. When it comes to strength of victory and everything.
Right.
Give us a worthy competitor.
Unbelievable.
They should be relegated.
Yes.
Where do you go after the AFC South?
Where do you go after Tennessee? Seventh circle of hell. All right, last one. 5 reasons I hate you. I don't know if I hate them for this. I just think it's weird. This is a state that actually has a roadkill law. They have a law on whether or not you can take roadkill for your personal use or consumption.
Can you? What law did they enact?
Here we go.
Okay.
Tennessee Code TCA 70-4-115 includes these regulations for wild game animals that are accidentally killed by a motor vehicle. If the animal is not a non-game or federally protected wildlife species, you may possess it for your personal use and consumption. So in other words, if you kill something that you would normally kill on a hunting excursion, but you do it with your car,
so if it's not a non-game,
right.
Way to write that in such a
double
clear
negative in a law. How about that?
So basically, a house pet.
Yeah.
They don't. So they had to write a law clarifying that if you find a bald eagle or somebody's fluffy kitty by the side of the road, that you can't take it home and fry it in a pan.
Or a labradoodle.
You sick bastards.
If you happen to plow in your redneck pickup truck, if you plow into a bald eagle or a labradoodle, do not consume it or keep it for your personal use. Okay, there's more. You may.
Damn it, Sally! I was planning on hitting somebody's horse and feeding us for winter, but now I can't. I'm about to tell you the law. The law ain't in it for the working man no more.
I got 2 more corollaries to Tennessee Code 70-4-115. Are you ready? You may possess a deer only if you 1, notify the TWRA or a law enforcement officer within 48 hours and give them your name and address.
That sounds
You mean
right.
I gotta have a home?
I did that. I hit a deer once, and I didn't realize that you had to report it after.
Yeah.
I was actually, at the time, I hit the deer, and it kind of limped off. It limped off into the brush. It was at night. And I'm like, I didn't have a gun or anything.
Oh.
As I was talking to my father-in-law about it, who's a big-time hunter and everything, and I felt like an idiot because I was like, I wish maybe if I had a gun or something, I could have killed it at least. And he's like, you can't do that. You got to call the animal police.
Yeah. So if you had killed the deer, would you have taken it home with you?
Yeah, because my father-in-law cuts deer.
Yeah. Okay.
That's his winter income. He's a very
really?
very good very good deer processor.
Oh wow.
I'm not taking over the family.
Does he do?
I get squeamish.
Does he do taxidermy too?
No, my brother-in-law does though.
Okay.
So my brother-in-law gets the skulls.
You got a lot of outdoorsmen on the payroll, buddy.
Oh, yeah, it's a manly crew.
Yeah.
It's I just have like, so you guys like cars? Yeah. Whenever they're talking about the repairs they've done and stuff.
What did he do? He's a football player.
What's that thing run on anyway? Gas? Yeah. Is that a diesel? Looks like a diesel to me.
You married into the one family that an NFL player doesn't feel like nearly the toughest guy in the room, probably, I would imagine.
No, I mean, I'm bigger than all of them.
Okay.
But they're all freakishly strong, too.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I like Brandy, yeah.
Oh, by the way, Seth,
Thanks, I feel bad about myself.
No.
I'll tell you, that's all right. I'll boss Brandy around.
There you go. There you go. Just hope that her family doesn't get wind of it and they come over and taxidermize you. Last corollary of Tennessee Code 70-4-115. In case you're ever driving through Tennessee, you may possess a bear that you've killed only if you have a receipt issued by the TWRA.
Okay, so we gotta, whenever we hit an animal in Tennessee, we got to be sure we call the TWRA.
Right.
I'll put that into my phone for the next time I'm driving through Tennessee.
Correct. Yep.
And then, can I take the bear right then and put it in my car?
That's a good question. Yeah, I'm not sure.
The back seat of my car?
Yeah.
To take home to eat, or do I have to wait for the TWRA to show up?
I would wait just to be safe. If you're not from Tennessee, I could see if you're not from Tennessee, they would,
That's true. Where you headed with that bear, boy?
Take liberties. Yeah. Not gonna lie. Here's
the thing: you ain't getting out of this state with that bear unless you marry my sister cousin. That's the way it works in these parts. She ain't got but 3 teeth and 1 eye, but she rubs around real good.
This roadkill law doesn't make me hate the Titans as much as I thought it would. I find it entertaining.
They're a resourceful bunch.
Yeah.
The biggest thing is they kicked Sam Houston out of Tennessee.
Yeah.
Sam Houston was the governor of Tennessee, but they couldn't handle Sam Houston having a good time. So he was governor for like 3 weeks, and then he left.
I think we used that last year.
We
did
it
5 reasons.
point,
Yeah, I think we used that last year.
It sounded like, in my opinion, it sounded like he married a hussy. There was some kind of scandal, and he was like, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
I don't need this crap.
All right.
You guys are you and your roadkill. He hit somebody's family dog with his carriage and tried to grill it up, and it turns out that's illegal in Tennessee.
And in comes the TWRA to impeach him. A former host in this very chair got super emotional about a quarterback who has everybody pissed off right now. You're going to hear the audio next. to first to Hollywood, then to New York. He went to L.A.
Oh, that's right.
You remember he started out in L.A. and then they changed it up on him.
That's right.
NYC. So he does First Things First every afternoon. And earlier this week, Nick damn near lost his mind talking about Aaron Rodgers called him the most disingenuous athlete of his lifetime.
The commentary is not about your vaccination status. It's about you being the most disingenuous athlete of my lifetime. You were disingenuous about the vaccine. That was annoying. Not the status, the way you did it. You were disingenuous about your retirement status. 90% retired. You were disingenuous about coming out of the dark room, I'm going to play for the Packers. That was my only goal. You were disingenuous about how well Verizon works in Southern California. You were then disingenuous about whether or not you wanted Randall Cobb, Alan Lazard, Tim Boyle on your team, or if Joe Douglas is just quite simply the worst talent evaluator in NFL history. You were disingenuous about why Nat Hackett's the offensive coordinator. You're now disingenuous about your own comeback, which you were disingenuous about the entire time. So this is not about anyone's private medical decisions. It's about the biggest look at me Louie saying to his best buddy McAfee, why is everyone looking at me? It's so irritating. Right. You know? I mean, that's what it is. My God, and everybody knows it. I think A.J. Hawk knows it. I think A.J. Hawk is watching this like this guy's lost his mind.
That last part made me laugh.
I think A.J. Hawk does know it. I think A.J. Hawk knows when to just kind of be quiet on that show and kind of just bides his time. So
I don't get A.J. Hawk on that show.
What
a gig.
I know. He rarely even weighs in.
Just sits there, gigantic head,
a cigar. I know.
He's got his head takes up half the screen.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you honestly, there's something about with AJ Hawk, same as Booger McFarland, the power of a name. Like if you have a name like Hawk or Booger or whatever, like I feel like people think Booger has more personality than he actually does just because his name is Booger.
Yeah.
And he's done the most with it. I'm like, all credit to him. Like, but with AJ Hawk, that might be an extreme version of it. I think that the biggest thing, I'm glad that Nick, even as Nick went through that, because, I've got a complex relationship with Aaron Rodgers. I do actually. There's parts of him where I really want to like the guy. I want to like him, but then there's just sometimes where it comes off like he's too much like that. He's too much like the jock, who's weighing in on something in social studies in high school, and you can't tell what he's saying. You can tell he doesn't know what he's talking about, but he's just so damn confident. And you want to go to the cool parties, so you're just like, yeah, okay, Aaron, yeah, okay, cool. But the part about the cell phone service, that was what if I put myself in the shoes of a Green Bay fan, like. Rodgers went and publicly accused the Packers of not reaching out to him at all. The Packers said, we reached out to him a bunch. And then Rodgers claims that he just didn't get the messages because he doesn't have cell service in his place in Malibu, which might be one of the dumbest excuses I've ever heard from a multimillionaire about somebody not being able to get in touch with you. You're like, are you kidding me? So there's multiple instances where he'll throw somebody under the bus, and then if anybody pushes back at it at all, he claims that there's like a vendetta against him or something. And this latest suggestion that people should release their vaccination status because. In the way he explained it, it sounds like, well, nobody could possibly have an issue with him unless it's over the vaccines, which would also seemingly discredit his own opinions about anybody else, too, if it's all based on, where you stand on the vaccination status stuff. It gets insufferable, but for us, we get to watch it kind of as a spectacle. I don't get as angry about it as Nick Wright does. But if you're a Packers fan or I would imagine some Jets fans look at it like, okay, seriously, what the hell are we doing here? Like, why is this? Why are we continually talking about all this nonsensical stuff?
At the most basic core of the whole Packers part of the thing, I wonder if he had never won a Super Bowl, what Packer fans would think about him. He only got to one. He got to one Super Bowl and won it in 2010, and that was it. for the rest of his career. He went 13 more years there and never got a sniff of the Super Bowl again. If he hadn't won that Super Bowl back then, I wonder if he's maybe not public enemy number one, but I think a lot of Packer fans, even with all the gaga that comes with Aaron Rodgers, like he'll come back someday. Like Favre did. And Favre eventually came back and got the standing ovation and everything else.
Yeah.
And he'll have to go play for Minnesota, He
actually, he went to the Minnesota, and it kind of looked like he relished it,
right,
and liked the chance of going back. Green Bay does things to a man, I think.
Yeah.
Kind of like in New England. New England does things to a man somehow. Like it just kind of either alters or ruins coaches in some ways. I always felt like Bill O'Brien just has a permanently flawed view of quarterbacks because he was so spoiled by Tom Brady. And likewise, I think these quarterbacks spend all this time in isolation up in Green Bay. Like the first darkness retreat that Aaron Rodgers was on was his 15 years in Green Bay. They get a skewed perception of a skewed perspective on things.
Yes.
And it turns them into weirdos. Like Brett Favre, weirdo. Aaron Rodgers, weirdo.
You've been to practically every NFL city, I would imagine. I've been to several of them. It's like nowhere else in the league. It's so different. It's so different.
It's not. It's a small town.
It's a small town.
It's a small city, but it's by NFL standards and where you can hide. It's like being a college quarterback, really.
Yep.
Which is how I feel about that. Like I feel like there's way more pressure on the Ohio State quarterback than there is any other quarterback in the NFL, except perhaps Green Bay, because in college you spend all day around all of the fans. And you can't go anywhere where you're not a huge story and where you don't feel just how important it is to everybody. In the NFL, most cities, you can escape that a little bit, and not so Green Bay.
We have some texters that caught a viewing of the C.J. Stroud offseason documentary you and I were talking about yesterday. Yeah. One texter says, "Watch the C.J. Stroud offseason documentary. Good stuff." By the way, let me back up. For those of you who haven't seen it, it's on YouTube. Just Google C.J. Stroud offseason. It'll pop right up. It's about 50 minutes long, 50 minutes long. And it's basically just following C.J. Stroud around during his offseason, the portion of the offseason where he was in L.A. renting a house with a lot of his new Texans teammates. Probably May or June, I would imagine. And they're just out there throwing and going out to dinner and things like that. But it's pretty fun. This texter says, "I think Dalton Schultz will re-sign here based off the show. He seemed to have a good vibe with CJ and wants to grow here." I thought Dalton did have a good vibe with CJ on that documentary. He was there.
Yeah. I'm trying not to read too much into it just because, generally you can have a good vibe with, hey, CJ's got a good vibe with Bijan Robinson. I don't think that necessarily means that they're going to 100% angle a way to meet up somehow 4 years from now. Because Bijan Robinson's in that as well.
Yeah.
So, I think, but you do. I'll be surprised if Dalton Schultz isn't back here next year. I think that he's just a natural fit, obviously. He's got a rapport with CJ. And he's already been burned once as a free agent. I say burned. I mean, it's not like he's destitute or anything. But he didn't get the offers that a lot of people predicted he was going to get. And I think if the Texans give him a respectable offer before free agency begins, he's going to realize, okay, look, I don't want to have another me sitting out on the market and signing a one-year deal with somebody. Let's just go ahead and get locked up for the next few years.
Yeah, and if they don't sign him, then tight end becomes a major position to need this offseason.
That's a really good point. There's just nobody you feel good about right now besides Dalton Schultz in that room.
Joey from Minnesota texting live from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. I love when people announce their presence with authority on the text page. Joey says, "If the Browns win the Super Bowl, do you think that bum Watson gets a ring and calls himself a Super Bowl winning QB? He seems like a guy that would."
He will get a ring for sure. Everybody that's on the active roster at any point does. And I think they usually end up giving it to practice squad guys and everything. But he also won games for them. He was 5-1 this year?
No. He started 6 games. I don't think he was 5.
He started 6 games.
Yeah, started 6 games. I'm not sure what his record was.
If I actually have that correct, that's going to be the coup of the day, given how dumb I've been everywhere else.
But he went 5. I just can't remember them being 5. He was 5-1 as a starter this year? Chris?
Yeah. They were saying it on the Thursday night broadcast.
Oh, they were?
Yeah,
okay. So you saw it last night on the broadcast. Okay. That does not match the eye test to me.
Well,
Victory lap, Seth.
No, he wasn't. Because you're correct as far as the eyeball test goes. It wasn't like he was playing just awesome lockdown championship football, and it was a steady build to him looking more and more like himself. It was really an indication of just how good the team was with his first few wins.
And I'll be honest, part of why I got confused, his 6 games he started were not consecutive.
Right.
So I was thinking, okay, was Cleveland 5-1 at some point this season? I didn't remember that. His starts were kind of in and out. Real quick, the Texans defense is clearly not what D'Amico and Nick were looking for this season. Philosophically, the defense is D'Amico's, but is D'Amico or Matt Burke more responsible for the execution on game day? Any chance Burke is not back next season?
I think it's much more. For one, Burke seems to be more heavily involved with the defensive line than any other area. So that part of it, I think Burke's pretty safe. D'Amico, they're philosophically aligned. I mean, Burke was hired specifically because of his familiarity with this scheme. And it's D'Amico's defense. So I think, if anything, it might come with coaches on the back end and the linebacker and the defensive backs. With some of the coverage busts and mental errors that they have been, I think D'Amico's pointing at himself for a lot of that stuff. And then also, between players and coaches, that's where he might be looking to make changes eventually.
All right, the biggest storylines for this game on Sunday against the Tennessee Titans. What kind of game do we expect? What kind of Derrick Henry do we expect? And is the Texans' offense really this bad without Tank Dell? Is Tank Dell this important to the Houston Texans? That is next. go. Texans-Titans, Sunday, noon kick. Sports Radio 610 right here. 9 a.m. Texans countdown. Final home game of the year, the home finale. So the weather looks like it's going to be pretty good on Sunday. So unlike Christmas Eve, where Seth and I were relegated to indoors, we should be outside this weekend. So come by and say hello. Big game, big game. Again, if the Texans lose this game on Sunday and the Colts win their game against the Raiders on Sunday, the Texans cannot catch the Colts. By my math, they cannot catch the Colts because it'll go to the fourth tiebreaker. Even if they beat the Colts in Week 18, they'll both be 9-8. They'll be 1-1 against each other. They'll both be 3-3 in the division. They'll both be 6-6 against common opponents. We go all the way. We go all the way to conference record if that happens, and the Colts will have clinched a conference record, worst case, of 7-5. The best the Texans can be is 6-6. So the Texans need to win this game. They're a little upside down on tiebreakers against the Colts. The Colts and the Texans are both a little upside down on tiebreakers against the Jags. So it would be nice to get a solid from Bryce Young this weekend. It would be nice if Bryce Young could go do something that a lot of Texan fans envisioned him doing back when they dreamt of having Bryce Young as their quarterback a year ago.
Yeah.
Do something good for the Texans.
Now
the
that the Texans, they've played the Panthers this year, and they might only see them once every few years from here on out. And as long as Bryce Young remains in the NFL, I don't really care as much now about because CJ's bona fide. I don't worry as much about the competition between those two. Maybe Bryce Young ends up being really good down the line somewhere, and they can have a nice rivalry in that regard. It feels much less like a draft topic anymore, or like somehow the Texans screwed up by winning that game at the end of the season or anything like that.
Right. So it's a big game, needless to say. This is not something where you're like, okay, well, they lose this game. It all comes down to the Colts. No, you got to win this game. You got to win this game. Otherwise, you need a ton of help if you don't win this game against Tennessee. All right, so let's get to some of the storylines here, Seth. These two teams just played 2 weeks ago, but things feel very, very different. The Texans have C.J. Stroud back, and they have Nico Collins back. Nico Collins did not play in that game in Nashville either that day. I think that's something that we should continuously point out.
Yeah.
They've got their quarterback and one of his two primary weapons back in Nico Collins.
And this is where Nico Collins, I think, hopefully is that much healthier this week. It's never going to be the same as when you had both Nico Collins and Tank Dell out there. But CJ having that big body that he can put the ball on, that he can throw and make contested catches, he's got a little bit of that sixth sense with him. As well as, I think, maybe what he's going to have to start leaning more on, too, is what we saw earlier in the season. He had a real good ability for finding Robert Woods for first downs, and Robert Woods didn't have to be open. I think that's one thing that we really haven't been able to see with Case, is Case doesn't have that accuracy and power to be able to really jam it into tight windows. You don't want Case doing that. There have been plays to the side. So the receivers haven't gotten great separation, but you combine that with, Case is not able to drive the ball with precision to the sideline or just throw on a comeback or a hook to Robert Woods. Well, Robert Woods has somebody draped over him. Case just doesn't have it in him to do that stuff, where CJ does. So in that regard, I feel better about it. Obviously, though, still it's going to need to actually see it in person, because the offense hadn't been all that awesome for the couple last weeks that CJ was in there.
So as far as good things for the Texans and bad things for the Texans compared to a couple weeks ago, Seth, you get back CJ and Nico. That's great. How much does that get canceled out by the fact that they are going to be potentially dealing with major injuries along the defensive line compared to 2 weeks ago?
I'll tell you one thing. That at the very least, Jeffrey Simmons, who wasn't available the last time they played, the defensive tackle for the Titans, he's on IR now. So at least there's that. I was afraid that Simmons was going to be back and, looking down the road at this game. So it's huge if the defensive tackles can't play for the Texans. If both those guys are out, and Grenard and Anderson are all out, that's the strength of your defense right there. It's going to be tough to limit Derrick Henry and also mount a pass rush. They sacked Will Levis 7 times last week, or last time. And it's not like they won't be able to rush him at all. It's just not going to be as much of a driving force. So I really, really hope the tackles are healthy. And it would be awesome to get one of those defensive ends back. But as of yesterday, neither of those guys practiced, so I'm not super optimistic about it.
No, I'm not either. You could be going into this game. If we take not participating in practice thus far to translate into whether or not you play in the game, and obviously we still have today. The Sheldon Rankins and or Malik Collins could return to practice today. But let's pretend they don't.
Yeah.
You're going into this game with a starting defensive line, presumably, of Derek Barnett and Jerry Hughes as your defensive ends, and Kurt Heinisch and Khalil Davis as your defensive tackles. That's no disrespect to those guys. That's a major step down.
No disrespect to those guys, and let's remember that this defense is still also, even with all of their starting defensive linemen, they've allowed some huge chunk plays on the back end. They've been the worst team in the league in terms of allowing explosive plays on play action. So if you take away the pass rush too, they've got their work cut out for them. The one thing I might hope is that there's a little bit of another rebound effect, the same way there was after the Jets game, where if the Jets game, the Texans just made some really dumb errors defensively, bad mental errors, and they came back and they played really sharp versus the Titans. So maybe after an embarrassing defensive performance versus the Browns, you come back and you're totally sharp and mentally focused once again for the Titans.
Okay. Well, if they make the postseason, they're going to need to get rid of this whole thing where they need a really bad performance to wake the hell up the next time around.
The timing will be right, though, because they could have a bad performance versus the Colts but somehow win, and then go into the wild card game, or maybe they get you know what? Oh, they won't have a bye. Go into the home – if they go into a home game because they won the division championship, then they'll be dialed in for that game.
Still
it's the divisional round they have to worry about.
Yep, still a possibility, no doubt. All right, so along those lines, you hit the chunk plays there, the kind of game we expect. What kind of Derrick Henry do you expect? Derrick Henry was better again last week. The week following, who'd they play? Seattle, I think, last week. Derrick Henry threw a touchdown pass, scored a touchdown. He
threw a touchdown pass?
He did.
That's sneaky SOB.
Yeah. He threw a touchdown pass. So he looked a little more like the old Derrick Henry last week.
I feel like, Derrick Henry, watching him out there in those Oilers uniforms, and, obviously he took a picture with Earl Campbell before the game, and Eddie George, but Earl Campbell before the game. Maybe Derrick Henry, kind of like Earl Campbell went off to the Saints for his last few years. Maybe Derrick Henry comes to the Texans for his last few years.
Would you like that?
I would like that if he was used judiciously.
Yeah.
And especially maybe use his skill as a receiver a little bit more. Yeah, I'd be okay with that. Yeah.
You'd be down.
Oh yeah. No, I've always liked him I've always admired him as a player. He's never been a guy that I could, I never hated him or anything. I was just more impressed by him. Maybe I was a little scared of him. But I'd love to see him. But with a running back, obvious, you don't want to give him a huge contract.
Would he be? No, it would be, like a veteran kind of deal. Would he be a fit in this type of offense, Derrick Henry?
They run a lot of outside zone with the Titans, and he's very adept at it. And then he can also run. Now, he's not good behind bad offensive lines, and this Texans offensive line shows promise with their run blocking as of the last few weeks, but they need to get a little bit better to be Derrick Henry proof.
Running back, not to go too far off on this tangent, running back is a position that they're going to need to do some work on this offseason, the Texans, because Singletary's on a one-year deal. We don't know if Damen Pierce is ever going to fit in this offense the way that they hope he fits in the offense. And after that, it's Daria Gumbawale, and who's probably a free agent. Gumbawale feels like a guy who's always on one-year journeyman contract. Like running back is a position they're going to have some work to do in the offseason, the Texans. Is Tank Dell this important to this offense, Seth? And I know there's other things that go into these numbers, but since Tank Dell went down in the Denver game, literally since that play, so the rest of the Denver game and then the last three games, which I understand 2 of them were played with backup quarterbacks. But still, the numbers shouldn't be this drastic. Since Tank Dell's injury, the Texans have a passer rating as a team of 71, little over 71, which if it were over the course of a full year, that quarterback with a 71 rating would be 48th in the league in passer rating. They're averaging just a little over 4 yards per play, 4.05. If that were over the course of this season, that would be last in the league. Again, these are numbers since Tank Dell got hurt. They are 5.5 yards per pass attempt. If that were over the course of a full year, it would be last in the league. And finally, third down conversion. Since Tank Dell went out, they're at 25.5%. That would be last in the league if it were over the course of a full season. So they're literally doing things, Seth, at a level that is the worst in the league since Tank Dell went out in terms of yards per play, yards per pass attempt, and converting on third down.
You know, the scary thing, I think, with Tank Dell being gone is that there was a trend of getting more sacks already before, headed into that Broncos game, but of giving up more sacks, of CJ getting sacked more. I mean, you go from the Broncos game on, 5 sacks versus the Broncos. They let up 5 sacks versus the Jets, 4 versus the Titans, 3 versus the Browns. Those last couple, not CJ, obviously. But when you don't have somebody that's a very, very quick option right there in Tank Dell, and also somebody that I think in some ways, makes teams back off a little bit and less prone to blitz perhaps. That part of it is what's scary when you got a quarterback coming off a concussion. I also, look, Drew Scruggs getting beat was the reason that C.J. Stroud was concussed in the first place. Drew Scruggs had a couple pretty bad snaps where the defensive lineman got to the quarterback immediately in the game this past Sunday. So it's not like things have improved at left guard since C.J. Stroud went out. That part makes me nervous.
And Danico Autry got him against Tennessee, too.
Yeah.
Drew Scruggs. I mean, it's been every game since then, for sure. The Jets and the Browns last night, that game was on Amazon. I guess the Astros are still fair game for announcers out there?
Yeah. Al Michaels. So during the game, there was somebody in the Jets stadium close to the TV booth, which banging something that sounded, it was a very metallic, loud clanking. It was kind of annoying. And finally in the third quarter, Al Michaels had something to say about it.
Him this time. He keeps working him out. Now he goes back inside, and that blitz right there from Newsome allows him to get his hands. Here he comes late, disguises it. You think Jim Schwartz right now is dialing a few things up, the defensive coordinator for the Browns?
Somebody pounding on that trash can. I think the Astros must be in town. I'm sorry. Yeah. Go rip me. Out to the 34-yard line. Xavier Gibson.
Houston, we have a problem.
Did he say, I'm sorry, go rip me? Did he say go rip me?
Play the short version there, Chris.
We'll rip you.
Somebody pounding on that trash can. I think the Astros must be in town. I'm sorry. Yeah. Go rip me.
Go rip me. Okay. Done and done. Yes.
Kind of respect that.
Yeah.
I'm glad we got some life and personality out of you for at least a smidgen of time. I'll allow it. You know what? I'll allow it. This is like if somebody looks up from they're in an iron lung and they haven't spoken in 4 weeks. All of a sudden they make an Astros joke. All right, I'll allow it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's life in there somewhere. Life inside that cavernous thing you call a heart.
He smiled at the balloons, and then he made an Astros joke. Yeah.
Oh, God.
You can't kill him yet.
That's their last broadcast of the year, I think, right? The Amazon people, I think they're done.
Did they not do a final Thursday night broadcast?
I got the sense Chris shaking his head. That was their last one? Yeah.
Okay.
You can never tell. Like, that's another thing. Like, a lot of times when it's the last game, people are like, hey, thanks, everybody. Like, they're into it.
Yeah.
Like, Kirk and Al, I'm like, okay, I think that was their goodbye for the season. I'm not sure.
I'm going to tell you one thing. I think Al's still got something in him. It's just the problem is that Herb Street's not the guy to bring it out of him. And I'm not even blaming Herb Street. A lot of times this is just, Sean, it is in sports radio. Sometimes there's just two hosts that aren't incompatible. You've lived that life the last 4 or 5 years. So, no, but seriously, sometimes people just are incompatible. I think Herb Street just doesn't have the right level of energy and perhaps almost like edginess to get the most out of Al Michaels right now. And because I think there are other guys that might, because Herb Street's eminently polite.
Yeah.
He's not polarizing at all. In some respects, I feel like he's still feeling his way out as an NFL commentator. I feel like he just needs somebody that's a little bit more brash and bold. He needs Ross Tucker, damn it, is what he needs. Ross Tucker would keep Al Michaels on his toes, and he would keep him entertained and engaged.
And he himself would be entertaining. Ross Tucker would.
Yes.
I like that. You're right. He would keep Al Michaels entertained, but he would keep me entertained as a viewer, too.
Yeah, these TV executives don't have the gonads to do it.
I know.
Bunch of clown idiots.
He's kind of climbing the ranks, though, Ross. He did a couple SEC games on CBS this year.
Oh, okay. All right. Maybe I'll back off on the clown suits.
Let's not get him in trouble.
Yeah.
They're going to think
you put that through the telephone game, and it turns into somebody talking to, I don't know, whoever Les Moonves' replacement is, and saying, oh, all I know is that one of Ross Tucker's good buddies was thrashing the management at CBS.
Group text from Ross to Sean and Seth from Ross Tucker. Guys, could perhaps you on Football Friday talk about what clowns the CBS executives are?
Ross, actually, I had to talk with Ross once about how he was kind of having a casual conversation with an executive at a company he was working for once. And, the executive liked Ross's idea so much that he basically enacted a policy that without consulting Ross's boss himself, his immediate boss, and Ross's immediate boss was livid over it. And Ross was like, I was just having a conversation at the party.
Dude thought he went around him, huh?
Yeah.
That's great. I could just see Ross explaining himself. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, Football Friday. We're going to get you guys ready for the full weekend in the final segment. But up next, Bill O'Brien, QB evaluator, strikes again. This time, college football level. We will hear from a quarterback that got what looked like bad news from Bill O'Brien. Turns out Bill O'Brien was just wrong. We'll get to that. Alabama and Michigan on Monday, and Texas and Washington. All roads lead to NRG Stadium on January the 8th, so we've got a local interest.
January 8th?
January 8th, yeah.
Already?
Week from Monday.
I got in my mind, you know what, because it's in 2024, in my mind, somehow, even despite knowing that it's a 4-team tournament, this was like weeks away, Sean. It was now.
We're here,
but yeah, it's we're right here.
We're here.
2024 is upon us, as is the national championship right here in Houston.
Yep,
with potentially a Texas team.
Could be,
nice.
could be. Yep,
nice.
could be. Absolutely, yeah. And so Texas and Washington in one semifinal, Alabama and Michigan in the other. The media day, or the press conferences for Alabama were yesterday, and we learned from Jalen Milroe, Alabama's quarterback, who's had a really good season. He's from Katy. Really good second half of the season for Jalen Milroe. He'll be one of the big names heading into next season for sure. But if Bill O'Brien had his way, Jalen Milroe might not even be a quarterback right now.
Shoot, all my life, even when I was in college. Shoot, my own offensive coordinator, Bill O'Brien, told me I shouldn't play quarterback. So, there's a lot of things I can, have motivation on, and that is something I have motivation from.
What was your reaction to Bill O'Brien telling you that you shouldn't play quarterback? Do you remember how you felt when he said that?
How would you feel if I told you suck?
Probably wouldn't like it.
Okay then, so that's exactly how I felt, you know what I'm saying? So, biggest thing for me, be true to myself and, stay the same. Nothing changed about me. Only thing that changed me was I had the opportunity and I seized it. And so, for me, the biggest thing was just stay true to myself and, I had a bigger purpose than anyone's opinion.
Is there a position he wanted you to play or said you should be this position or that position, or he just...
He told me a bunch of business I could have switched to, but look where I'm at right now. So, you know what I'm saying? So who gets the last laugh?
I give Milroe a lot of credit, Seth. We'll get into the O'Brien part, but he got benched earlier this year. They brought in, their new OC is actually Notre Dame's old OC, Tommy Rees. And Tommy Rees brought, what's oh my God, the kid's name is escaping me. Oh, Tyler Buckner. He brought him with him from Notre Dame, who's now going back to Notre Dame to play lacrosse. That's how good a transfer that was for Alabama at quarterback. But Milroe was benched earlier this season, and now he's put himself in the middle of some really intriguing conversations for 2024, and he's a big reason why Alabama's in the playoff, despite being somewhere in the rankings. They were 8th in the rankings really, really late in the season. Were able to find their way back into the playoffs because of some huge wins down the stretch.
Yeah, I wonder. So when it comes to his relationship with Bill O'Brien. In 2022, particularly when he started one game in 2022, but he was 12 for 19, threw for 111 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception, and so I wonder what the working relationship was with Bill O'Brien after O'Brien had told him that. It's a bad trend that you're starting to see with Bill O'Brien. Given that, we know that he's got a fiery temper. I always, honestly, based on the Hard Knocks, my impression of him would have been that I felt like he was pretty honest with guys when he cut them, which is nice, as long as what you're doing is saying, hey, this is how we evaluate you. This is where we think you need to improve. But I would never want to be in a position where I would ever tell anybody you can't do something, and not even for out of being a good dude or anything, but because you're going to be wrong a lot of the time. There's just too many times in my life where I felt like he'll never be good, and then all of a sudden, lo and behold, oh wow, look at it. He worked at it. He got himself in the right system, and he ended up being good. Aren't I a jerk? So it's a hard time. I have a hard time understanding how Bill O'Brien could be in the NFL be in football, college and NFL for decades, and not at any point reflect back on the times he's been wrong. To the point where are you still cocky enough to tell a kid that he flat out can't do something? Now, if you're saying you can't do it on this team or what have you, so be it. That's just telling guys the whole cold hard truth. But there was still a part of me. There's a part of me that wants to almost hear both sides of the story. Obviously, except we've already heard one other person tell this almost exact same story, because Case Keenum, in his book, I listened to the audio version of his book, described a scenario in which After training camp in 2014, Bill O'Brien's first year here with the Texans, he cut Case Keenum. This is how Case Keenum tells the story.
I knew the Texans were going to release me once I got the call, so I drove to the facility feeling pretty bad. Bad, but not entirely hopeless. I wanted to face my destiny like a man. I also wanted to get some feedback from the coaches after they'd spent the offseason with me. I wanted to at least find out where I could improve and maybe even get some advice on taking the next steps as a player. That's not what happened. Coach O'Brien looked right at me and told me I'd never be more than a third-string quarterback in the NFL. I knew I hadn't performed as well as I could that preseason, but I couldn't help but feel some anger. He went on to give some more specifics, but I didn't process much after that. Here I am, coming off a season in which I started 8 games. Some good games, some bad games. And now I was being told that I couldn't play at this level? I'm not sure if he was trying to motivate me or what, but it definitely got my competitive juices flowing.
Yeah, so that last part is I don't know if he was trying to motivate me. I guess that's the one question would just be whether, all right, is that just his motivational tactic? Somebody earlier said, yeah, Mike Martz did that with Kurt Warner. I don't know, Mike Martz isn't known as like the warmest and cuddliest of creatures either. Yeah. But so I don't know if sometimes people like to disguise that as like, oh yeah, this is just a calculated attempt to motivate you. I honestly, I'm of the opinion that once you get to the NFL, yeah, you can push guys' buttons and everything, but there's a certain part of, like, if I have to tell a guy that I don't think he's ever going to be any good and that's what that guy uses to motivate him, then I probably really don't think he's actually ever going to be any good.
Yeah. And I guess I listen to that, you know, this Case thing, we've probably talked about it on the show before. It's just coming up again because of the Jalen Milroe thing. But I've never listened to the audio of that, so it's in listening to it. I guess the thing I would say is, and this is not defending O'Brien. I'm just trying to look at it from both perspectives. Like, yeah, Case started 8 games the year before. He was 0-8.
Right. Yeah.
You know, he was. It's not like he lit the world on fire the year before. And it's strange to me that he took it as personally as he indicates he took it as a guy who was undrafted coming into the league.
Well, I know, but I guess that's the thing, though, too, is that it's still somebody saying, basically, it reads or it sounds like give up on your dreams. It's almost like this is how we look at you. Now, it could be, okay, Bill O'Brien just being honest about what their assessment is. That part, and maybe as an older player, I would have appreciated a lot more. Ted Johnson and I have talked about this. Like, when you're a player, sometimes you're just like, I really wish they would just tell me exactly what their internal scouting report on me is. Because I really just, like, I want to work on what I can work on. But there's always that dynamic of, like, contract negotiation that's going on to where I don't think you ever really get an accurate assessment, even from your position coach, about just what they think of you. So maybe it's that. And that, yeah, in Case being, you know, less secure because he's a rookie, that, like, hearing that frank assessment maybe wasn't where he should have been at that point. Like, just to be clear, you know, whether you actually thought he only ever should have been a third stringer or not, it's good that he kept pressing forward because the Broncos at one point thought he was a starter and he got $25 million guaranteed.
That's right.
You know, so if you had taken Bill O'Brien's appraisal at face value and then just gone off to be an assistant coach in high school or something somewhere, he would have missed out on at least $25 million guaranteed from the Broncos.
Yeah, because he did say Bill O'Brien started saying other things, assessing him, but he couldn't focus because he was so caught off guard by the third string thing.
Yeah.
You know?
So that's why I still give Bill O'Brien some benefit of a doubt, other than there's a pattern emerging with Bill O'Brien. Well, that if he's given a frank assessment and then saying this is where we think you need to improve, like right now I look at you as a third string quarterback. If you do this and if you do this and if you do this, I would look at you as something different. Like, that's actually just good, frank, honest, and open discussion.
For sure. Yeah, my big takeaway is there's a lot of evidence out there that Bill O'Brien's not the greatest evaluator of talent. His GM tenure at the Texans would be one of those pieces of evidence, I would say. Case Keenum,
or at least not the best contract negotiator.
Yeah. So that's that, man. The Milroe thing was interesting, though. Like, Milroe sounds pissed.
Milroe, he still sounds pissed, and like Milroe, because I like, honestly, like a long time ago, I started just trying to not focus on various people that didn't think I was going to be able to do this or didn't be able to do that. It's just not, for me, it wasn't the right form of motivation. But yeah, there are, look, you meet a lot of jerks along your football journey and people that just flat out do tell you they don't think you're going to ever accomplish anything. And they're not doing it for motivational purposes. You can look at the rest of their lives and realize, like, oh, no, that guy's just a jerk. Okay. It'd be cool. I would respect it somewhat if it was some kind of a ploy or something. But he's not that bright. He's just a jerk. So there is a good chance that it's just that he's a jerk. And
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. All right, let's get ready. Sunday, Titans and Texans, home finale. Texans a 4-point underdog. They're down to a 4-point favorite. Texans down to a 4-point favorite in this game. The biggest playoff-related questions for the Texans this weekend and possibly next weekend, because we get a ton of them on Twitter and a ton of them on the text page. Just going to give you the Cliff Notes primer for what you need to know for the playoff race as we wrap up the week next.
from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, couple texts, and then we'll get into the playoff-related questions. A little primer to get you ready for this weekend. Simplify it for you. Lamont texts this in. Did either of you catch CJ saying he's had concussions before?
Yeah.
That's kind of concerning. Yeah, we did catch that. I forget which CJ cut it is, or else I would play it right now. But, yes, he did. He kind of just did a little drive-by on it and then proceeded to talk about dealing with this concussion. My big takeaway when I heard him say that, Seth, was I don't know if I was at Ohio State, I would like hearing CJ say that. Like, I don't recall CJ ever getting put in any sort of concussion hiatus at Ohio State.
Well, I wonder, though, too, I mean, yeah, it can also be, maybe in high school, college. Yeah, I guess, should they press him for details on that? The only thing is, I think it's probably hard to find anybody who hasn't had a concussion, whether diagnosed or not. And most of them go undiagnosed still. And reading about the concussion protocol, because to me, concussions are a little bit like COVID now, where there was a time where you're reading anything and everything about it, and then all of a sudden you realize, what's going on with COVID these days? I really haven't kept up.
Right.
I'm like that with concussions. So I started reading more about concussions and got more up to speed than I had been in a while. And the one thing that I guess I was still surprised at is that most of the professionals feel like, we still rely really heavily on self-reporting. And if guys don't self-report, it's hard to snag them all. It's hard to catch them all. So there's probably a lot of undiagnosed concussions, not as many as there used to be, and they're getting better at it in some respects. But there's still a lot of guys out there playing with concussions on any given Sunday. They just that have gone undiagnosed. So I would say I wouldn't worry about it too much, just because, CJ for the most part is maybe it's a good thing that if he's had concussions before, they've been diagnosed, and maybe there's some self-reporting involved in it, and it's not necessarily unique of a situation as it might feel like it is. Because there's a lot of guys out there that have had concussions that just weren't diagnosed.
Right. For purposes of closure on this topic, here is CJ answering the question: have you been through anything like this before?
Yeah, injury is a part of the game. I feel like concussions are a little different. I've had concussions before, but this one was probably the worst one I've had, just because I hit the back of my head and I hit the ground really hard. So that was what made it so bad. It was just I damn near hit my head on cement, kind of. It was cold, and the turf, I guess, isn't the best I've learned. I mean, it is what it is, and I'm just happy to be back.
All right, so there you go.
Good. No, I'm glad Lamont brought it up because, I had thought about it at the time and I forgot to write in the note down that it is notable that he's had him before. Again, it's just it's such a gray area. For whatever it's worth, he didn't miss any time with them at Ohio State, and he's missed time with it one time this year, but who knows?
One more text. Sean, this goes back to me pointing out how bottom of the barrel the Texans have been since Tank Dell went out in Week 13, that they are literally at numbers for yards per attempt, yards per play, and third down conversion that would be last in the league if they were over the course of a year. Sean, without CJ, Tank, and other injured players, we suck. You think? Yeah, we know. Here's what I'll say about that. I get what you're saying. Now, they are. My point was they are bottom of the barrel.
That's where it's worse. It's always, my rule about that. There's always, you can use excuses for anything except being the absolute worst at something.
Yes.
If you're the absolute worst, you're not the only team out there playing with backup quarterbacks right now.
That's right. And here's what I would say too about that, Seth. Given the fact that I think as long as D'Amico's the head coach, and I think as long as Bobby Slowick is the offensive coordinator, the standard for comparison for this team is going to be the San Francisco 49ers. Because that's where they both came from. That's the offense they're just, particularly offensively, because that's the offense they're trying to run. San Francisco deals with injuries all the time, even at quarterback, and the thing keeps moving. You know what I mean? So I think to me, and I'm not saying the Texans should be that way right now. Again, to me, the fact that they lose these guys and they're this bad, I think is indicative of the fact that there's still a ton of work to do with this team. They don't have depth like San Francisco does. They haven't implemented their offense to the extent that San Francisco has. They don't have Kyle Shanahan either. They've got Bobby Slowick. So I think that's one of my takeaways is all right, well, part of this Kubshanistan offense is that if you have the right amount of depth, it can be plug and play.
Yeah.
It's very systematic.
I think if anything, right, like as the listener is putting it, obviously it's a little bit more extreme. Like he's basically saying, duh. Yeah, of course they're. So there's a difference between being not as good as you were with those guys, but then there's a huge difference in being the worst in the league. And it's more of an indication, as you said, that, look, this team lacks depth. It's on defense, on offense. But the encouraging thing is that at the very least, when you were playing with your top-level guys, man, that's a hell of a competitive football team. And now it's just a matter of building in the depth underneath and being a more complete football team.
Absolutely. All right, so this is a huge weekend for the Texans. This game is about as must-win as it gets. If you lose this game and the Colts win their game, you can't catch the Colts at that point, and you already can't catch the Browns. Your chances of making the playoffs, you need help. Like, you need the Bills to lose a couple games, including one to the Patriots this weekend, to get into the dance. So it's a huge, huge game. Both these games are massive this week and next week. All right, so the important questions you need to know. Number one, so Sean and Seth, if they just win these last two games, they're in the playoffs, right? Correct. They will be in. They win and they're in, for sure. They could be as high as the number 6 seed. More likely, they'd be the number 7 seed, but they could be either the 6 or 7, or, question number 2, how likely is a division title for the Texans, since all three teams are tied at 8 and 7 atop the division right now? Somewhat of a long shot. It's like 10%, 12%, depending on where you look, mostly because they need the Jaguars to lose a game. Both the Colts and the Texans need the Jags to lose a game if they're going to win the division. The Jags have the advantage on all the tiebreakers.
Yeah,
right now.
yeah.
So the division title is still in play, but we need Bryce Young to come through.
Is the Jags' strength still, though? It's like it's strength of schedule, isn't it, or strength of victory? It's not like one of the slam dunk ones.
It's the fact that if it's a 3-way tie, then they're 3-1 against the Texans and the Colts. They do it's head-to-head among all three of those teams.
Amongst common opponents in the division? Or
No. Okay. Just among the three of them. The Jags, Colts, and Texans, if it's a 3-way tie.
Okay, it's record against those opponents.
Against those teams, yeah.
Okay.
And the Jags are 2-0 against the Colts and 1-1 against the Texans.
Okay,
hence
gotcha.
3-1 against both those teams. If it's a 3-way tie.
I think I want you this weekend to memorize all these, and then I'm going to quiz you on the tiebreaker thing.
It'll be fun Monday, man.
Get some, yeah, that'd be great radio.
Okay, number 3. Okay, what if they lose this weekend, the Texans? What if they lose to the Titans? Then what? Then they're 8-8. Here's the answer. They'll definitely need help to make the postseason. Even if they beat the Colts in Week 18, they definitely would prefer to have the Colts lose to. If they lose to the Titans, they better damn well hope the Colts lose to the Raiders.
Okay.
You've got Cincinnati and Pittsburgh both lurking at 8 and 7 right now, so they're still kind of hanging in the mix too. And if my math is right, the Texans can't catch the Colts if they lose this weekend and the Colts win. So it's a huge. If they lose to the Titans, their chances of making the playoffs, which as of right now, depending on where you look, Seth, you look at this stuff as much as I do, 35, 40%, something like that. I'm seeing.
We both look at it, but you comprehend it better.
Okay.
I get overwhelmed real quickly. There's just too many different permutations.
Yeah, they're about 35 to 40% to make the playoffs right now. My guess is if they lose to the Titans, it's well under 10% to make the postseason.
Yeah,
because they can't catch the Browns, and at that point, they can't catch the Colts.
I'll look
if the
at
Colts win this weekend.
So, according to the New York Times, right now they have a 41% chance of making the playoffs.
Yep.
If they lose to the Titans, stop it, phone. If they lose to the Titans, it's calculating right now. It's going through 76,012 simulations. The Texans have a 14% chance to make the playoffs.
Okay, that's actually better than I thought. Well,
yeah.
I don't know if you were to add on the Colts beating the Raiders this weekend, my guess is that thing goes way down.
Yeah,
that's probably
okay. So if the Titans lose,
the Texans
lose. Excuse me, if the Texans lose, and you want the Colts to win,
yes.
In that instance...
Yeah, I'm guessing it's well under 10%.
Yeah, where the hell... There we go. Okay, all right, it's running simulations, Sean.
Oh, man.
This one's going to give us 70... Oh, it's only gets 66,000 simulations.
Okay, well, I don't know about this.
In that instance, the Texans have a 6% chance to make the playoffs.
That's about what it felt like. Yeah, so, this is... The Texans game against the Titans and the Colts game against the Raiders is massive this weekend.
Dude, and even if the Raiders win but the Texans lose, the Texans only have a 23% chance.
Yeah.
So it's not like they just beat the Titans, okay?
You got to beat the Titans, man.
Make this as simple as possible and beat the damn Titans.
You got to beat them this weekend. If you lose to the Titans, it is serious, serious damage to your playoff possibilities.
If you beat the Titans, okay, never mind. Just beat the Titans.
Beat the Titans. Yeah, beat the Titans. Hey, looking ahead, and maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, and people accuse me of jinxing it because I'm looking past the Titans. But just looking ahead to Week 18, because they don't put the schedule together for Week 18 till Week 17 is over in terms of what time people play.
Oh yeah,
I think there's a decent chance that the Texans could wind up in prime time. If it's Texans versus Colts for the division, the Texans versus Colts for the playoff spot, there's very few games in Week 18 that I looked at that you go, okay, well, that's definitely having playoff ramifications.
Right.
You know, like maybe Buffalo at Miami, depending on how this week plays out. That could be for the division. That could be for Buffalo's playoff life. Maybe the Rams at San Francisco. They're not battling for the division, but San Fran's still in it for the 1 seed, and the Rams are battling for a playoff spot. But the Colts and the Texans are the only game that really has a great chance of being literally like a playoff game.
The only thing that I don't like about that is if the Texans end up getting the Sunday night game and they win and they're in the playoffs, they're all but guaranteed to have that Saturday noon slot because that's our spot, baby. We own Saturday afternoon in the wild card round, do we not?
That's a great point.
Yeah. So I might rather have them play one of these Saturday games so they have a full week of rest before the least marquee slot possible.
That is a great point.
Now, though, if they're playing the Browns or somebody like that, then they in the wild card game, then they might boost it up to a more primetime slot.
Maybe. Yeah. Sean, that's a bad take. The Texans are not being compared to the 49ers. They're not even in the same stratosphere. Sir, you don't listen. 773, you don't listen. I said they're not as good as the 49ers. I said as long as DeMeco Ryans is the head coach and Bobby Slowick is the offensive coordinator, that's kind of the model they're being compared to. That's what I meant to say. So, that's what I implied, I thought. But obviously, you thought that I was saying
it's like
the Texans.
Saying
obviously, you thought I think the Texans are the second best team in the NFL. Texter, yeah.
It's like if I go to the gym and I got a poster of Arnold Schwarzenegger up on my home gym because I want to look like Schwarzenegger. It doesn't invalidate my my strategy or my hopes or my dreams.
Yeah.
But certainly, I'm not comparing myself directly to Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Tell that to 6773. Basically, thinks you just said you're Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, well, he complimented a couple of my takes earlier, so I'm gonna say that just for my own ego, I'm gonna say he was accurate. That you were dumb about your 49ers
bigger idiot than I thought he was.
Yes.
Brandon Scott, Landry Locker.
What's up, man? Texter's got you offsides, huh?
Huh?
Texter's got you offsides. In your field, man.
No. He said I had a bad take, and that was he was misquoting my take.
Probably did.
Yeah.
You probably did. It's all good.
But he probably thought you were more of a homer than you really actually are.
If
he thinks you're comparing the Texans to the San Francisco 49ers.
I brought up some numbers that indicate that the Texans, since Tank Dell was out, they're like last, equal to being last in the league in yards per play, yards per attempt, third down conversion. And all I said was that's sort of an indication that, like in San Francisco, they've got the machine built. They've got the same blueprint for the machine, but their machine is such that they can lose pieces and they just still keep moving the football.
Yeah, they're better.
They're better, yeah. The Texans, that's the goal, is to become that kind of machine.
Yeah, for sure.
How you guys doing?
We're doing awesome.
Good,
This
man.
is like the most epic football Friday ever because the next 3 days are elite. Like you just go into what you got tomorrow, obviously what you got on Sunday, what you got on Monday, what you're going to be reacting to. It's like it really doesn't get much better than this.
I hope my kids and my family and everybody that's close to me is ready for me not to
leave you alone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because we've had Christmas. The kids haven't been in school for the last week and a half, 2 weeks, or whatever it's been. Tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, leave me alone.
Yeah, it's big.
Leave me alone.
Big.
You should go get the flu or something. Keep
them away.
You ever be like violently ill but kind of appreciative for it because you have you have a perfectly valid excuse to just sequester yourself away from the world?
Violently, no, but I always am pretty good at finding a reason to sequester myself. If need be, so I don't need the illness.
We don't need to bring microbiology into this. Yeah.
You know what you need to do? You need to go get a vasectomy today. You need to go get one because by doctor's orders, they have to stay away from you. They can't like gather around and jump on you or whatever. You got to keep people at a distance for 3 days. Yeah. That's why I got mine done during March Madness back in the day.
I'm not opposed to lying about it.
Yeah,
and just
say you got one.
Oh yeah,
okay,
that'll work.
They're not listening right now, or anything.
No,
okay,
of
good.
course not.
All right,
I got mine done when I was 13 during haying season, so I didn't want to stack hay.
I don't blame you.
Sorry, Grandpa. Just got a vasectomy.
At age 13. All right, you're listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Seth, antibodies to you. I'll see you out at outside Bud Light Plaza, 9 a.m. on Sunday.
Antibodies, and I hope you get a 24-hour bug to you.
Thank
That's how
you.
much I care about you.
I appreciate that. I can watch my football.
Real
All right,
love.
Landry Locker, Brandon Scott, and who's in producing? Is it Chris?
Jace.
Oh, it's Jace. Okay,
Yeah,
I saw
Jace
Chris
is
still sitting in there. And Jace is in for Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
All right, man. I'm telling you, B. Scott, I know that there's a house money conversation. I know what the expectations were at the start of the year, but I've come to the conclusion that a loss on Sunday would be a way to make this season a disappointment for me. And I don't adjust my expectations based on preseason I adjust my expectations based on preseason predictions. Yep. I don't use that as the gospel. If the Texans lose to the Indianapolis Colts final game of the season, okay, it happens. It happens. But in this situation, against that team, they're having Pride of Houston Day down the street. That's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that the Titans wore the Oilers uniforms against the Texans. It's not a coincidence that Pride of Houston Day, or whatever the hell they want to call it, is taking place down there. Yep. Probably going to be the fullest house of the season, too, with all of the passion. You have your quarterback back. You're facing a team that might not even be trying to win. You can't lose this game.
Probably shouldn't be trying to win.
You can't lose this game. If they lose this game, for me, I'm going to look back at this season as, does it mean I'm going to sour on the future? No. But I'm going to look at this season as a disappointment. You cannot lose this game.
Yeah, no, I'm 100% with you, man. I came into the week with the thought of and with the feeling of there are no excuses. Now, some things have changed since I originally had that thought, but I still stick with it when you talk about C.J. Stroud coming back. You talk about this being a team that you've already beaten, and then even forget that part of it. Just the fact that the Titans are not good. It is a bad team, and you have an opportunity to be in the playoffs. You don't have an excuse to be losing to no bad team with the season essentially on the line.
I mean, it'd be embarrassing.
Like to me, that's that part of it. You remember last year? I think it was last year at NRG when they played the Titans and they had Malik Willis out there, and like the Texans were losing. It's like, man, how are you losing to this bad of a team? Well, it's like, okay, you're a bad team too. You're supposed to be elevated now. Like you're supposed to be on the level of, you know, the teams that are actually playoff worthy against a team that is right now talking about like go over to Tennessee and see what they're talking about right now. Oh, we can finish no worse than we'll pick no worse than 9th. We can pick as high as 5th. What does Will Levis need for support? Like they're having the conversations in Tennessee that we were having here last year and the year before. Whereas right now we're talking about a legitimate playoff team. I don't see the excuse for losing this game. Absolutely not. Tell me that the defensive line is missing. Tell me that you don't have Tank Dell. Tell me that C.J. Stroud is fresh off of a concussion. None of that is good enough for me.
Here's the other thing about it. 2 weeks ago, we were talking about the win against the Tennessee Titans. You won without C.J. You won without a bunch of pieces. And I remember Sean Pendergast sitting right here and saying, man, that was one of the most resilient wins in the history of the franchise.
Yeah.
And I remember myself sitting right here after Sean and saying, you know, that was D'Amico's win. That right there was that was D'Amico establishing an identity. If you lose this game in this situation, you're basically canceling it out.
Yeah.
You don't want to cancel out something like that. You can't cancel that out, especially when you got your quarterback. So, yeah, sure. If you expected the Texans to win X amount of games and now they win these, if you just want to play with house money, don't even watch the game.
Yeah.
If you're just already satisfied, just don't even watch the game. But in the NFL, the year-to-year, the week-to-week, stuff changes. It gets adjusted. You can't lose this. In any layer of the organization, you can't lose this. You can't lose this from a standpoint of people who are actually going to get their ass out there and watch the game. You can't lose it from a perspective of D'Amico and CJ. You can't lose it based on everything that you've done up to this point. Indianapolis, completely different story.
Yeah.
But you cannot lose this game. Disappointment if the Texans lose this one. I would look back on this season and just say,
Nah, I agree 100%. But let me speak to the house money crowd real quick. I want to talk to that section of the audience just briefly because I don't want y'all to think that y'all got to have like tunnel vision on this. You can have your cake and eat it too. You can have split focuses, split ideas, or split like visions on how this season could go or how this season should go, what this season actually means. Yeah, you can be satisfied with the fact that the Texans are way better than anybody was giving them credit for, that they're even in the playoff race, that they've won as many games as they have, that they seem to have the head coach going forward, that they seem to have the quarterback going forward. You can be happy about all of that and take it in stride. That doesn't have to distract or deflect from the fact that you've got to win this game. Like, to me, I believe both things are true, but are also separate. So, yeah, you can have the house money. Yeah, I'm excited for the future. I love what the Texans are building. I love the direction and all of that. You can feel that way and still hold them accountable for a game that they are supposed to win, that they absolutely should win, that they need. I mean, anything that you're excited about with this team, whatever you're excited about with the future, what you do in this moment is reflective of that. Like if how you said you wouldn't feel worse about the future if they lost this game.
Yeah.
But you would have to feel like a little bit worse about like how they perform in big moments. Like maybe it gets better eventually, but this would be, to me, a good sign of what's to come. Hey, a game that you have to have, a letdown that you cannot afford, you go out there and you make it happen. Like, to me, you got to do that. You got to do that. Like that is part of the good feeling. Hey, we got a quarterback. Hey, you got a head coach. Hey, you got an organization that's headed in the right direction, takes care of business exactly when they're supposed to. Like, to me, that's like non-negotiable. Should be.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, for all the injuries and stuff, there's not going to often be a time where, Joe Burrow's out for the season, and all these other guys are out this season. So as much as we talk about the Texans and we talk about, how bad the injuries have been, they've been. It's been kind of a league-wide thing, and D'Amico will be the first to tell you that. There's kind of layers to this, right? Because we're going to get to a point where if they beat the Titans and they take care of business like they should, then next week it's going to be two teams, two first-year coaches trying to take that next step, and that'll be the next layer of conversation. But I can assure you that, and I don't want to speak for the Indianapolis fan base, but I just don't. I couldn't imagine a situation where in Indianapolis right now, they're sitting there saying, "Well, if we lose the next two and we don't get to the playoffs, because they really just have to beat the Texans, depending on what happens around them. Well, we're playing with house money. They expected us. They didn't expect much from us, so we're just playing with house money." This is not a unique situation. Like, this is not like what the Texans are doing right now is not unique. It's not like, oh, wow, we were picked last in the Big 12 and we're going to end up playing in the Cotton Bowl or something like that. This happens every year in the NFL, and teams take advantage of it. Last year it was the Giants. They went from 4-12 to 9-7-1. Before that, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, they improved their win total by 5 and 6. It happens literally every year. We can go down the list. It's literally happened we can go all the way to 2013 and we can just stop right there when Kansas City went from 2 to 11 wins. So it's not like this is just some sort of, like, as great as it's been and as bad as stuff's been and as low as expectations were and as much as, some people didn't expect much from this squad, it's not like some sort of magical thing. It'll happen next year in the NFL. It'll happen after that. So you got to take advantage of the opportunity. It's not as bad. I know it's been bad, but this is just put yourself in position to where the Indy game matters. Finish the final home game, depending on what happens with Jacksonville. Get through it. Give everyone some good vibes, and then we can start talking about house money.
Yeah.
Well, I might be talking about house money against Indianapolis. I can assure you I'm not going to sit here and say, well, if they win this is the one that you've got to get through this, and then we can start talking about house money, and we can start just throwing the chips on the table recklessly.
Yeah, everything that you just laid out is also part of why I hated the conversation of being on a 2 or 3 year plan. Oh, you can't compete until 2024, or build your team and then get your quarterback. You're this many years away from competing. I hated that. So, like, that's a perfect way of laying out how quickly things can turn in the NFL. And we see that not just year to year, but week to week. Like, the conversations that we're having in the NFL from week to week change just based off of the injuries and all of that. But I'll point this out, too, and another reason why this moment is so important, and I don't think it's overselling it. The AFC, I think the fact that you have one, and then Cleveland is emerging. I'd say Baltimore and Cleveland right now feel like teams that are really, really good. But the fact that you've got this many teams that are in the mix for, like, that you've got 5 or 6 teams that are sort of in the Texans space right now, that is the landscape. I think you've got to be taking advantage of that as well. Like, that's not something that was necessarily in your control or that you had anything to do with, but you do benefit from the fact that, look, there's not really much of a juggernaut in the AFC, certainly not in your own division. Like, the division is still in play. You need help, but even that is still in play. Like, I don't think that you can, like, just kind of, let moments like this just get away from you. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta seize on that opportunity when, hey, you're not necessarily all that great. You're kind of a middling team, but this is the year where it seems like middling teams can do things.
Yeah.
So you got to take advantage of it.
And you just mentioned, look at the AFC. Like, I think Baltimore, I'm not even going to try to nitpick Baltimore. Baltimore right now would be, like, if you ask me, like, what's the best team in the AFC, I would say Baltimore. But just looking at what you're saying, and this is the question, 713-572-4610, what's stopping the Texans from making some noise in the playoffs? What's stopping them from making a run? And I know they have needs. We know that they're a flawed football team. We know they have issues, but just go down the list. Miami, Jalen Waddle, it looks like he might miss the entire season, and Miami's got their own issues. Kansas City has no receivers, and they're kind of flat. Jacksonville has a quarterback who seems like he's hurt every other week, and they're a little bit still. Cleveland's winning games with Joe Flacco. You can make a case right now that Baltimore and Buffalo are the two teams, and Buffalo has kind of shown their flaws that are playing the best football right now in the AFC. So my question would be this. If you think you're playing with house money, if you think that, that losing this game would not make the season a disappointment, my question would be, what's stopping the Texans from making some noise in the playoffs? What's stopping the Texans from winning a playoff game? C.J. Stroud's back. You have a team that has had some impressive wins, and you have a bunch of flawed AFC teams. My question would be, what would stop them? Like, what stranger things have happened than C.J. Stroud and this Texan squad winning a playoff game or winning a couple of playoff games? So when you have this opportunity in front of you, like, my question would be, like, what's stopping them?
Well, just let's call it 3 weeks ago, I was sold on the idea that the Texans could go on the road and win a playoff game, and if everything fell correctly for them, that they could even go to the AFC Championship game. Like, and that had just as much to do with the AFC landscape that we're talking about as it did the Texans, if we're being honest about it. Then what they did right after that was go on the road and lose to the Jets and get shut out in a half and give up 30 points in the second half. And I felt a lot less confident about that. So to answer your question, I would say what's stopping them? Maybe an offensive line that they spent too much money on that's not as good as we thought it was going to be. Maybe a pass defense that should be a lot better that's not as good as we would like for it to be. Maybe an inconsistent pass rush, inconsistent run game. Like, there are things that we can nitpick.
There are things.
But to our point here that we're both making, every team is flawed.
Yeah.
Every team has something that you can say, and I'm sure every fan base is doing this. Oh, well, here's why my team can't make it, but also looking around at the rest of the league and saying, well, here's why they can, because everybody got their own problems. So, yeah, no, the Texans got plenty of reasons why they couldn't make a run, and I'm not saying I'm sitting here still expecting them to make a run, but they absolutely got to win this game on Sunday.
Yeah,
the Titans.
You win this game, and who knows what we see from C.J. Stroud. If C.J. Stroud, like, if the Texans, let's say they get healthier, and they need to, but let's say they get healthier, and let's say that CJ plays like he did at peak CJ earlier in the season. I mean, who's to say? I mean, who wants to play the Texans? Like, who wants to face CJ? Now, he doesn't have Tank Dell, which is a big thing. But who wants to face? Like the Ravens don't have Mark Andrews.
Yeah.
The Dolphins don't have Jalen Waddle. So as much as we can sit here and we can say, man, you know, they're just missing Tank Dell. Snap the finger. Okay, well, I mean, look above you. Look at the team. Christian Kirk's hurt. So this notion that like, oh well, they don't have Tank Dell. That's not how it's going to work. Like there's always going to be a situation. Mark Andrews is Lamar Jackson's favorite receiver. He's out. Jalen Waddle, he's better than Tank Dell. He's their number 2 receiver. Christian Kirk, he's Jacksonville's number 1. So this notion that, oh well, you don't have Tank Dell, so you got that. This is it's really going to come down to the quarterback. The question I want to get into in like 5 minutes is how much we'll hear from him, thank God, for the first time in 22 days. Not that anyone's counting. But, like, what can we really expect from C.J. Stroud? Can you ask him to do too much? And these are questions that I don't have the answer to. Like, the only thing that I can say right here in absolutes, and if you disagree with me, it's fine. But the only thing I can say in absolute is losing to the Tennessee Titans makes this season a disappointment. Based on everything you've accomplished up to this point, based on the fact that the quarterback's coming back, losing to this Tennessee Titan team in that stadium on that day makes this season a disappointment. I don't care what expectations are. If you win that game, all bets are off, and really anything can happen.
Yeah, and I just rattled off all of the reasons why maybe they couldn't make a run, but they got 2 really important reasons of why they could that I would lean on. And not just for the playoffs, but specifically going into this game. They got a quarterback, and they've got a defense that I wouldn't say is necessarily great, but it is opportunistic. They do go out there and get some takeaways. The secondary, I think, has been kind of feast or famine. The front has been, I would say, somewhat inconsistent, but they get to the quarterback here and there. Like, they've got a defense that I feel like turns the ball over enough, and a quarterback, to me, that is a recipe for upset alert. Like, team that's better than the Texans, Baltimore, Miami.
I want to go to Kansas City.
I would love to go to Kansas City.
That's my dream. I want to go to Kansas City. I want Taylor Swift in the stands, and I just want to see what the Texans can do.
That's the team that I'm not sure is better than the Texans. So, yeah, I'd love – no, I'm not sure. I mean, they got Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid.
Their defense is better.
I'll give you that. But
their defense ain't Cleveland's, and I don't even think it's the Jets.
But their offense is almost comically bad right now.
All you'd have to do is stop Travis Kelce, the ghost of Travis Kelce.
Right,
with hickeys on his neck and stressed out because he has to get Taylor Swift's birthday perfect and all that.
Yeah.
And then on the outside, the receivers. No, like, for me, the dream scenario is this. Go to Kansas City. Whatever happens, happens. Win out these games, go to Kansas City. See what happens.
Yeah.
Get a crack at them.
And Kansas City
maybe they flip the switch, who knows?
Well, they should be on upset alert no matter who makes it into that last spot, whether it's the Texans or the Colts or whatever ends up happening. Like they got issues. But again, back to the Texans to localize it for a minute. How can you not be chomping at the bit at an opportunity like that? A down KC squad, how long they going to be down? A down KC squad, a down AFC. And you're playing with house money. You're ahead of schedule, which I acknowledge.
If you win this game, I think you're playing. I'll get into playing with house money if you win this game.
But what I'm saying is because you're playing with house money, you got to win this game.
We deserve
because you're playing with house money.
Last year, a year ago today, we sold our souls, and we were the Texans were facing the Indianapolis Colts the final week of the season, and a loss would have benefited. No matter how it worked out, like they would have benefited from a loss. And Indianapolis benefited from a loss. We need to come full circle from 2023 to 2024, and we need a road game in Indianapolis against the Colts with everything on the line. You cannot lose that effing game to the Tennessee Titans. Cannot happen. The good news, C.J. Stroud's back. He spoke for the first time in over 3 weeks. We'll hear what CJ had to say, and we'll answer this question. How much is too much to expect from the quarterback of the Houston Texans? An epic football Friday continues next.
Houston. Let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
CJ Stroud, he exists. He speaks. 22 days. We went 22 days without hearing CJ Stroud speak. We'll see him on the football field Sunday against the Tennessee Titans, the old Oilers. Those Nashville folks are coming to town, and it's Houston Pride Day, whatever the heck that means. That's one of the weirder promotions that they've done. I thought that was every week, but
yeah, I did too.
Whatever. CJ Stroud spoke, though, and it was good to hear from CJ Stroud. Missed a couple of games with a concussion. Let's hear from him, and then let's ask the question, what is too much to expect from CJ Stroud during this final stretch in which your Houston Texans control their own destiny? Take it away, CJ.
It's great being back. I missed it. I feel like everything that happened, I wouldn't say it happened for a reason, but it was kind of something that I guess God wanted me to go through. It was tough. It wasn't easy. But my teammates held it down as best as they could, and I appreciate them for that. And now I'm back, and I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to just do my job again.
You were out for a couple weeks, which seems like a pretty serious injury. I wonder, was it scary? Was there any time where you were worried?
No, I wouldn't say it was scary. It was just the right precautions and the right steps that I had to take to see progress. It wasn't overnight. And the thing about concussions that I've learned is that it's not one-off fits all. It's whatever that situation is. And for me, it was a little different than others, or it was just unique to what I went through on the field. So the training staff did a great job of just making sure that I was okay and wasn't forcing it and trying to come back too fast. And I appreciate them for just being honest throughout the whole process and everything. But yeah, it was tough, but we're through it now, and I'm excited to play. I feel great. Yeah, I feel really good. I feel back to myself, which was the biggest thing. So.
How was that having being on the
I would say it was it is what it is type of thing. It wasn't something that I was I wasn't mad at the world or mad at anybody or mad at a guy. I was just man, it's something that I got to go through, and I got to just fight through it. Another piece of adversity that I'm faced with. How am I going to react? So I didn't try to get too up, too down, and I really was just trying to be supportive of my teammates. So I was texting them throughout the week, and I was keeping up with the game plans and stuff. So it was tough to watch because, of course, I wanted to play. But at the end of the day, it was nothing I could do. So I wasn't gonna try to control something that I couldn't control and just get mad. So I just tried to stay calm.
CJ, you got in a lot before your concussion. Is having this time off help your body?
Yeah, I feel like any time off. This is the most I've actually not done anything physical all year. From August of 2022, preparing for my season with Ohio State, I haven't stopped since then, So I haven't had a week or two break since that time before fall camp in college. So yeah, it was good for me to kind of catch up and let my shoulder rest a little bit, and other little nicks and pains that I had. So it definitely helped.
You guys have a real shot at continuing to do some of those goals that you guys always had as far as players.
Yeah, I feel like it's cool just to see your teammates go out there and get a kind of third perspective, because my perspective has always been from the sideline or in the game. So I actually got to see some things that we can work on, from a visual standpoint on a TV level. Not trying to look cool or nothing, but just trying to control our emotions better, things like that. And I feel like just that perspective of the game definitely helped. And I feel like, man, we're right where we're at. We gotta appreciate the work that we've put in, but at the same time, just get one at a time and build keep building for hopefully making the playoffs, and that's definitely the goal, and just go from there. So, I mean, we got to start with Tennessee, which is a really hard challenge. As you can see last time we played them, they played us really tough, and Mike Vrabel does a great job mixing up the defense and stuff like that. So, it's definitely, I feel like we're where we're at for a reason, and we got to just keep going.
What was it like the first time you got back in the huddle with your guys and just you actually be there and do everything they're doing?
It was cool. I mean, it was right back like today and yesterday where it felt like I didn't miss at all. It felt like my groove kind of got back. I think Stroud has done a great job of getting me back in my rhythm and getting my timing and stuff down for this week's prep. And I feel like he's done a good job of putting live game situations. And I think hopefully going to come back and do as well or as better as I've been doing, and that's the plan, and I hope that comes true. So I'm excited for these next couple games and this opportunity. All right, God bless.
Well, there you go, CJ Stroud. So here's my question. Landry Locker, Brandon Scott, Football Friday here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. My question is, how much should we expect from CJ Stroud down this final stretch? And I ask this question not because I don't believe CJ Stroud's capable of putting together or duplicating the magic that we saw early in the season, but the physical and mental toll that he's gone through up to this point, where obviously the beating that he was taking speaks for itself. I thought it was interesting, McClain talking about being able to rest the body for 2 weeks, which could be another element of it.
Yeah.
But the physical and mental toll, you always talk about rookie walls and stuff like that. You hear about that. Like, what can we expect from C.J. Stroud? That would be question one. Question two, how is C.J. Stroud going to play? Because we saw times where he would hold on to the ball a little longer, extend plays, and make great plays. There were times where Slowick maybe wanted him to play more within the offense. Like, is there a balance there that's good? Does he just go back to playing the way he did? And how does Bobby Slowick call the game?
Yeah.
Like, what is Bobby Slowick going to do? Is Bobby Slowick going to get conservative? Is he going to try to force the run? There's just a lot of elements to where I'm hesitant. I'm not dismissing C.J. Stroud, coming back and being what he was when we were even having MVP discussions with him. But I am hesitant to sit here and say, okay, you're going to get elite quarterback play at the snap of a finger now that C.J. Stroud is back. Is that fair?
Yeah, see, the last point that you mentioned is the one that I'm really on, and that is, how are they going to call the game? What measures are the Texans as a coaching staff and as a personnel group around C.J. Stroud, what measures are they going to take to protect him? Because I think that's just as much of a priority as anything, especially if you're going to have him out there. And you need him, you got to have him out there. He's going to be out there. What measures you're going to take to protect him, I think is just as important as anything, because in terms of questions, because we already have seen what C.J. Stroud is capable of. We know what C.J. Stroud can be and what he can do. Now, is it fair for us to expect him to do those things? I'm not exactly sure, but what I do think is, like, concrete and for certain is it's their job to work around the issues that they have. And the issue is, look, whatever we can expect from C.J. Stroud, the issue is that he's coming off of a concussion that kept him out of the game and kept him out of games for 2 weeks. The fact that what you just mentioned, we haven't even heard from the guy in 20-some-odd days, in 22 days, like, that's a concern. So, like, you have to protect this guy. He's your present and your future. To me, I'm more intrigued, more than anything, because I know what C.J. Stroud is, and I'm expecting, if he's going to be out there, I'm expecting him to perform at a certain level. But more than anything, I'm concerned about how do they game plan around it? What type of running game do they have? I know it's always a funny question whenever we talk about it, because it's like up and down all the time. But can they actually run the ball? We've seen them do it against the Titans before, just a couple of weeks ago. Are they going to be this greedy-ass offense that they've been all year, where they got to take all of these damn deep shots because C.J. Stroud's so talented and Bobby Slowick's this boy wonder and we're cooler than everybody, so we got to challenge everybody and stretch the field? Or can we do some simple stuff? Can we do some simple stuff that sort of negates the fact that you don't have a great offensive line and that you haven't protected your quarterback all of that well. Like, those are the things that I'm intrigued by.
Yeah, it's going to be wild. And it is going to be – the one thing we can say is he's better than Case Keenum. Yes. Yeah, he probably would have been better than Case Keenum the last 2 weeks, if we're being honest.
Concussed?
I've seen enough. Yes, I've seen enough of that. Coming up next, the best display of trash talk of the week has me wanting something for C.J. Stroud sooner rather than later, plus the state of the race. Let's take our eyes off our own paper and localize it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
CJ is back, but what does that mean? To me, it means he absolutely gives you the best.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Texans Titans, big one. Can't lose it. Can't lose it. Would be a disappointing season. I don't want to hear about anything else. You win this one, we could start talking house money, but you gotta win that one. Landry Locker, B. Scott M. for John Lopez. So, games of interest this weekend, and we'll hear the biggest display of trash talk this week that I thought was awesome. I listened to it 3 times, and it has me wanting something for C.J. Stroud and for the Houston Texans for the next time this opportunity is in front of them. But let's look at the games of interest, and let's just kind of like go through and talk about the overall feels, the teams that the Texans are competing with, are the teams that the Texans are trying to get to their level as we take our eyes off our own paper here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So the Browns kicked off Week 17 with a 37-20 win over the Jets. I'm just going to confess this. A, I think Kevin Stefanski should be Coach of the Year.
Agreed.
B, I'm kind of pulling for the Browns. I've stopped caring about the draft pick a long time ago. I'm almost pulling for the Browns for a number of reasons. Number one, I think Joe Flacco is incredibly likable. It's a good story. And number two, it's going to be awkward as hell when Deshaun Watson goes back in that building. To the point where I was listening to my boys that I used to work with, Ken Carmen, Anthony Lima out there at 923 The Fam, and they're saying that even if Flacco wins a Super Bowl, they might not bring him back even as a backup because it would be a distraction to Deshaun Watson. They've gotten a brief escape from a nightmare of coverage right now, and I know they're enjoying it, but as soon as Deshaun Watson comes back and you got 3 more years of guaranteed money and a declining quarterback, it's not going to be fun. But I find myself rooting for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
I'm just going to be honest about it.
Yeah, I haven't been able to get that far. I have reached a level of acceptance, the fact that the Cleveland Browns are too good to give the Texans a really, really good, valuable draft pick. I mean, obviously it'll be first round, but it won't be premium first round. I acknowledge that. I'm okay with it, but I'm still not at a space where I can just be openly rooting for them. But to that point about it being awkward, man, you tell me, what do you think about Deshaun? Because they're over there chest bumping on the sideline as Joe is out there cooking yesterday or last night. I don't know how bothered Deshaun is going to be no matter how this thing plays out.
Okay.
Like, do you feel like Deshaun would lose any sleep over collecting that $230 million guaranteed?
Yeah, I don't think he loves
Joe
football.
Flacco takes over.
I don't think he loves football as much, but I do think it's going to be an awkward situation for
That's
him.
fine.
But yeah, I don't think he loves it as much.
That's an expensive price for awkward. I know I take it.
I want you to mark this because I am the king of predictions gone wrong. Although when they go right, we just kind of keep it moving. I think the Panthers are going to give the Jags a good game this week. I really do think that Carolina, right now they're a 6-point underdog. Texans lost to the Carolina Panthers. Panthers kind of pushed the Packers the other day. I think Carolina is going to give Jacksonville a decent ball game to the point where if the Texans take care of business, we could be talking about a chance to win the division.
Yeah,
I really believe this.
I know I'm with you on this. I would even, if I was a betting man, I'd probably even put a little money on this. I feel like the Jaguars are on the decline. The Panthers are slightly on the uptick. Like, they're a god-awful team, but they've been playing better than they were in the beginning. So you add those two things together, like I think that there's something there. I'm actually rooting for the two teams that we're about to talk about here that are facing AFC South opponents, like fellow AFC South teams. I'm rooting for both of these teams, and I think that they both have legitimate chances to win.
Raiders versus the Colts. This one's interesting.
Yep.
Now, it really doesn't matter from Indy's perspective. Now, it could, depending on what happens beneath them, but Indianapolis, much like the situation with Tennessee last year, like Indianapolis could lose this game, and then if they beat the Texans, they're going to have the tiebreaker, so it won't matter. That was the same thing that happened last year. Raiders playing with an interim coach. And then you have the Pats versus the Bills. Bills win. They're one of the hottest teams in the league. That'll be interesting to look at. And then the Steelers and Bengals, they're kind of hanging by a thread. The Steelers are going to Seattle, are facing Seattle, and the Bengals got the Chiefs.
Yeah, man. But for me, though, the Raiders can still do some work for you. Like, they can still do you a favor. Like, they win the game against the Texans, then all is well for them, the Colts, that is. But if they lose out, obviously that puts the Texans in a position where, like, it's the perfect best case scenario for the Texans winning the division, right? If the Jaguars lose to the Panthers, the Colts lose to the Raiders, then you handle business. You win out.
Yeah, if the Jags lose, and then if the Jags lose one of their final two and the Texans win out, then they'll be division champs.
Yeah, and I think it's all in play. Like I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's a great chance.
It's crazy,
but I think it's all in play. And let's just say I got my eye out for it.
Yeah.
It is my game within the game as I observe this football weekend.
Take your eyes off your own paper. Jamar Chase. Bengals are in an interesting spot. They need a lot of things to happen to get into the postseason. They're taking on the Chiefs. Now, we've seen the Chiefs and Bengals go at it. Jamar Chase held court yesterday at his locker, and it has me feeling some type of way about C.J. Stroud. I'll tell you about that, but first, let's just sit back and listen to Jamar Chase. He's just warming up here. This is the beginning of Jamar Chase's media availability, talking about the Kansas City Chiefs. Get your popcorn ready and enjoy this. This is epic.
Would you say you have good memories of playing in Kansas City, or what memories do you have of playing there?
I've had one good and one bad. How about that? So it's even split.
Is there any bad taste left in your mouth from last year and how that ended still there?
I don't like how it ended. I mean, but it's football at the end of the day. I'm not going to sit here and dwell on it. We watched a few plays from it, and it just showed how good we were at the time being.
Did you ever watch the quarterback series with Patrick Mahomes? Did you see any of that?
Quarterback series? Nah, I don't watch. Nah.
He was watching before that game last year, and he saw the comments about Burrowhead, and it seemed to motivate them quite a bit. There's always back and forth with both of you guys. Do you enjoy that back and forth? I mean, it seems to happen every single game.
Hell yeah. They talk the most. That's why. Yeah, I love it. Do.
Who talks the most on Kansas City?
Is Willie Gay still there?
Yeah.
The linebacker? Him probably.
I think people from the outside assume that there's a lot of hate there between you two, but it seems to be that it's just competitive fire. You guys enjoy that.
What? Bengals and KC?
Yeah.
It's football, man. I mean, y'all going to put whatever image y'all want on it already, so I mean.
But you guys enjoy it? There's no hate? Or is there some hate between both sides?
No comment. No comment.
So that's part one. He's just warming up there, though.
Is Willie Gay still there?
So here's my thing.
That.
I want the Texans. I was kind of watching Tank Dell and Nico Collins and saying, well, maybe it's not. I want the Texans to go get a top end receiver. I want the Texans to do for C.J. Stroud what the Bengals did for Joe Burrow, which is, despite the fact you have a guy like T. Higgins, that caliber of a player, and I don't think Nico's even in that same class. Go get him a number one receiver. Go get him a dog that's going to stick his chest out. Obviously, not as much on the line, but I think the way that the Texans win this game is by or take the next step is becoming just an elite offense where you can figure stuff out on defense.
Yeah.
There's a reason that the Dolphins got Tyreek Hill and they took it to the next level. Some will say, well, Kansas City won a Super Bowl without Tyreek Hill. Good job. How's that working for you now?
Yeah.
Like, how's that working for you now? I want a dog like this for C.J. Stroud. I want them to go get, obviously they don't have the top 5 pick or anything like that, but I want them to go try to find a Jamar Chase for C.J. Stroud. Get a dog like that.
I don't view this a lot different from the have your cake and eat it too conversation about playing with house money. Like, I think you could acknowledge that the Texans receiving core is probably a lot better than we gave them credit for going into the season when we tried to make it seem like it'd be one of the worst in all of football. Turns out they were okay. They weren't that bad.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it still ain't that good. Like, they still don't have a top-end guy like this, like a Jamar Chase who you were hearing from.
And you also don't want to expect the best as being yet to come, because then you have like a Damen Pierce situation, which, by the way, Damen Pierce, you'll hear him at 11 o'clock. Man, he is easy to root for. D'Amico's culture is working with guys who might even be considered disappointment. Here's more from Jamar Chase. We're going to get in that atmosphere. Kansas City fans, they take pride in that atmosphere. Jamar Chase ain't impressed.
Do you ever think, Jamar, how much better this offense is when both you and T are on the field together?
Yeah, we know what we're capable of. Everyone in the league does. That's why KC double is the way they do.
What stands out about that secondary for the Chiefs?
If I'm being honest, nothing. They just know how to play us. They know the leverages. They know what splits we in. They just know what we gonna do, certain movements. They throw a little double-doubles at us to stop the 2 best players on the outside, and that's all they do. I mean, it's not really like they got a Jalen Ramsey on these squads, you know what I'm saying? So, not much.
What are teams doing so well that they're taking away that Kansas City home field advantage?
I don't know. I don't watch Kansas City like that, man. I only watch the film when I'm watching it, but I don't watch all their games like that.
How much do you enjoy these all-or-nothing games late in the season in Kansas City, Jamar?
All-or-nothing games? What's that supposed to mean?
Well, if you look at the odds.
All or nothing, literally?
Yeah, if you guys lose this game, the chance to make the playoffs.
So ask that question again.
How much do you enjoy these all-or-nothing kind of games late in the season?
I don't enjoy losing. So.
Does it feel like a college atmosphere to you? T said it feels like he's back in college because of
Nah.
Nothing like LSU.
Nothing.
Not even close.
Nope.
All right. There you go. So don't tell me that KC's SEC atmosphere is basically what he said.
He's probably right about that.
This was just the beginning. We'll hear Jamar Chase really get going when we go around the NFL at 1. But I think of all the needs and stuff, D'Amico Ryans coach up the defense. Texans just focus on offense this offseason. Let's focus. Let's get running backs. Let's get a tight end. Let's get receiver. Let's just put together an arsenal, and then can adjust accordingly on defense.
You
still
know
got money too.
You know this is the thing that I've been wanting the last 2 drafts. Like both of the last 2 drafts.
I've wanted a running back.
Go get weapons. Find your quarterback.
Weapons.
Go get weapons.
Please.
Like
Brandon Scott in here on Football Friday. Coming up, what is this Texans team lacking for a magical run? Who are the potential heroes/legends? And plus, an elite display of D'Amico's culture through the words of perhaps one of the biggest disappointments this season. That's next.
In the Loop. Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
D'Amico Ryan's culture shining through the words, entertaining words of perhaps one of the biggest disappointments of the season. We'll get into that in 7 minutes. Brandon Scott's riding along. It is Football Friday. Kareem Jackson, we'll hear from him in about 20 minutes. Another exclusive interview on In the Loop. He's going to weigh in on that Bill O'Brien thing, among other things. Who are the potential heroes for the Texans during this final stretch? I think it's obvious. C.J. Stroud, D'Amico Ryans. We know that. There's a difference between a hero and a legend. For me, a hero is someone who has like a magical run. Like it can even be a lower scale, or someone who has a big play. Kevin Walter to the big touchdown against Cincinnati. That's heroic. That's a hero. A legend is someone who reaches the ultimate goal. Carlos Correa, Jose Altuve, Alex Brett. Those are local legends. But heroes are guys who can just flip the switch and you have a magical run. You look back and you say, "Oh, that was cool." Who are the potential heroes for the Texans during this run? Like guys who could step it up so much that we're talking about them 15 years. Oh, you remember the time when D'Amico and CJ got in to the playoffs and they made a run to the AFC Championship game or the divisional round? Who are the potential heroes outside of the obvious CJ Stroud and D'Amico Ryans?
Yeah, I think outside of the obvious, the best candidate to me is going to be Devin Singletary, because that's a guy that's not going to get a big contract. You could very easily see him not being on the team next year. He was brought in on a marginal deal to begin with. And it's not like he's had a monster season, right? It's not like the running game has been amazing, but here and there, every now and then, at one point in a 2-week stretch, he had back-to-back 100-plus yard games, did it against the Titans. I mentioned that earlier in the show, had a big game against the Titans, and is really somebody that I'm expecting them to be able to lean on in this second game against the Titans, even though they have C.J. Stroud back. But considering what C.J. Stroud has been through and the success that Devin Singletary has had against the Titans, that's somebody that I would expect them to at least be able to rely on, to some degree, on some level. It doesn't necessarily have to be the games that I'm talking about, the games that he's already had, but there's got to be some level of effectiveness and I think commitment to him playing or him being utilized in both the actual running game itself and in the short passing game. And so that's somebody that I could see as being a hero, even though I don't think anybody's ever going to call Devin Singletary like an actual Texans legend. But a hero, he could certainly
I don't know. They've called worse players.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. An actual.
Shout out to Figgy in the parking lot.
No, I mean,
some guys you got to Wikipedia.
The term is used loosely in general terms, but like the way we actually understand it to work. I don't think he's going to be actually one of those.
Yeah.
But he's got a chance to be a hero specifically this season.
Yeah, I think Singletary's a good one. I think Noah Brown is another one. I think Noah Brown could. We've seen Noah Brown. Hell, we saw a 2-week stretch where he was one of the best receivers in the league.
Yeah,
you can laugh all you want. He was one of the best graded receivers and most productive in the league over a 2-week stretch. I think Noah Brown is one. I think we could see perhaps Blake Cashman if he comes back be one.
That was next on my list.
But yeah, I think there's a lot of potential. What about the legends? What about the guys that we look at and say, we're telling our kids about 15, 20 years from now, man, that was a bad dude. Like almost the way that McClain talks about anyone who wore an Oilers uniform. I think CJ, D'Amico, and then I think maybe, and there's two other guys that come to mind for me. Will Anderson, perhaps, and Derek Stingley.
Yeah, Derek Stingley was the one. I think the first three that you mentioned are, I'm not going to say obvious, but I think it's fair to say at this point, especially, we've had the house money conversation. We've had the conversation about how they have to take advantage of the opportunity. But they're here, and their cornerstones are C.J. Stroud, DeMeco Ryans, and then you'd have to throw Will Anderson. No matter what you think about his performance as a rookie so far,
he'll be fine.
Which I think has been fine. Like I haven't been on the be critical of Will, other than like I thought he needed to add some to his repertoire.
Yeah, it can be. You can be critical, but it's not like it's not a write-off.
No, he's been a good player.
It's not write-off.
He's been a good player for them. But I think those three guys are foundational pieces that maybe not utmost disappointment, but you'd be somewhat disappointed those guys don't become legends. I think those are the three. But the extra one to me is Derek Stingley, because I feel like, let's call it 8 weeks ago, we had our doubts.
Yeah.
Some serious doubts.
Yeah.
Now, based off of the way that he's been playing, the way that he's trending since he's been healthy, it feels like he's the type that could be a perennial Pro Bowl or All-Pro on top of that type of guy.
He's doing his thing.
For sure.
He's definitely doing his thing. I want to ask you this, B. Scott. What does a football culture look like? Like, what does a football culture look like? What does a football culture sound like? Because I don't think there's any coach in the history of my lifetime that doesn't mention the word culture. Whether they're having success, whether they're struggling, like culture gets mentioned all the time. Sometimes it has substance. Sometimes it lacks substance. Like when we talk about DeMeco Ryan has changed the culture, because I think we would both agree that DeMeco Ryan has changed the culture, right?
Yes.
What does that look like, and what does that sound like?
I think it's three characteristics to culture. I think you've got identity, consistency, and reliability.
Okay.
So, like, you've got an identity. You know how this team plays. Like, I think Miami has developed a little bit of a culture. You know what they are. They're fast. They got these gadget plays, these gadget players. They got a coach that's a little different, but you know what he is. Like, I think they've sort of established a bit of a culture. I think the Ravens have this, where it's like you know what the Ravens are at least trying to be about, even in the years where it seems like they might fall short. You know what they're about, but they got an identity. They've got a level of consistency. That's probably the thing that the Dolphins don't have yet, is the consistency. But also you can rely on it too. Like you know what you're going to get, not just the identity, but the consistency of it. To me, those are the characteristics. Now, the Texans, I feel like, still need, like, it's going to be more than just a turnaround wonder year for them to really feel like they've established that culture.
Yeah,
so they're still working on it.
It's still a work in progress.
Sure.
You have a first-year coach, you have first-year OC, you have first-year quarterback, so they're still working on it. For me, culture is like adversity, like how you handle yourself in adversity, how you sound during adversity. I think a large percentage of players in the NFL, I think, it's easy to like buy into a culture when everything's going well, when everyone's healthy, when you're getting the reps that you want, when you're producing at the right way. I think there are certain guys that there are a lot of guys at this talent level that can display that. But I think when you really look at a culture, I think it's how you handle adversity, specifically in the moment. And I was listening to the post-game show the other day with Clint Stoerner and Sean Pendergast, and I heard Damen Pierce, and I think we would agree. I think he would agree. Damen Pierce this year has been one of the bigger disappointments on this Texans team.
For sure.
Like there were expectations for him. They haven't been met for whatever reason. And it would be easy for Damen Pierce to go hide in a corner, not mope, feel sorry for himself and all that. But when I heard Damen Pierce, first of all, it was after he returned the kick. And we'll hear the tale of how he ended up returning the kick in the 1 o'clock hour. But when I heard Damen Pierce talk about this season, this is perhaps the biggest display, moving C.J. Stroud aside, of a player showing that DeMeco has changed the culture. And what made it even more impressive is it's a guy who has not had the season that maybe he or they had expected. Here's Damen Pierce summarizing what his season has been like. This is culture right here.
To be honest with you, bro, in my long time, bro, I think about stuff like this. It may not be the best year of my career, stat-wise, but honestly, I think this is the best year of my career mentally. It's giving me time to look at the game from different perspectives. It's teaching me life lessons. I'm like, okay, so how do I handle adversity? Because I really never had adversity up until this point. So how do I handle adversity? And, speaking on that, how do I respond to adversity? I still come in, like, do I come in geared down? No. Still respond the same way. Keep working, keep chipping away. And I'm surrounded by. I got a great circle surrounding me, keeping me confident. Coaches and players, like everybody, just keeping me calm, composed, and just there for me. So just being on this team has helped in that department tremendously. And I appreciate Slow. Like, man, Slow take his time with me, bro. He ain't giving up on me. And my way to pay him back for that is me, just playing how I'm playing, making plays when I can, making the best of my opportunity when I'm out there. And I've gotten better gradually. It's a gradual thing, but Coach DB, he was my coach last year. He kind of knows how to approach it with me. Motor, great asset in the running back room. He keeps me motivated. Just at the end of the day, bro, this year too really has been my best year, I guess, as a football player. In terms of developing as a football player and developing that, okay, this is why we're doing this, this is why we're doing that. Because last year was, I wouldn't say simpler, but it was like we was in completely different scenarios. You know what I'm saying? Just a lot of stuff was different than last year to this year. So, like I said, it might not be the best year, stat-wise, but to me, mentally, physically, and like where I'm at as a football player, this is definitely one of my best years of recent memory.
And I mean, that right there is encouraging to hear. And there's more from him too. This was Damen Pierce. This is the bow on the display of culture from Damen Pierce.
I can't even say it's like run scheme. It's just me being that much more detailed. This offense is requiring a version of me that I haven't attained yet. I hate to say it. I hate to sound this way, but that's nothing I can fix during the season. So I'm kind of in a limbo to where, okay, I can't fix it during the season, but that don't mean I can't still try to work at it. That's kind of an off-season thing. Okay, let me get my playbook. Let me get my body back right. Let me, prepare physically for this, because it's a bigger load. It's a way bigger load than last year, and it was kind of a shock to me, mentally and physically, and that kind of, made me stagnant. Like I said, I had got an injury. There was a lot of compounded things. It is really not the adversity, is how you respond to it, and I'm just trying to make sure I respond to it the best as I can and just grow from this. So next year, when I am where I want to be mentally and physically, my year can be that much more better. Our year can be that much more better, and we can go out and be lights out with CJ, man.
All right. So there you go.
Yeah, and I think this is also, and I know we're giving credit here to D'Amico Ryans and the culture that he's establishing here. And I love the culture. Absolutely love the direction that it's going in. But I think what we just heard from Damen Pierce is also a really good example of marrying up what you had before you established the culture, like the holdovers, the match between what you had before and the culture that you're establishing. Because to me, that's a Damen Pierce thing. I feel like a lot of what we just heard is it's the character of Damen Pierce that has allowed some interest. That's fair. It's allowed some introspection. But I also for him to say, hey, I want to be better within this system, within this culture that I do believe is awesome.
I also think, though, and this is something that I think we try to balance when we talk about this squad and we cover this squad the way we do, is I think sometimes you have to at least be aware, at least myself. I'm not telling you what to do or anything, but
no, it's cool.
When you experience the end of the O'Brien era and you experience David Culley and you experience Lovie Smith, I feel like a guy like Bill O'Brien could beat down Damen Pierce like he did Deontay Foreman. I don't think Deontay Foreman has the maturity of Damen Pierce, and I love Deontay Foreman. He's my guy, but I do think that sometimes the bar was so low and the culture was so bad and the culture was so rough, and we'll hear Kareem Jackson with his thoughts on B.O.B. coming up at 11. You don't want to miss that. But I do think 11:20, excuse me. But I do think that sometimes it was just so bad that even the bare minimum, not to minimize what D'Amico's doing, but even the bare minimum would be an improvement.
Nah, I think there's something to the idea that it is not up to the people in charge and the coaches to be the ones to tear you down. That's our job, if we're being honest about it. Yeah. When Damen Pierce isn't playing well, when Jalen Petre's getting benched, when Will Anderson goes however many weeks he goes without a sack, and everybody doesn't understand the nuances of pass rushing and the defensive line positions and don't know how good he's playing, we're just trying to figure out, is he good? When Laramie Tunsil's got a bum knee and he's not looking his best out there, it's up to us to tear guys like that down because that's just kind of the job. And I say tear down, you know what I mean, just to be critical, to give it a careful eye, right? But I think for the coaches themselves, it is upon them, important for them to protect those guys to some degree, to protect their confidence, to protect them publicly, or to at least build them up. That's what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to either be building the player up or let him go, right? Like if you're going to keep this guy around, you got to be building this guy up. And I feel like that's something that they've done with Damen Pierce. That's something that they're probably doing right now with a Jalen Petrie and other guys that have struggled throughout the year. Like I think that there's definitely something to that. Like you got to be, as part of the culture setter, the one that's helping a player like Damen Pierce say, nah, you're not as bad as they're saying you are. You're not a one-year wonder. You're not a bust. You're not none of that. Like you just need time. The version of Damen Pierce that we need in this offense, you haven't attained yet. Like that sounds like something either Bobby Slowick or D'Amico Ryans could have told him directly.
Yeah, and the Petrie thing's interesting. We actually got some breaking news. Stutz left the studio and got us some news yesterday in regards to Jalen Petrie. Matt Burke had some news. He basically said he's going to start, which I guess needs to be said after he got benched.
Hey, real quick, the irony in that is that him saying that actually makes it more of a breaking news story than like if he just went out there.
He was going to start
because he's the starter.
Yeah, I assumed he was going to start.
Yeah. I know he's being tongue in cheek, but now it's like, now that is a new story.
I think the 281 has the best point, and shout out to all the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Every player has to be treated differently. The coach's job is to know how and who they can treat certain ways. I think that's 100% correct. I think the BOBs and the Patriot ways, they think everyone should act a certain way, and they don't really adjust. So I think that's a good point. I think that's something that D'Amico does have. And I also think it's nice to see that D'Amico is actually willing to bench.
Yeah.
Like a Jalen Petrie.
But that's my thing, too. It seems like the benching does not come with this emasculating on top of it, right? It's like, or even leaving them in there, it doesn't come with some passive aggressive, we really don't like you or don't believe in you. Like the benching is the accountability, and it's the critical nature of the business, right? Like it's bottom line, you got to produce, you're not producing, you're going to get benched. I like that element of it, but also the feeling of they're in the background actually trying to teach these guys and mold these guys, and at the very least encourage them that they can figure it out at some point.
Yes.
Yeah. But the accountability part is big, too, because, look, Damen Pierce ain't getting it done. We need to see more motor, right? Jalen Petrie ain't getting it done. Hey, I know nobody was expecting to see Adrian Amos, but the dude has played some football. So go ahead and throw him out there, right? I mean, look, that's just how it goes sometimes.
It'll be really interesting to see how the Petrie thing goes. It would also be nice to hear from Jalen Petrie.
Interesting.
Yeah,
he's one of the spokesmen, one of the people that we hear from a lot in the locker room.
He's supposed to be one of these leaders, but it seems like he's kind of getting a little bit babysat.
He's a captain, so it'd be nice
it'd be nice for someone that covers the team to have like the responsibility to actually like get his voice out there from the fans. I think that would be great instead of carrying water.
I don't think he would run from it either, just to be fair to Jalen Petrie. Just to be clear.
You don't have to carry his water. The fans want to hear from Jalen Petrie. They want to hear how you handle adversity. So
and I think he talk. I think he'd give it to you.
Yeah, and I think it's he should have to.
Yeah.
But
he'll do it.
Sometimes your hands get full with water. Landry Locker, B. Scott here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, Kareem Jackson. He joins the show. He's back. He knows a thing or two about old slimy Bill O'Brien. We'll hear what he had to say about that as well as a lot more. An exclusive interview with Kareem Jackson next.
Join the
And he is, I believe, a B.O.B. hater, if I'm not mistaken. I think we might have that in common. We'll hear what he has to say about that. But Kareem Jackson, he is back. Jimmy Ward on end-of-season IR, which means a familiar face is back in town. Kareem Jackson joins In the Loop, another exclusive interview straight off the practice field. Kareem, how you living, man?
Doing pretty good. How are you?
Man, I'm good. I'm not going to lie. I feel a little bit weird. How you feeling in number 22? It seems like seeing you in a Texans 22, it has me feeling weird. It's got to feel a little bit weird for you to look down and see 22.
It feels a little bit weird. I guess, at the same time, I'm kind of used to wearing 22 for the last 5 years. So, it's weird seeing somebody else in the 25, even, before coming back. But, hey, we're gonna roll with it. We're going to roll with it.
The last time we talked to you, it was about 5 years ago. It was at the Super Bowl. You were talking about how, the Texans didn't even hit you up before you ended up signing with Denver. What's it like, the organization that you left and the organization you're walking into? Can you already kind of feel the difference in the vibes? Because it was apparent that it was heading in an interesting direction when you left. What's it been like walking in that building that you used to walk into on the reg now compared to then?
It's night and day difference, totally different. The energy's different. Obviously, the leadership's different. With D'Amico, being the number one guy and leading everybody. I know what type of leader he is. I've been able to watch him all this year. His energy on the sideline, his energy that he's coaching with, his energy, that stuff is infectious. So to be able to be here and to be a part of it, and coming back here, and playing with D'Amico. So like I said, I know what type of leader he is, but just coming back here, everything is totally different. Like I said, the energy's different. Got a lot of young talent here. Starting with CJ under center, so I'm just excited about everything.
We talked to Andre about a week and a half ago, Andre Johnson, and he said, and I think this is kind of unique and it kind of speaks to what D'Amico is. He hasn't really changed. Like usually when you talk about someone that, from their 20s to where D'Amico is, there's some sort of change. I know, at least I can speak for myself and say that, but Andre Johnson said there's really just not much of a change. He was always just, I guess, beyond his years.
Yeah, definitely. And, being drafted in 2010 and him being, our leader at that time, he hasn't changed. And being around him now, it's the same. It's the energy. It's the knowledge behind the game. It's the way he's coaching guys and, and loving on guys and just being, very detailed in his approach, on a day-to-day basis. I've only been here 2 days and watching from afar, and the way these guys have been playing, but to be here and be a part of the preparation and to see the way he's getting guys prepared to go to practice and to ultimately play at the end of the week, he hasn't changed not one bit.
Talking to Kareem Jackson here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. So did you keep a home in Houston? Like what's it been like for you? Did you have to find somewhere to live? What was it like returning?
No, Houston's home for me. Okay. Every season all seasons is I'm always here. Just home for me. It's just a great city,
so you
and
just got to pull in a little bit and get more comfortable.
Yeah, yeah. And it's funny because I actually came home for Christmas. To do Christmas with the babies, and I ended up leaving the next morning, going back to Denver, and within like an hour or two of me being there, I had to turn around and come right back because, they claimed me. So, but no, Houston's home for me. I love it here. I tell people all the time I'm never leaving Houston, so this is my home in the off season.
How many babies do you have?
2.
Okay.
8 and 5.
Okay. Oh, so you're ahead. I have a 4-month-old. So I'm trying to catch up there.
They're not. Yeah, I just call them my babies because they're both I have 2 little girls, so I have to treat them like they're still little babies sometimes.
Yeah, always going to be the babies. So I was going to ask you about the scheme fit and where you think you fit. Not necessarily from like we know what you bring on the field, but you look around, you see Stingley, you see Petrie. I'm sure that you're familiar with their games. Are you coming in here as a guy that obviously wants the ball on the field, but also kind of mentor these young guys?
Most definitely. I'm all about helping, the younger guys. The guys that I played with when I was a younger guy helped me. Jonathan Joseph, Dre helped me a ton as well. On how to be. A pro. Obviously he was on the other side of the ball, but there's a lot of guys that were before me when I was a young guy to help. So for me, it's all about leaving the ladder down. I'll help those guys however I can. Obviously I just got here, but when you talk about ball, it's not much that I haven't seen, or, in terms of scheme and coverage and just whatever. So however I can help those guys, my line will always be open. My ear will always be open to help those guys in any way I can, whether it's on or off the field.
Was it weird when you walked into the building to not have Mark Berman tugging on your hip, asking you 20 questions?
He's one of the first people that called me when they claimed me. So it still kind of felt like he was in the locker room then, but we just all, just all joking about it and just laughing and stuff. But it's just, I love Berman, man, and
he's the man.
Obviously he's retired now. So
can you believe that? Can you believe that? Like McLean's still out there doing his thing. But I thought I never thought that Mark Berman would be able to retire, and he's thriving. Like he's actually able to step away.
Yeah, so that's good for him, man. Good for him. But it's I ended up seeing him. I actually saw him this offseason a little bit, and he told me he was retiring. I was like, man, it was about time. But I was not seeing him in the locker rooms and not have to worry about, hiding from him and him, chasing after me, trying to get a quote from me. But I love him, man, and happy for him in his retirement.
At what point did you think that coming back to Houston was a possibility? What was the whole process like where you were like, oh, I'm coming back to H-Town?
To be honest, it wasn't a thought in my mind that I would end up back here. I wasn't sure where it was going to be. I know we had a couple of teams reach out. The most promising, fit that we thought. Obviously they didn't. Was kind of waiting to see what was going to happen, but I had no clue that I would end up back here.
So then, what was it like when you found out you were coming? I saw the tweet, got a lot of reaction. What was it like when you found out?
Just excited, just excitement. Like I said, I've been watching from afar. you know, what D'Amico and these guys have been doing here. You know, just excited, you know, ready to come in and be a piece to the puzzle to help these guys, you know, win games, help us be, you know, successful on defense and get in the playoffs.
And and obviously you got, you know, 2 division opponents. I mean, you went to battle against Tennessee and Indianapolis all those years. It's going to be pretty interesting. You know, not only are you putting the uniform back on, you're going right into the sticks with the Titans and Colts. That's got to add a little bit too.
Definitely. 2 division games, you know, like you said, I played against them a lot, you know, when I was here. So, you know, I know what those games are like. And for us to get these 2 to get in the playoffs. So it'll be, you know, it'll be intense and, you know, it'll be a lot of energy in the building. You know, the fan base here has always been great. I can only imagine what it's like now, you know, with us being in this position. So I'm excited about this weekend to be back in NRG and to see all the fans and to go get a big win.
Talking to Kareem Jackson here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. So is KJack TV coming back? That was one of the biggest questions that we saw. Is the Kareem Jackson series KJack TV coming back?
We'll see. We'll see. Right now, I got my head. I'm knee deep trying to catch up in this playbook and watch film and get prepared for the game. So we'll see what happens. You know, anything is possible though. So we'll see what happens.
So there's been a lot of full circle things. I'll get you out of here on this. Obviously, you come back to Houston. You're getting to see the Titans and the Colts, and you also have an opportunity now to see perhaps 2 Mondays from now. You can see Texas avenge that loss to Alabama in that fake national title that you won at Bama.
With that what? National championship?
Fake national championship when Colt McCoy got hurt.
Man, it ain't no such thing as fake national championship, man. Hey, you either tough and you can take hits or you can't take them. Hey, it is what it is. Hey, one thing about it, the hardware that I got don't say fake national championship. It says national champs.
Yes,
national champs.
It damn sure does. I was right there at that game. You think the Tide you think you're gonna see the Tide in the national title?
Man, I hope so. They're playing some good ball right now. Jalen Milroe's got that thing going. You know, he's playing some good ball. Defensively, we're playing pretty good ball. So I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I'm sure Coach Saban will have those guys ready when they get to Pasadena. So we get that one, and yeah, I'll definitely looking forward to seeing my guys here so we can get another natty.
Yeah, your boy Bill O'Brien is trending right now. #1 trending topic on the air. I'm sure you've been at practice, so you haven't seen it, but B.O.B. is trending. I guess Milroe went to the podium and said Bill O'Brien told him he sucked and that he shouldn't be a quarterback. So that's like the #1 trending topic the last 2 hours. B.O.B. getting jumped on like a trampoline.
Yeah, that sounds like him. It sounds like him.
We appreciate you, Kareem. Best of luck. It's good to have you back, and we look forward to seeing you on Sunday against the Titans, and then after that against the Indianapolis Colts.
All right, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
All right, that's Kareem Jackson here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. We got some good news. Speaking of the Tide, we got some really good breaking news for you. Don't go anywhere. Finally, some good news for the Texans plus the hits. You already know they're lit on an epic football Friday next.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
So the next 3 days of Pigskin are as elite as it gets. Tomorrow, you have your bowl games, sprinkle those in, whatever the hell you want to do with them. Although I am amused by the distaste for bowl games, as if you were like on the corner of your seat for the Capital One Bowl back in the day. Like you're just like, oh my God, the Alamo Bowl. I can't wait for this. Like it feels like one of those things. Like if it's on, it's on. You look at it, but I am amused.
Or like somebody's forcing you to watch.
Yeah,
like nobody's guilting you into watching every bowl game.
I mean, did I ever watch the Capital One Bowl and say, oh wow, Iowa's wide receiver has opted out? Nah, it's on. You watch it. The meaningful games speak for themselves. National championship in the regular season is what it is. But you also have Cowboys versus Lions tomorrow.
Yes,
a marquee NFC matchup, which is great. Then Sunday, perhaps the biggest day of shaping up in the NFL. The playoff picture is going to be very clear. The Texans have a win-or-go-home game. Coverage starts at 9 a.m. right here on Sports Radio 610. And then on Monday, don't let this sneak up on you. Starting at 4 o'clock, the college football playoff semis begin. You're going to have Michigan versus Alabama in the Rose Bowl. One of the most beautiful places to attend and beautiful on the eyes when it comes to watching football. Two storied programs, Michigan and Alabama squaring off. And then you have the good old Sugar Bowl, one of the loudest stadiums that there is, Texas versus Washington. It is going to be an epic day of pigskin the next 3 days. Soak it all in. Do what you got to do. Don't let Monday sneak up on you. Don't look at the clock. Oh, wow, there's a Michigan game coming on at 4. Get off of work early. If you're not off on New Year's, figure it out. That's a two-piece combo. Sit down. Might be a late night, but enjoy it. It's a very, very good day of pigskin. And you still might be on a football hangover from the Sunday before. This is as good as it gets. Perfect way to end 2023.
I'm going to just be transparent with you. Normally, I have to do shows. I fill in on a lot of the holidays. It looks like we're going to have our full regular cast on New Year's on Monday. And so I'll be around as a resource for the station. But I am glad. I'm just going to confess this. I am glad that I'll be able to – I won't have to be doing a show, and I'll be able to consume all of Monday, right, as a fan and as a spectator, maybe with a cup in hand or whatever. Like, I'll be able to literally enjoy it. And not have to worry about really overly working. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to Monday.
Come through on Monday.
Yes.
I just it's gonna be a fun day.
Yeah,
fun day starting at 4. I'm gonna be grilling starting probably about 3:30. I'm leaving the show right after, and I am going to be grilling and just post
Let's
it
get
up.
it. Especially on the heels of already having Saturday and Sunday.
And then the next week you have Texans Colts, and then you're gonna have the national championship in town.
Dude, the timing of it, like
in
not
town.
just the amount, but the rhythm of it is perfect,
in
man.
town.
I cannot wait.
Damen Pierce, he's returning kicks for the Texans. Could he be a factor in the game on Sunday once again? Here's Damen Pierce, though, talking about C.J. Stroud. He joined Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. Here's Damen Pierce.
Hats off to 7, bro. Amazing. He's prepared that way. It's the way he prepares for games. And that's very, like, I kind of take that from him because, I'm not a biased guy. Like, you don't got to be an old guy for me to look up to you. You don't got to be an old guy for me to, okay, man, he do this in his routine. I might steal that. You know what I'm saying? I love how CJ prepares. I love how he carries himself as a young man and as a player on the field. Poise is amazing. Great quarterback, definitely for this organization for years to come. And love him, bro.
And C.J. Stroud, good to go. Damen Pierce, we'll see how that goes. Easy to root for, though. If you missed what Damen Pierce had to say at 11, it was really, 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 really good self-awareness and a good mindset.
Damen
for the Texans back.
It feels like he's got like a very admirable kind of wisdom to him.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
yeah.
I don't know how.
You can tell his OGs are good to him, even though he makes fun of them for having fake Jordans.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of grades he made or anything like that. Like how. Books, I don't even care about that. But the wisdom, you can tell that Damen Pierce knows good sense when he's around it. I can appreciate that.
Very much so. Yesterday, Week 17 began. I called this the handed an assing to the Texans Bowl, Browns versus Jets.
That. I saw that. I like that.
Browns are in the playoffs. 37-20 win. Joe Flacco at halftime, he had 367 yards, 3 touchdowns at half. Ends up with the 3 touchdowns. So the Browns advance to the playoffs. Al Michaels, though. Al Michaels had to bring the Astros into the discussion. This was Al Michaels during the game. If you already hated Al Michaels, you're going to hate him even more after this.
Blitz right there from Newsome allows him to get his hands. Here he comes late, disguises it. You think Jim Schwartz right now is dialing a few things up, the defensive coordinator for the Browns?
Somebody pounding on that trash can. I think the Astros must be in town. I'm sorry. Yeah, don't rip me. Out to the 34-yard line.
Really, Al?
The slime, I hate it to begin with. But the slime ball part is, don't rip me. Okay. Well, if you can't take the smoke, well, I mean, what are you doing? Why would you even say that if you're going to say, don't rip me? Nah, man, you wanted it. You wanted the smoke. It's going to come to you.
College football playoff in 3 days. Bill O'Brien was trending yesterday. Local product, Jalen Milroe of the Alabama Crimson Tide. He had this to say about Bill O'Brien and perhaps the former king of the Texans doubting him.
All my life, even when I was in college. My own offensive coordinator, Bill O'Brien, told me I shouldn't play quarterback. There's a lot of things I can have motivation on, and that is something I have motivation from.
What was your reaction to Bill O'Brien telling you that you shouldn't play quarterback? Do you remember how you felt when he said that?
How would you feel if I told you you suck?
I wouldn't like it.
Okay then, so that's exactly how I felt, you know what I'm saying? So like, biggest thing for me, be true to myself, stay the same, you know, nothing changed about me. Only thing that changed me was I had the opportunity and I seized it. For me, you know, the biggest thing was just stay true to myself. I had a bigger purpose than anyone's opinion.
Is there a position he wanted you to play or said you should be this position or that position, or he just...
He told me a bunch of businesses I could have switched to, but look where I'm at right now, so who gets the last laugh?
Yo. That is so bad. That is so bad. But I will say, it's not like he broke news to us that Bill O'Brien is a shoddy talent evaluator. Like, I feel like us Houstonians, and Jalen Milroe is one of us, okay? He's a Houstonian as well.
Yeah, he might have a little hate for Bill O'Brien as it is.
Yeah.
He might have a little extra hate for him as it is.
But also an understanding that, you know what, this guy, he might be a good enough coach to be around and coaching, but he ain't no kind of talent evaluator. He don't know what he's talking about. So, yeah, I'll take that. But you know what? I will say this, too. Bill O'Brien might be hurting himself. Like, all of these stories that are coming about.
He seems like he trends, like, once every 3 months. And they're like jokes.
And there's a consistency of, like, man, this guy just for no reason will try to tear a dude down and just tell him that he can't, what he can and can't do. And it's like, yo, man, like, can he go back to college? Can he go back to college?
I don't know, like maybe like a small school. I don't know.
The guy that like makes players feel like they aren't good.
I mean, in this day and age, I don't know. I have no idea.
He seems like he'll lose a recruit real good, real easy.
Kareem Jackson joined the show earlier today. He was not surprised that B.O.B. went B.O.B. Yeah, your boy. Bill O'Brien is trending right now. Number one trending topic on the air. I'm sure you've been at practice, so you haven't seen it. But B.O.B. is trending. I guess Milroe went to the podium and said Bill O'Brien told him he sucked and that he shouldn't be a quarterback. So that's like the number one trending topic the last 2 hours. B.O.B. getting jumped on like a trampoline.
Yeah, that sounds like him. It sounds like him.
From somebody who knows him.
Yep, knows him pretty well.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to play a game here. College football playoff in 3 days. There's a lot of bowl games going on. We're going to play Do You F With It, a bowl exercise. Do you F with it, which means do you partake in it? Do you use it? Do you use the product? We're going to start with the Fenway Park Bowl. Do you F with Fenway? You like Fenway?
No.
Why not?
Don't F with Fenway.
You think it's too gimmicky?
Yeah, it's too gimmicky. It's so far. I mean, I know you guys were just in Boston, but it's just like, it's one of those things. It's more of an idea than an actual thing to me. So,
Okay.
So no Fenway, no.
Do you F with mayo? A lot of mayonnaise stuff going on right now. Do you mess with mayo?
I tolerate mayo, but it is not a requirement of mine. So I would have to say no.
Okay. Do you F with Pop-Tarts?
Yes.
Pop-Tart bowl. What's the go-to?
I'm not proud.
What do you go to?
Proud of this.
Strawberry?
Strawberry.
Yeah, strawberry. It has to be strawberry.
I heard somebody saying s'mores.
Come on, bro.
And I was like, bro, when strawberry's right there?
Yeah, you got to go with the strawberry with the frosting. I don't know. This s'more stuff, this blueberry stuff, you got to go with the strawberry.
I can tolerate blueberry, but the s'mores I'm not with. But it's got to be strawberry. Strawberry is at the top of the hierarchy for sure.
Do you F with potatoes?
Yes, way more than I should. But potatoes in almost any form, I will tear him up.
What's a bad form of potato?
I don't know. I haven't found it.
I haven't found it
Wedges,
yet
fries, potato salad, chips.
You sound like
baked
Bubba Gump
potato.
now. Got you started. Rockets host the Sixers tonight. A lot of guys out. I've said this, and I want to get your take on this before we hit lunchtime. I think there's something commendable, and I don't mean this as a backhanded compliment. I think there's something commendable about a basketball team that plays hard every night in a league in which teams don't play hard every night. I know some people will roll their eyes and say, well, I mean, the Rockets have been able to take advantage of these things because while other teams are doing load management, while other teams are resting, like the Rockets, every night, for better or worse, they're going to play hard.
Yeah, I think there is something to some of the teams are talented enough to load manage and still stay afloat. Like it's a long season, you got to manage it, and they can still be good enough to find their playoff positioning even if they load manage. Is off-putting as a fan because you want to see the best product every night. The Rockets, to be fair, don't have that luxury. Like, I don't feel like they're good enough or talented enough to be taking nights off or be taking things for granted or anything like that.
It's true.
To their credit, they don't do that. They're not a team that's built that way. I don't think that they have a coach that's built that way. And it is refreshing to see, especially after the last few years that we've had with the Rockets. So, yeah, no, I appreciate it night in, night out. I look forward to watching Rockets basketball for the very reason that you just described.
All right, coming up, what a loss. A loss to the Tennessee Titans. Yes, we know that expectations were low for the Texans, but would a loss tarnish the 2023 season? We'll cuss and discuss during lunchtime next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
CJ.
Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
You can surpass expectations and still have a disappointing season. Landry Locker, B. Scott, in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. If the Texans lose this game on Sunday to the Tennessee Titans, I would look at this season as a disappointment. I don't care about previous expectations. That shapes up. But the NFL is a fluid season. It's one of the most fluid seasons, if not the most fluid season in all of sports. There are a number of reasons why this would be the case. Number one, you're playing a team that doesn't even care about winning right now. You just got your quarterback back. So that's number one. Number two, this is a team that disrespected you at an extreme level 2 weeks ago, and it's not a coincidence that as you're probably going to have the largest crowd of the season, it's not a coincidence that they're having this H-Town Pride Day that they're having. So it would be embarrassing for the business people as well. And number three, you got an opportunity in front of you to make some noise in the postseason. These opportunities, you can't take these for granted. So while you can sit here and tell me, well, people expected the Texans to do this, if they lose this game to this team on Sunday, it would be a disappointing 2023 for me. That doesn't mean that I wouldn't think that the future isn't bright. I would still think the future is bright, but it would cancel their efforts in Nashville a couple of weeks ago, and it would diminish a season that few people expected.
Yeah, and it's not like it would be just about the one game. Like the one game would be the focus. It would be the thing that we're talking about in the moment. But it wouldn't be like their first missed opportunity of the season either. Like when you're talking about it being a letdown of a season or it being something that, you know, kind of diminishes it a little bit, it will make it. I'll speak for myself. It'll make me reflect on the other missed opportunities that they had throughout the season. Like maybe the weight of this game.
So you can go back to Atlanta, Carolina?
All of them. It's not as heavy if you take care of business on the front end, and which you didn't. Okay, so now you got to take care of business on the back end. Okay, so if you don't, we got to look at it in its totality and say, okay, you had X amount of chances to take advantage of an opportunity to seize the moment, and you didn't do it here. You didn't do it there. You didn't do it at this time, and you didn't do it at that time. And so I think if you take it all together, yeah, you absolutely could call it a bit of a letdown, even if you feel good about the future.
And that's why, you know, the must-win thing, when I say must-win, like when you're playing teams and you get literal, like, pushback on that's why, because it means just as much, and it can eliminate this type of a situation. But you can't lose to this squad.
Well,
you can lose to Indianapolis and we can be fine, but you can't lose to this squad.
You made the point about them maybe not, like, I don't think that the Titans are going to go out there and lay down on purpose necessarily, but they are in a point of where the Texans were this time a year ago, where winning is losing and losing is winning.
Yeah.
You know, like that is the state of affairs for Tennessee at this point. And so, and look, I don't think they're going to go out there and lay down, but I don't think Vrabel's an idiot either. And I think they're going to go out there, give you kind of similar to what they just had this past weekend, where they had a performance that was decent, but they lost the game anyway against Seattle. Like, they went out there and performed, but they lost. That's a dub for them. To still go out there and put out a product that's consistent with your culture. We talked about culture earlier. Put out a product that's consistent with that and the brand of football that you want to play, but also lose the damn game when it ain't no benefit of winning. So that's where they are right now. You can't lose to a team like that in a week when you got to have it. Like, your motivations are completely at odds, and you winning, them losing is the one commonality here. It's the one thing that benefits everybody. You can't mess up the deal and let them win and you lose. Like, nah, it can't happen. It's just out of the question for me.
Jalen Petrie got benched. We got some breaking news-ish yesterday on his status and how they're going to handle him. We'll give that to you in 6 minutes. Brandon Scott here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So we heard from C.J. Stroud first time in 22 days yesterday. Did he look a little tired to you?
Yeah. Not the first time, though.
Well,
I've seen him like that before.
Before the Jets game.
Yeah.
Before the Jets game.
Yeah.
He looked a little bit exhausted.
Which this time it's a little bit concerning because feels like he's a little rested.
Yes.
It feels like he should be rested up. We hadn't heard from him in 22 days. He hadn't played in 3 weeks.
He's been through a lot physically and mentally, and I wonder like how much of a toll that takes on just any rookie, but especially someone who had to sit out and miss 2 games the manner in which he did.
Yeah.
The way he was describing it, he said right before the Tennessee game was when he could start to watch TV because of the way the light was and all that. He's got to be. I don't know how to explain it.
I'm not a wuss for being worried about him, am I?
No,
because I am maybe overly concerned about C.J. Stroud in this game without being like over the top of, hey, they shouldn't play him or they need to protect him by sitting him on the side. I'm not saying none of that, but I think that's part of it. The fact that I know he's got to play, that they need him out there in this game, and that he is going to play. I'm nervous about it.
The thing that there's nerves and there's intrigue. Like I'm not like nervous that he's like gonna, like he's gonna have like some sort of like like this is gonna be a pattern. I'm worried about how he's going to play, how he's going to balance his style of play, which some of the most effective plays he's made are not necessarily
safe.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the safest. How Bobby Slowick's going to call the game, and how dependent they're going to be on C.J. Stroud. That to me is like,
see, all of that's
the whole
related.
thing. Yeah.
All of that is related to me. Like, to me, that is all like those are details of one big whole grand concern for C.J. Stroud today or this weekend. Because underlying all of that, what you just said, is the possibility that the thing could happen to him again, and that's worst case scenario. I don't even want to put that energy out there.
Yeah,
but the rest of it that you talk about, it all kind of leads back to that road, and then is a concern in and of itself. Each bullet point.
Could this be the like this whole thing? Like if we're looking for like a blessing in disguise. McClain brought up perhaps his body is more rested, not necessarily like his body's more rested because this is the most time that he's gotten off.
Yeah, he had that shoulder
over the course
thing.
of a season.
He had that shoulder thing earlier in the year, so that's good rest.
That was one blessing in disguise. Could this C.J. Stroud thing, could this be like what causes the offensive line to reach their full potential? Because and obviously you're not at full strength, but this version of the Texans offensive line, they all seem to love C.J. Stroud. They all seem to want to ride and die for C.J. Stroud. Before C.J. Stroud missed 2 weeks, they weren't really doing the best job protecting him. Could this be like a way for the offensive line to maybe, I don't want to act like they haven't been trying, but maybe like elevate their play a little bit because you went 2 weeks without him? And I mean, in some ways you can say, you guys have a little bit of the responsibility of protecting the quarterback.
C.J. Stroud, who we talk about the most, C.J. Stroud is the most important player. And that's the big piece of news that we're getting is that C.J. Stroud is going to be back for this team. But I don't think that C.J. Stroud is really, like you talk about what are the expectations, reasonable expectations, what's fair to expect from C.J. Stroud. We can bat that around, but I still don't feel like there's a great deal of pressure on C.J. Stroud in this game.
No. I mean, I think they got to win this game, but I don't think. Look, Case Keenum beat the Titans,
right? But the pressure to me is on this offensive line to perform.
Well, how does that make you feel?
Not good. It makes me feel worried and concerned about C.J. Stroud. Like, forget for a second the weight of the game and everything that we talked about. If they lose
Telling the truth.
It's disappointing. It makes me concerned about C.J. Stroud's health and safety, to be honest with you. And I'm not saying that they're going to get the guy killed or anything, but it's just, look, they've been inconsistent. It was their underperformance, lack of ability, however you want to term it. That was part of the reason why C.J. Stroud, or what got to C.J. Stroud to begin with. And I think on the other side of it, it was them being fairly decent in run blocking. The Devin Singletary game against the Titans, the game that they actually won, like they were an underlying part of the win, a piece of the win, but also an underlying piece of why we're concerned about C.J. Stroud. So you put it all together, I'm nervous about all of it.
It's like when, like I've had boss in the past. Shout out to Jeff Catlin, big mentor. But he would say, like, when I would say something to him, like I would present an idea for him, he would be like, would you put your job on the line for it?
And sometimes I'll be like, not really.
Not really.
Would you put your would you be willing to bet it all on certain aspects of the Texans? I would bet it all on I could ride and die with C.J. Stroud. I could ride and die with D'Amico Ryans. I could ride and die with Derek Stingley. If you told me that I had to, would I bet it on the offensive line? That's near the bottom of what I would want to. If you're telling me that the fate of the Texans rest on the offensive line, despite the resources that they've invested, and I know they're not 100%. That's near the bottom of the list of things that I would want to. Yeah, I would want to bet my well-being on.
And see if I could isolate my bet to be the way that you describe it, to be, okay, I'm just betting on D'Amico Ryans, I'm just betting on C.J. Stroud, I'm just betting on these specific elements and aspects of the team, then yeah, maybe I've got a few that I could point out. But since we know it doesn't work that way and everybody's relying on each other, that's just kind of the connectivity of football, I wouldn't bet on none of it. I wouldn't bet it all on any of it because all of it is dependent on something else that I'm not as confident in. I like Derek Stingley as a player. But Derek Stingley is somewhat relying on the play of the consistency of a Jalen Petrie or the consistency of a pass rush, which sometimes is there and sometimes isn't. C.J. Stroud, relying on an offensive line, as we just talked about, is here and there and mostly not there, right? They're kind of – it's been bad. They've been beat up, but it's been bad. The D'Amico Ryans runs a defense that is, let's just say, not – nearly as talented as the one that he was running before he got here, right? I believe in certain aspects, but the things that they're relying on don't necessarily make me feel as good.
You mentioned Jalen Petrie. Jalen Petrie was benched in the Cleveland game. Matt Burke, Cody Stutes was in studio yesterday, Houston football, and Cody Stutes asked Matt Burke about Jalen Petrie, and Matt Burke gave us a decent piece of information when it comes to the status of Jalen Petrie a few days after being benched.
What kind of has maybe changed for Jalen Petrie from a responsibility standpoint, or maybe what you asked to do last year, if anything?
Yeah, I don't. Again, I can't really speak to what they were asking him to do here last year. So I know what we're asking him to do, and he's doing a good job at it. He's a good player. Ask all our safeties, and I know we've gone through a lot of guys. We ask those guys to do a lot. There's a lot of interchangeable pieces and how we're moving a lot of those guys around. So it'd be hard for me to speak on that. I can't tell you what those guys were asking him to do last year, but Jalen's a good player for us. He's going to start. He's going to start on Sunday. You guys want some breaking news?
There you go.
Yeah, I love Stutes. I should pull up the transcripts. And I can say this, actually. It's all good because Stutes and I workshop questions with each other at every press conference we go to. We do this, so it's okay. I'm saying this because I've done this with him privately. I would have wanted to know, just plain from Matt Burke, what does Jalen Petrie need to be better at?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because he got benched. Yeah. What does he need to – is it whether it's seeing it, whether it's technique, whatever the football leagues that he was going to give us?
Coverage would be –
But yeah, and get into as much detail about it as you'd like. But I'd like to hear it. What? We know it's coverage. Why? What is it? Why? Because I don't think he's physically incapable. I don't think he's dumb. I don't think any of that's the case. So what's missing? What is the thing that's missing? I wish that either Matt Burke, D'Amico Ryans, or Jalen Petrie himself.
This is what did you make of them not opening the locker room for 28 minutes after the loss?
Yeah, I think
that was kind of weak sauce.
I'm careful of it because I love the PR staff.
No, but that's
and I don't think it's on them.
But that locker room's cleared out after losses. I think it's kind of weak sauce.
Yeah, wherever that is coming from, I do think that is weak sauce, Bush League, Mickey Mouse, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
It is.
And I think the fact that
it's amateur hour is what it is.
Yeah, and I think the fans would like to hear from Laramie Tunsil after Josh Allen kicks his ass, or Jalen Petrie after he gets benched. If these guys are going to be like the faces and stuff, because I can promise you this, and this is just, I think this is a given. If the Texans ever make a Super Bowl and there's a Super Bowl media day, Jalen Petrie and Laramie Tunsil are going to be flocking. They'll probably be looking for microphones.
You remember
when they lose, you got to go up there and be somewhat accountable.
However many weeks ago it was when basically Damen Pierce was kind of getting demoted when we were making that transition.
And a lot of it's on people, and a lot of it's on the people that cover the team to say, hey, why isn't Jalen Petrie available? I think that Brooks Cabina used to do that when he was here. When he was covering for the Chronicle, because I think he was like in charge or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, the Writers Association local chapter.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't interested in like trying to develop a secret handshake or play PlayStation with them. Like he was like wanting people to like get
the job,
like
do the job,
get the stuff done. So it's not necessarily on them, but yeah, I would like to hear what Jalen maybe he's available in the locker room today. I would like to hear Jalen Petrie reacting to getting benched and heading into the final stretch here. That's just me, and I think fans would like to as well.
Jalen Petrie is somebody who is available to us, and we're able to
24/7.
Right, that's what I'm getting at.
Whenever he was having a quote good season, 24/7.
Or even yes, when he's having a good season, but even when it's like not even Jalen Petrie specific, when we need generic quotes and like spokesman of the team type of quotes.
Be that guy.
He's that guy. So in moments like this,
you got a good opportunity too, man. You got a good opportunity. Like these are not offenses that are going to set the world on fire. Jalen Petrie, you talk about creating heroes and salvaging your season. You saw Damen Pierce take one to the house the other day. Unfortunately, the Texans weren't able to take advantage of the big swing in momentum that play was, because that was a big ass swing in momentum.
For sure.
Jalen Petrie has that same opportunity. I would like to, one of these faces and one of these, hey, this is one of the best guys. And Jalen Petrie, look at him. He's out in the community and he's handing out turkeys.
Yeah.
Hand me a quote after a bad game.
And
How
all
about
of that is great. All of that is great. I eat that stuff up too. But and Jalen Petrie's got some big playability. He had that pass break up against, I think it was Hop in the Titans game. That was really important. Like he still has some moments.
Yeah, he's gonna be fine.
I think part of that,
figured out
the accountability of it, the consistency of it, the fact that he's a foundational piece. Go talk to the dude.
Let's hear from the guy. Let's hear from the guy. Coming up, lunchtime confessions. Should DeAndre Hopkins get a tribute video on Sunday? Brandon Scott brought this up. We're going to confess. We're going to cuss. We're going to discuss on Football Friday next.
In the Loop. La Michoacana Meat Market.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
There is something that I do not care about, and there is something that I despise. That is my first confession. Confession. I haven't even thought about where the Browns draft pick is going to be at this point because I feel good about the Texans. I feel good about their ability to bring in free agents. I feel good about their ability to bring in guys during the season. I feel good about D'Amico Ryan's ability to develop players. So I don't even care. I have not even cared about the Browns draft pick. Furthermore, I got to confess, I've seen some of this online, and there was a time where this was more fun. Not too long ago, honestly, where this was fun. But these mock drafts of the Texans, let's stop. Let's watch the final two games. I got to confess, I despise these pro football focused mock drafts that I'm seeing. I'm talking to you, Beltway boys. Shout out to Walker.
And why are you engaging in it? Like, I'm
not engaging. I see it, but we don't need mock drafts right now.
I'm talking about whoever is in. Mock drafts are a thing. They're not for us. They're not for teams that are in the mix.
Not right now.
They're for the Tennessee Titans of the world, if we're being honest about it. But as a Texan fan, why have you continued the pattern? Why have you not, done away with that muscle memory of participating in mock draftery
past that.
In December?
We're past that.
We should be.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I enjoy driving through the hill country more than I remember.
Yeah.
I traveled more out there when I was a kid, when I wasn't really doing the driving. I know that. And so whenever I go out there, mostly as a kid, I was a kind of a spectator. I probably sleep in the car, no responsibility, right? I would go to sleep on 290, wake up, we're in Austin, whatever the case may be. But I've done the drive back and forth now, so, round trip, that's, 4 times. But I've done the drive twice now in the last week, and I really love it, man. I enjoy it thoroughly. A lot of my family is more so east, which is a much, I'll call it muggier drive. But the drive out west, man, I really, truly enjoy it, man. It's good times.
It's fun.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I do not think DeAndre Hopkins deserves a tribute video on Sunday. I think they need to move on. Don't worry about DeAndre Hopkins. Tribute videos are for basketball and baseball players. DeAndre Hopkins, I confess, love him, love what he did, love his effort, love his heart. I do not, I confess, believe DeAndre Hopkins deserves a tribute video.
Yeah, I agree with only half of this. I do agree with the part of it being more of a NBA, Major League Baseball type of thing, more of a baseball, basketball type of thing. But if you do give a tribute video to somebody, if there was somebody tribute video worthy that, let's say, still plays in the league or has a chance of coming back and visiting the Texans, it would be DeAndre Hopkins. So, if DeAndre Hopkins don't get a tribute video, then I feel like the Texans need to retire tribute videos. If I haven't even kept up if they do them, but they need to retire them if they do them, unless they're inducting somebody into the Ring of Honor.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is playing off a little bit of a confession I had earlier in the week of my NBA superstar envy. Because as you know, Landry, I thought at one point, it's a couple years ago now.
You have to bring this up.
I thought
move on.
No, I thought at one point that the Rockets had a superstar, but this is the confession.
Kevin Porter Jr.?
No. I do it's Tyrese Halliburton. it's my NBA superstar envy whenever a new one develops. So like this year, it's Tyrese Halliburton. We've seen De'Aaron Fox sort of develop. We've seen different guys develop over the last couple of years.
Fox has been there for a little bit.
Anthony Edwards, like guys that have been drafted within the time since the Rockets have been bad and had opportunities to go get guys that haven't necessarily turned into NBA superstars. And I'm looking at Tyrese Halliburton, who nobody thought was going to be this good.
No.
Even the damn Kings themselves, who drafted the guy, I think 12th overall, traded him so they could get Sabonis. And I'm just watching him like, this dude is like the perfect basketball player.
Balling out.
NBA superstar envy as a Rockets fan. I have it almost all the time.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got a slight cringe. I like what they do and what they've done with the Texans, the fan council, the game day experience. I think the game day experience has been elite. The Christmas, everything they've done has been perfect. Like everything they've done has turned to gold. I got a slight cringe at this reppin' H-Town Day on Sunday. And the reason being, I've had this conversation with Lopez and Figgy, is I thought that was more like a permanent mindset. Like I thought embracing the city was a permanent mindset, not like something to be singled out as one day. Like everywhere I'm going there, I'm seeing it feels more like Houston when you go to the games. And now all of a sudden, I mean, spoiler alert, let me guess, they're going to throw Paul Wall and Bun B and Slim Thug up there and throw up the H and all that. I kind of,
they're on the payroll, man.
Of all the good things that have been done, I don't. Now they could surprise me. I could be pleasantly surprised, but I get a slight cringe by this rep H-Town Day, just a little bit.
I've come to notice though, you get annoyed with the exaggeration of the whole H-Town thing.
Here's my
thing.
thing.
when we seem to go too far. It's organic for me.
Here's my
but
thing.
Sometimes we do go too far for you, it seems like.
Here's my thing. I am a Swisher House hipster.
Sure.
I'm a Swisher House hipster. I worked at a CD factory, so I was getting these getting these albums before that were just ridiculous. I don't like the sitting sideways type of stuff. I just kind of
you know what they're trying to do, man. You know what this is. You might call it low hanging fruit, maybe, but you know what they're trying to do.
I mean, what else are we doing?
Look, the Texans at some point realized that they were a little too stale.
Although I am happy that they're embracing zero, because I don't like the way that things went down with him and Trey, and I thought that zero was kind of like with how active Trey was in the community, zero was almost getting like stiff armed as like an outsider. So I think it's
when
really
he's also the better artist and the more accomplished artist. So
yeah. I mean, he's like one of the best lyricists to ever come through this city. Like top three.
It's not a question about it.
I'd say he might be top three.
Yeah, no, I think
maybe. I mean, I don't want to get in arguments.
He's up there.
I would say Scarface, Zero, Chameleon. Who knows? Y'all can throw some at me.
That's it.
But I was glad that he didn't get kind of squeezed out, and it actually kind of gave me chills, the fact that they're at least embracing zero. Yeah. So I'll give them that too.
Zero and Kiki for me too.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I didn't realize this until I went on and I mentioned my drive through the hill country, going to Austin, all of that. I didn't realize that, and I know you're a fireworks expert. I don't know if most people know this, that you.
I ran a warehouse for 10 years and 15, and not in like a 10,000 square foot warehouse. There were 8 of them. Yeah,
and you've got some Austin background, so help me understand this. I did not realize that fireworks stands were popular in terms of renting space in church parking lots.
Did not know this either.
I cannot tell you how many church parking lots.
We had a pop-up stand at a liquor store. We've had a pop-up stand at a grocery store. I was not aware of this.
I attended a funeral just yesterday in Austin.
Get you some artillery shells?
Man, but I was just shocked. We pulled up and I saw the fireworks stand and I saw this. I was like, so is this not a church? Is this one of those? Because the lady who we were there to celebrate was a church lady. So I'm like, I know this lady had a church. Are we pulling up to a funeral home? And I saw at least 3 more churches that had fireworks stands in them, just renting space so they could sell fireworks.
You got limited seasons. I think it's, if I'm trying to remember, I think it's June 20th through July 4th. And on the 4th at midnight, you have to stop. You can't sell fireworks.
Okay.
And then I think this season starts, I want to say December 22nd or something, and then it goes to, you can actually go into New Year's Day. Yeah. So it's I
figured it had something to do with the New
Time
Year's.
is money, man. Time is money. You got to get that bread on those fireworks.
Yeah. Just an interesting look.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm excited for this Texans game on Sunday, but I got to admit, like, the first thing I think about when I wake up, that's not the obvious, like the wife, kid, anything going on, Monday is on my mind. Like this college football playoff doubleheader, Michigan versus Alabama in the Rose Bowl, then the Sugar Bowl with Texas and Washington. Just like the color schemes of these two teams and like the storylines, Saban versus Harbaugh, Sark versus Washington. This is something I'm looking forward to Reaction Monday. Can't wait to be on the air. Can't wait to react to the Texans must win against the Titans. But Monday has been on my mind like a mofo.
Yeah, man. And for all of I thought there was some hand-wringing before the season with all the realignment and people talking about, oh, this is going to water down college football. I know we haven't actually reached the point that everybody's talking about with all this, like the actual implications themselves of the realignment. But to me, this season just goes to show you, man, folks can play anywhere. You can line it up anywhere, man. We're going to be down for this. You give us good, compelling football matchups, some drama, some storylines on top of the football, and we're going to eat it all up for sure.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't feel good about. I'm at least conflicted about this proposed entertainment district that the Astros want to do downtown. Like, they want to make it.
Downtown has so much potential, though.
It does.
It's a sleeping giant.
They
do a good job with big events.
They do.
Whenever there's a March Madness, like they handle it perfect, but it does leave a lot to be desired. But it's a pain in the ass to get to.
Yeah, and they need to do something about it. That's why I am all for it. I just don't like that the Astros somehow are going to be like the centerpiece of it, to kind of make it more like what St. Louis has and some other places have this, where the baseball team is kind of the central identity of the downtown entertainment district. They're doing that all the while.
I think the Texans need to figure something out
Yes.
too with the Astrodome. Tear that mofo down, and
that's where an entertainment district needs to go.
Put
like
something
make that a bunch of shops and or whatever you want to do with it. But I don't like the idea that the Astros want to do that, but it seems like they don't want to spend no money. And I don't think the two things are necessarily related.
Okay,
but
it's just the optics.
Yeah.
Oh, so the product's getting worse, but you're going to take advantage of, take all the fans' money around the stadium.
It doesn't make me feel good. It doesn't make.
Okay.
But our biggest signing is going to be some dude named Ventini or whatever, our backup catcher. Like, I'm not with it.
Need it. Landry Locker, B. Scott here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, let's take a closer look at some of the things that could come into play that perhaps we aren't looking at close enough when it comes to the Texans and their must-win against the Titans on Sunday. That's next.
Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from On the Rocks at Steeplechase Center on Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. This afternoon from 2 to 6. We'll be Texans. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Texans versus Titans, must win. Can't lose this one. It would be a massive wart on what's been a really good season for the Houston Texans, a surprising season for the Texans. You can't afford to lose this. We know the things that we're talking about as far as keys, the C.J. Strouds, Nico Collins, all that. But what are some things that we aren't talking about that could come into play? I'm going to start special teams. Damen Pierce. We saw Damen Pierce the other day. Kickoff return. Frank Ross has been elite as a special teams coach, and the Tennessee Titans have had some historically bad special teams. They actually fired their coach mid-season. So my first nobody's talking about heading into Sunday's must-win ball game. I got to give it to Frank Ross's special teams.
Yeah, man, I like that. I think Frank Ross's special teams is kind of just an underrated piece of this entire Texans journey, if you will. Like the one thing we were talking about culture earlier. I don't know. Nobody wants to hear this. But the Texans have had a really good special teams culture despite the bad overall culture over the last couple of years. I think that that's still the case this year. And Damen Pierce has been a nice revelation, at least over the last week, what he was able to do. And Frank Ross's consistency in that position, I think, has been something that's been huge for them, man.
Yeah, and Frank Ross is a guy who he always
fired
seems
up.
like he's
fired up.
Always seems like he's got a lot of energy.
Yeah.
I will say, Damen Pierce returning kicks. Be interesting to see what that looks like. Other thing. And, I guess we've talked about it. What are they going to do at safety? The thing about Jalen Petrie, even if Jalen Petrie is playing his best, I feel like you need someone to mask his clear weaknesses. And coverage is clearly a weakness for Jalen Petrie, as well as occasionally missing tackles, sometimes two occasionally. What are they going to do at safety? Is Jalen Petrie? Is there a chance that Jalen Petrie gets benched? What do they do at the safety position? Because Jalen Petrie is a guy that you kind of have to. I don't want to say babysit, but you got to have someone there who can cover a little bit more ground.
Yeah, well, one of the disappointments of the season, I would say, and it's been a largely successful season. We'll see what they do on Sunday if they hold true to that. But one of the things that's been a letdown, we talked about Damen Pierce. We thought that, the Texans had at least a starting caliber running back going in, and one of the needs was, hey, you just need a second back. We didn't realize that they maybe needed to either overhaul the entire room or at least work a little harder on making sure everybody was ready to do the things that they were going to be asked to do. But also, you remember when we were talking about one of the strengths of the team being the secondary? Like, remember we thought that was either a strength of the team or one of the deepest parts of the team at the very least. Now, we know that they lost their backup safeties to season-ending injuries, right? But we weren't talking about them. We weren't saying, hey, the strength of the team is the safeties because they got Eric Murray and M.J. Stewart backing up their main guys. No, it was because we thought Jalen Petrie, him coming back, obviously in year 2, and bringing in Jimmy Ward as a veteran, and then Steven Nelson, the kind of year that he had last year, and then Derek Stingley, if he's healthy, and he has been recently, man, that was going to be a real strength of the team. Now I'm starting to look at it, I'm like, man, I don't know if safety, Jimmy Ward, the health issues, we don't know if he's going to be back. You got health issues with Jimmy Ward, performance issues with Jalen Petrie. Steven Nelson is under contract, I believe, next year, but you still need to be making a plan for that other side of Derek
Nelson
Stingley.
Was had 1 year left.
Yeah, I think they just gave him a raise, right? They didn't give him an extension. They just gave him a raise.
They just gave him a raise,
Yeah. So there you go. But even if he did, I still think that you would need to be prioritizing.
I think Steven Nelson. I think it's. I've had fun with Steven Nelson. I think he's a character. I think he's a little bit got a little goofy side to him. But it does need to be made clear that dude's been fighting his ass off this year.
He's been good,
and he's been playing. Yeah. He's been playing hurt when I don't know that everyone on this team would push it as far as Steven Nelson has. He has been out there. He's been available, and he deserves a lot of credit. So if his play declines, I think it's just as simple as he's battling every week to get on the field.
Tough SOB. I don't question any of these guys' toughness just because I'm not really tough enough to be in a position to do it. But if there was anybody whose toughness you absolutely shouldn't be questioning on this team, it is somebody like Steven Nelson. But again, to the point of the secondary and with Jalen Petrie and the safety position and all of that, man, I was coming into this season feeling really, really good about where they were at in that regard. And now I'm like, man, I don't know if maybe safety is a position that you still need to be either looking at addressing or figuring out something. And then that opposite corner of Derek Stingley, especially if, DeMeco Ryans is going to get up there at the podium and tell us, hey, that's not what we do. We don't move guys around. Guy plays on one side, he plays on one side. Okay, well, you need to be investing in the future on that other side. If you're the number 3 overall pick, Derek Stingley, somebody who internally they believe was a generational type of prospect at that position, you can't move. You're not trying to move him around.
Yeah, and even
all right.
That's
you need
not
to address that.
That's not what we do. Was a weird quote from DeMeco.
I didn't like it.
I mean, especially if you're going to have a depleted cornerback room. I didn't love that at all. That was probably one of my least favorite DeMeco Ryans quotes that we've heard since he's been here.
I didn't realize that they had, like, other than some obvious goofy stuff that just nobody should do, I didn't realize they had things that they just don't do. Like, I thought that it was
I thought it was an open-minded,
enough, Yeah, I thought it was an open-minded,
we don't
enough
do
coaching
that.
staff and regime to be like, hey, maybe we don't do that, but maybe
desperate times call for desperate measures. Maybe
we do that now.
Maybe when a guy has 150 yards and a couple touchdowns at halftime, and a guy's playing cornerback better than any other corner in the league, maybe move him around.
Maybe we do it now.
Maybe when Steven Nelson's limping around. Yeah,
maybe we didn't do that. Maybe we do it now. I didn't love that. But if that's what the attitude is going to be, all right. Well, you need dudes to be up here talking about what you do and don't do. Well, you better have the personnel to back it up. Right?
Yeah.
Like, if you're just categorically opposed to doing a certain thing, then you got to have the dudes to back up that philosophy.
There's going to be a strong possibility that Malik Collins won't be in the game for the Texans.
Don't love that.
And the Texans have, on the defensive line, I mean, they've done a good job of bringing in guys, whether it be guys making it in camp, signing guys off the streets. Graylin Arnold, I think, has done a decent job. They brought him in because of familiarity with the system. You're going to have to depend on those guys as well. Will Anderson back at practice today, so we'll see how that goes and whether or not he's going to be able to go. This might be kind of a trial to see if he's ready to go out there. But there's going to be a lot of next man up type of dudes on the D-line, I guess I should say.
Yeah. And an underrated key to the game or an underrated key to victory for the Texans. We talked about running the ball and, Case going out there and look, he didn't look great, but they won the game, all of that.
But did you watch the 2 games without CJ and
feel like the quarterback play was good? No.
Well, no. Did you reassess the way that you looked at the Tennessee game from the Monday after to now and say Davis Mills would have won that game? If Case Keenum could win that game, Davis Mills would have won that game.
Yeah, I thought that Case did some veteran things that were specific to Case, but I do think that Davis Mills could have won that game. To answer your question short, yeah, I do think that Davis Mills could have won that game.
Let me put it this way. If CJ missed some time, I don't think it should be even a difficult decision that Davis Mills starts.
Yeah, Davis Mills physically looked different when he got out there and at the end of that Cleveland game than Case did. But an underlying story for me, or not even underlying, the big story for me was what the defensive line was able to do against the Titans. So that's huge going into this. At least having 2 of the guys that were missing yesterday's practice, to have, Malik Collins not there, but to have Sheldon Rankins and Will Anderson at least practicing and seemingly available. You cannot forget that they got to the quarterback 7 times against the Titans, and they made Derrick Henry not just look like a ghost of Derrick Henry, but look like the ghost of like anybody, like any running back. It was one of the worst performances for somebody to carry, or the worst performance for somebody to carry the ball that many times.
Why is he playing right now? Like I know.
Which is stupid, but it's maybe nostalgia.
But, I mean, we're talking about a guy who's a free agent who's on the back end of his career. This is probably going to be one of the last contracts he signs next year. It's not going to be massive. Why is Derrick Henry even playing? And what is Tennessee accomplishing by playing Derrick Henry at this point?
The only thing I can think of is in terms of accomplishing is maybe protecting that quarterback. Like the thing to protect Will Levis, if they do have some value in that or want to see what they have in that is, all right, let's not ask Will Levis to do too much, and let's just hand this ball off to this big, huge son gun who is not as good as he was, but is still big and huge. Can still just fall forward for 2 yards. So I feel like that's part of it.
That's what we're doing?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're not trying to win, or shouldn't be. So, if anything, Derrick Henry's not going to be back next year. So maybe he's just their sacrificial lamb at this point. Hand the ball off to Derrick Henry so Will Levis doesn't get killed.
Well, can't you do that with Sharp?
Yeah. Sure. Sharp? Is it Sharp? Spears?
Or Spears.
Yeah.
Spears, yes.
Yeah,
Spears. Why did I say Sharp? Yeah, Spears.
Sharp,
Can you
Spears,
do that,
whatever.
Spears?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Tajay Spears?
Yeah, I guess so. They mix them in. But yeah, Derrick, if I was Derrick Henry, I'd be like, this oblique, this quad is just, I'd have something.
So is Amy Adams coming to the game?
Yeah, if McClain invites her.
It is Represent Houston Day. Since she loves Houston so much, Amy Adams should be like a part of this ceremony.
That's a good point. She's a fraud if she's not there.
She's a big Houston.
She needs to be there with a big-ass Oilers T-shirt on and the Astrodome on the back.
McClain and her going to go to lunch. Did you hear McClain yesterday with Frank Ross? Yeah. It was a rough one for him. He asked Frank Ross about Steven Sims. Why not bring him up?
He didn't just ask him, though, and I love McClain.
No, he basically told him, he said, you say he's so good. Why would you not play him the last game? And Frank Ross nicely, he respects his elders. Frank Ross just nicely told McClain, you're only allowed to bring up guys from the practice squad 3 times. He's out of those, so we got to figure it out.
I feel like McClain hit him with a why on earth.
Yeah.
I feel like there was a why on earth.
He hit him with the, how are you going to say that? And then Frank Ross was just this, well, sir, if you actually knew how the roster worked, this is how it goes. In as nice of a way as Frank Ross could do it. Let's go around.
Yeah, handle the legends with some delicacy, man.
Round the league coming up. D'Amico Ryans, he speaks on 2 of the most prominent figures of this game. Damen Pierce, very entertaining breakdown on how he became the kick returner, and some of the best trash talk you'll hear around the league next.
Andre Johnson is officially a finalist for the 2024 NFL Hall of Fame. In his 3rd time on the ballot, will he finally get the call to Canton and take his place among the legends of the NFL where he belongs?
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is John Marks with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Huge game on Sunday with first overall seed implications. Miami at Baltimore. If the Ravens win, they clinch the top seed in the AFC. If the Dolphins win and win their final game of the season against the Bills, they're the top overall seed. However, if the Dolphins lose to the Ravens and the Bills beat the Patriots, their Week 18 matchup will be for the AFC East. I'm John Marks.
O'Reilly. Did you know 1 in 4 car batteries is weak and needs to be replaced? O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery needs to be replaced, our professional parts people can help you find the right Superstart battery for your vehicle and budget. Don't wait. Get your battery tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, this is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Visit CordellCordell.com to take the first step.
Offices in Houston, The Woodlands, St. Louis, and by appointment only in League City. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. CordellCordell.com.
Paid for by Cordell and Sean Pendergast from my friends at the Men's Tea Clinic, where they have a long menu of treatments for male wellness that are going to help you with any issues that you're having. Issues in the bedroom. They've got the Gains Wave that helps out with ED. PRP to help out with ED as well. Of course, testosterone replacement therapy, which is why I go to the Men's Tea Clinic every Friday. They've got something for you if you need your quality of life back. Get to the nearest Men's Tea Clinic right now. There's 5 locations in Houston. Find the one nearest you at mensteaclinic.com.
Reggie was a nurse for 16 years.
I had become very burnt out. I wasn't making good money.
Then it happened.
There was an ad for My Computer Career, and it just spoke to me.
My Computer Career was the best decision he ever made.
I could study anywhere from my laptop, and I was working in the first couple weeks of me being in class.
Reggie hit a home run.
The field is teeming with jobs.
Become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
The school is amazing.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu. This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Now's the best time to get away with our best deals at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-217-1155. That's 800-217-1155. 800-217-1155.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, servers, come out to Gallery Furniture, see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so we got some breaking news from Ian Rappaport that impacts Sunday. Will Levis coming back from that high ankle sprain. He's in line to start. So Will Levis going to start Sunday. at NRG, his first trip to Houston to take on the Texans, the rookie quarterback who ended up going with the Texans' original draft pick, by the way, that second-round pick.
33rd overall.
He is going to get the starts. C.J. Stroud, we know he's back in the lineup. He is officially cleared concussion protocol. This was John McClain talking to D'Amico Ryans about what to expect from C.J. in his return.
When the game starts, what will you be looking for to make sure he's the same CJ?
You're just looking for efficiency, right? Just being able to command a huddle, right? Being efficient with the plays that we're asking him to run. That's what you're looking for. Just looking for him to be comfortable in the moment, right? And the main thing is you want to keep the defenders off of him, right, as much as possible, so we don't have another hit, anything like that to, make him go backwards. So we just got to make sure we're protecting him, make sure we're playing efficient, and make sure we're just pressing forward, moving the football.
Man, I love hearing that. And I hope that they stay true to it, because I think that's the biggest thing to be watching out for in this game, aside from just C.J. Stroud's performance in and of itself. And you've hit on this earlier in the show, like, how are they game planning around what C.J.'s been through, and what measures are they taking to protect the quarterback? Whether that be through play call, protection, how they execute. Like, I'm going to be paying attention to all of that.
Yeah, you've got to. And it's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting balance. And I'm not going to say this is like some sort of preseason game. Like, I mean, they could easily lose to the Titans. Now, they can't, but they can, if you know what I mean. Like, it would be a disaster. But maybe you can work out some of those kinks against a Tennessee team that we don't know if they're trying to win, that's shorthanded, that doesn't have as much to play for, so that when you face the Indianapolis Colts, a much better team on the road, maybe you kind of get a little bit better of a process going when it comes to the offense.
Yeah. You said that they can and they can't. That's a great way to put it, because – bro, we've seen them.
It's the NFL, you know what I mean.
It's the NFL, but they've also,
Jets,
like, we've seen it happen.
Carolina.
Yeah. So, like, but those were also inexcusable, I felt like.
Yeah.
At least the way that they played out.
No doubt.
So this would just be.
This would be like the end. I mean, this is, unless you get, like, significant help.
It would be along those lines, but worse because of the timing of it. Because you're now out of time, unlike those situations. So they can, like, when I say it's inexcusable to go out there and lose this game, that's not me saying that they can't go out there and lose the game. Yeah, it's not saying it's not
possible. It's just saying it would be a disaster. Like, it would be a disaster. Like,
they absolutely can go out there and lose this game.
Like, I'm not even talking about this like I am, like I would like a bad team. Like, it's a losable game.
For sure.
But they cannot do it for a number of reasons, and it would be something that would diminish the season. That's the best way that I can attempt to put it. Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
Historically bad against the Texans the last time they faced off. The statistic, 20 touches, 15 scrimmage yards, never happened in NFL history. D'Amico Ryans, he knows that his fellow Alabama Crimson Tide alum is not going to go down lightly this time.
For us, each game is a new game. What happened last game, it really doesn't matter, right? You have to show up every game, right? And we can't rest on what we did last game. We got to show up, right, with the right mentality. We have to play the right way, have to play good football, and it's going to take everyone to stop Derrick because he's such a phenomenal running back.
So there you go, Swarm. They did last time.
Yeah.
Damen Pierce, kickoff return guy. He was on with Clint Stoerner and Sean Pendergast postgame. Some awesome stuff, some awesome transparent stuff, just kind of that shows the culture that D'Amico Ryans is building. But he also had his hilarious country-ass breakdown of how in the hell we ended up seeing number 31 back there returning kicks.
To be honest with you, is just how it looks. That's exactly how I went. Surprise, surprise. So I come in Tuesday. So I usually meet with my running back coach before everything gets started. So we in there chilling. He like, you checked the depth chart today? I'm like, depth chart or what? He like, they got you returning. That's nice. You know what I'm saying? I ain't did that since high school, but okay. You know what I'm saying? But just how it looks, that's exactly how it went. I just came in Tuesday. I was like, well, that's another opportunity for me to go make plays, help the team. And from that Tuesday, I probably had like 10 people come up to me like, yeah, you returning one. Fairburn, y'all call him. I can't say his first name. I can't say he his first name.
Say his last name either.
So I call him Fairbury. Fairbury, every rep we had, he was like, yeah, you're going to get you one this. So like, I'm like, all right, if they think I'm going to get one, I don't think I'm going to get one. So we repping, everything looking better, like I'm getting more comfortable back there, you know. And then at the end of the day, I'm like, man, I'm on Coach Frank unit. Coach Frank, like military, that's one of the most, you know, script, detailed, fundamental units on our team, special teams, you know. Coach Frank has a great operation going on, and I did not want to be the one to mess it up. So. But it was just like, ooh, since high school.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, bro, the simplest form I could put it into myself at the time was all kickoff is a long run play.
Okay.
Yeah. And you know what? The simplicity in that. Like, I love Damen Pierce, man. There is a matching up of the wisdom and the simplicity of it all. Like, it ain't nothing but a long run play. Yeah, you know what? It is.
I mean,
that's right. I mean, there's some differences, but that's not a bad way of looking at it.
No, not at all.
You know what I mean? Like,
not at all.
That's especially if your only job on the play is to run.
Yeah.
Like, okay, yeah, that works.
I want to ask you this question. The Browns started off Week 17 yesterday, 37-20. There's obvious reasons to root against the Cleveland Browns. The Texans possess their draft pick, Deshaun Watson, all that. But Deshaun Watson's on IR. Joe Flacco is the old man straight off the couch. Do you find yourself pulling for the Cleveland Browns a little bit?
Not pulling for them. Believing in them, though. Like, believing in them in the same way that I believe in the Ravens as a true contender in the AFC, the same way that I believe in those top teams, I would say, minus Philly, I would guess, in the NFC. I would say the 49ers and Cowboys feel like they're legitimate on the NFC side. I'm starting to view the Browns realistically in that realm of teams that could legitimately go to the Super Bowl and win it. Now, do I root for them? Do I want it? Nah, not really. I'm accepting of the fact that their draft pick is not going to be like some kind of gift to the Texans, but yeah, no, I'm not there. I'm not there to where I can root for them.
I saw like the wild ass scenarios where how the Browns could get into the
one seed,
and it's like, man, this isn't going to happen. So I kind of dismiss it. I think the most dangerous thing about the Browns, on top of the obvious, is the fact that they're gonna be able to rest. Like, Myles Garrett's playing with one arm. Like, he's been playing with one arm for a while. Like, they're going to be able to ice up now that they've clinched a playoff spot. And I think that's kind of scary. They're not going to have to. It's not like Texans, Colts, a lot of these other squads, even teams that are playing for the one seed, a lot of times you have to win the final week of the season. The Browns are in the playoffs. They know they're going to be going on the road. They probably aren't scared of any team in the league right now, and they probably shouldn't be.
Yeah, who's the team that they can't beat?
So they can just ice up and get ready.
Yeah,
and they're banged up, so they basically have like a bye of some sort.
Yeah, I can't get to the point of rooting for them, but I am at the point of admitting that the way I was dismissive of the Browns at various points of the season, really just up until recently, if I'm being honest about it, I have been dismissive of them, and that is starting to look very silly. Just straight up. Can't be dismissive of them now.
Honest. I'll be honest with myself. Like, I'm enjoying watching Flacco play.
Yeah,
I'm enjoying the story. Full transparency. When the report came out that Joe Flacco was going to start a game for the Browns, I thought it was a joke. I thought it was inevitable that the Cleveland Browns were going to dip down and the Texans weren't going to have to worry about them. So I thought it was a freaking joke.
But see, I didn't think he was going to be worse than like PJ and whatever other combination.
Yeah, but I thought they were a joke too. They almost looked into it. Yeah.
No, I thought that they were going to still be like good enough because even without Nick Chubb, they've been able to run the ball with Jerome Ford and Kareem Hunt, and the defense is really good. Like, I thought that they would be able to mask whatever weaknesses that Joe Flacco brought up on to the team, but then it turned out he's
crazy.
A strength.
That's what's crazy is
playmaker.
They had one of the biggest masks of quarterback play and one of the best offensive weapons in the NFL, and they lost that. And then they went through 4 quarterbacks, and now all of a sudden we're sitting here saying, damn, nobody wants a piece of that. Kevin Stefanski, you got my vote for Coach of the Year. I don't have a vote, though. Maybe I'll try to talk John McClain into you getting his. Cowboys versus Lions tomorrow, 7:15 ABC. It's going to be a nice one. 10-5 versus 11-4.
Yeah, and one of the cool things about this one is I don't think that this is a playoff preview because of the way the brackets play out. It doesn't look like they're going to face each other. More than likely, they're not going to face each other in the playoffs, but they're both like legitimate playoff teams that have a chance to go to the NFC Championship game, if not the Super Bowl. So you get a chance to watch them head-to-head with the unlikelihood of being able to watch them play each other in the playoffs.
It's the Play on Thanksgiving Bowl.
Yeah, I'm with
the
that.
Play on Thanksgiving Bowl.
Yeah.
Both these teams play on Thanksgiving. The Lions kind of have a little bit of the makeup that I'd like the Texans to have. And by that I mean, obviously the teams are a little bit different. But one of the things that has raised the Lions' ceiling this year has been the fact that they invested in offensive weapons in the draft, Gibbs and Laporta in the first 2 rounds, and they hit on those, and it's just completely elevated their play. I think the Texans need to do this too. And then the improvement on defense can come within. You can still find some guys, but the Lions have added the best tight end in the NFL this year. That's what Laporta is. And they've added Gibbs, which adds just like a completely different element for them. That's what I'd like to see the Texans do from this year to next.
What pick was Gibbs again?
Like 12, 13, something like that?
I think it was 12.
Or 14,
Where,
13 or 14?
No, it was 12. It was 12.
The Texans had 12,
yeah. They used to pick there.
Yeah.
They used to pick there, but not anymore.
Don't do this.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's a weapon.
Don't do this to me.
It's a weapon who was picked
12. Yeah. Gotcha.
12. Yeah, man. And I think there's a tight. There are a few players that were picked in some opportune positions, let's just say, but that's water under the bridge.
In the Browns game, Al Michaels, he took a shot at the best team in town. Here is that slime ball, Al Michaels.
Blitz right there from Newsome allows him to get his hands. Here he comes late, disguises it. You think Jim Schwartz right now is dialing a few things up, the defensive coordinator for the Browns?
Somebody pounding on that trash can. I think the Astros must be in town. I'm sorry. Yeah, go rip me. Out to the 34-yard line.
Lame.
Robert,
why would you follow up your lame season, Al Michaels, with that lame cheap shot?
Yeah, that was the end of his season, huh? They're not letting him call the playoff game. Jets, we saw them rough up the Texans. Robert Saleh, DeMeco Ryans, they're close. They're good friends. Robert Saleh was called out by the New York media. I guess the New York media kind of went body language expert on Robert Saleh.
They're known for that, yeah.
And Robert Saleh, this was his response to the notion that he doesn't appear to be pissed off enough given what's happened to the Jets this year.
You don't seem, maybe you're not conveying what you really feel inside, but you don't seem particularly angry or upset about it. I'm wondering if you could just share what's really churning inside of you now.
I'm not quite sure on the question, Rich.
You don't seem
Do you want me to throw the podium on the floor?
Whatever you want to do.
I think that's a good response. It's like what do you want me to do? Because you know what? What's messed up about it? I love media. I'm obviously in the media, but what's messed up about it is if he was wearing his emotions on his sleeve, if he was out there losing his bleep, they would be criticizing him for that too. Somebody would say, I love to have a coach with the passion, but they would also be like, hey, you're the head football coach of the New York Giants. You've got to be more professional than that. It would be, they would want to have it both ways. He can't win for losing. It's the fact that they suck. And of course, they got to hold his feet to the fire. I get it. But body language expert, my ass.
Jamar Chase, the Chiefs got the Bengals this week. It's unfortunate. This has been a real meaningful matchup. Bengals, they need a lot to happen for them to be able to back into the playoffs. Could I interest you in a stat before we hear Jamar Chase on court?
Of course.
You know what their record is in the division?
The Bengals?
Yeah, this is a division where the Steelers have lost their quarterback, the Ravens are the Ravens, and the Browns have played four different quarterbacks. You know what their record is in the division, the Bengals?
What's their record?
0-5.
They haven't won a game in the division?
They haven't won a game in the division. So, their struggles are, right there in the AFC North.
Yeah. Wow. And so they have no chance then. You can't win a division game especially with the Steelers in your like. To me, that's got to be the get. If there's going to be a get right, and that sounds weird, I know, because the Steelers are like a model of consistency and success.
Steelers got in them last week.
Yeah, that's wild. That's why I did not realize that.
Here's Jamar Chase. Love me some Jamar Chase. This is some of the best trash talk that you've heard. Joe Burrow in year 2 got Jamar Chase. He was very lucky. Here's Jamar Chase just getting warmed up talking about them Kansas City Chiefs.
Would you say you have good memories of playing in Kansas City, or what memories do you have of playing there?
I've had one good and one bad. How about that? So it's even split.
Is there any bad taste left in your mouth from last year and how that ended still there?
I don't like how it ended. I mean, but it's football at the end of the day. I'm not going to sit here and dwell on it. We watched a few plays from it, and it just showed how good we were at the time being.
Did you ever watch the quarterback series with Patrick Mahomes? Did you see any of that?
Quarterback series? Nah, I don't watch. Nah.
He was watching before that game last year, and he saw the comments about Burrowhead, and it seemed to motivate them quite a bit. There's always back and forth with both of you guys. Do you enjoy that back and forth? I mean, it seems to happen every single game.
Hell yeah. They talk the most. That's why. Yeah, I love it. Do.
Who talks the most on Kansas City?
Is Willie Gay still there?
Yeah.
The linebacker? Him probably.
I think people from the outside assume that there's a lot of hate there between you two, but it seems to be that it's just competitive fire. You guys enjoy that.
What? Bengals and KC?
Yeah.
It's football, man. I mean, y'all going to put whatever image y'all want on it already, so I mean.
But you guys enjoy it? There's no hate? Or is there some hate between both sides?
No comment. No comment.
I love the no comment.
No comment.
Because he's clearly willing to talk.
Because the comment is a comment.
Yeah.
But just wait.
But he's also clearly willing to hold court.
He held court for 14 minutes. The clip went short. So this is the media availability some more, and this is where he gets into the atmosphere. He knows that he can poke at Chiefs fans. They take that arrowhead real serious. Here's Jamar Chase adding fuel to the fire.
Do you ever think, Jamar, how much better this offense is when both you and T are on the field together?
Yeah, we know what we're capable of. Everyone in the league does. That's why KC double is the way they do.
What stands out about that secondary for the Chiefs?
If I'm being honest, nothing. They just know how to play us. They know the leverages. They know what splits we in. They just know what we gonna do, certain movements. They throw a little double-doubles at us to stop the two best players on our side, and that's all they do. I mean, it's not really like they got a Jalen Ramsey on these squads, you know what I'm saying? So, not much.
What are teams doing so well that they're taking away that Kansas City home field advantage?
I don't know. I don't watch Kansas City like that, man. I only watch the film when I'm watching it, but I don't watch all the games like that.
How much do you enjoy these all-or-nothing games late in the season in Kansas City, Jamar?
All-or-nothing games? What's that supposed to mean?
Well, if you look at the
all or nothing, literally?
Yeah, if you guys lose this game, the chance to make the playoffs.
So ask that question again.
How much do you enjoy these all-or-nothing kind of games late in the season?
I don't enjoy losing. So.
Does it feel like a college atmosphere to you? T said it feels like he's back in college because
Nah.
Nothing like LSU.
Nothing.
Not even close.
Nope.
All right.
That's
there you
okay.
go. Jamar Chase. Now, this is where it was interesting because I went to watch the whole thing. So that portion of the media leaves. And you could tell he's like, oh, that was all y'all were going to ask me? I had plenty more to say. Couple of media types hung around, and this was the Jamar Chase clip. Or clips, I should say, that went viral.
Because I felt like it was a funny question. It was like a tricky one a little bit. Trying to get me to say something. Liked it, though. Pretty cool. Hey, that's your job, man. What you do for a living. Literally what you do for a living.
So your comment about nothing stands out about their secondary and they don't have a Jalen Ramsey, that could be taken.
They can take it how they want to. Yeah. I don't care.
But if you don't play, would that be a problem? You know, I'm sure you want to go out and back it up, but if you don't play,
I mean, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, there's so much that I can do myself. It's not like I'm Iron Man. I can't throw the football to myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a team sport. At the end of the day, it's just, I know what I see on paper. I know what I see in game. That's why they double everybody, because they can't do it one-on-one. The best player on their team is Snead, and that's a fact. Everybody knows that. That's why they double everything they see. They just got, they drafted 2 new corners that's longer. They're trying to match Snead. That's why Snead at corner now. I already know it. Like, I'm not bugged about it. They know I'm good. They know how to play us. That's what it is. But it's not like they got a superstar on their defense.
I'm not having Brian Stoerner.
Who?
Brian
Cook, safety?
I don't even know who that is. That number 6? I don't know, man. I don't. Just a guy to me. Ain't Jesse Bates to me. You want me to go comparisons? Not the same. Just saying.
This feels by design a little bit. To give them a little bit. Add to the fire, like you just mentioned. Is it, or did you just decide?
I don't know. Man. I love it.
How would you describe Jamar Chase with an edge versus Jamar Chase without an edge, since you have an edge today?
I don't know, man. Some days I wake up pissed off. So today is one of them. I can't say that today. Sorry.
Anything to do with football or not football?
They got to do with everything. Everything. That's a good one.
All right.
My boy chose violence that day.
He's ready to go.
Chose violence.
Man, I wish this game had something on the line because I like them going back and forth. Coming up, you know what time it is. It is time for the slime, the final slime off of 2023. Next.
The Drive with
Landry Locker.
Slime off of the year on the final slime off showdown of the year. You don't want to miss who's going to take home the crown. It is time for Z Slime.
It's time for the weekly slime.
Slime season.
The biggest displays of weekly slimery.
Man, you going to hell on scholarship.
As decided by your favorite H-Town hosts and the loopholes.
Man, look at this slime ball.
This is the Friday Slime Off on Sports Radio 610.
All right, contestant number one this week, Bill O'Brien, Jalen Milroe, quarterback of Alabama. He's going to lead the Crimson Tide against Michigan in the Rose Bowl on Monday. It's been an up and down year. He's kind of found his groove, though. And once upon a time, Bill O'Brien told him he sucked. Here was Milroe at the podium yesterday.
All my life, even when I was in college. My own offensive coordinator, Bill O'Brien, told me I shouldn't play quarterback. There's a lot of things I can have motivation on, and that is something I have motivation from.
What was your reaction to Bill O'Brien telling you that you shouldn't play quarterback? Do you remember how you felt when he said that?
How would you feel if I told you you suck?
I wouldn't like it.
Okay then, so that's exactly how I felt, you know what I'm saying? So biggest thing for me, be true to myself, stay the same, nothing changed about me. Only thing that changed me was I had the opportunity and I seized it. For me, the biggest thing was just stay true to myself. I had a bigger purpose than anyone's opinion.
Is there a position he wanted you to play or said you should be this position or that position, or he just...
He told me a bunch of business I could have switched to, but look where I'm at right now, so who gets the last laugh?
All right. Bill O'Brien, contestant number one.
He should have hit him with that, you suck too.
Yeah, you suck too, mother.
Hit him with that, you suck too.
Contestant number two, Deebo Samuel. This was Deebo Samuel on the Kay Adams show, calling out Cam Newton because Cam Newton had some not so great things to say about Brock Purdy.
First of all, Cam Newton stopped texting my phone, bro. He was a fan 2 weeks ago. That's mad crazy. You wanted me on your podcast after talking about my quarterback, which is funny to me. Back to this Michael Parsons story. bro, we beat you 42 to whatever the score may be. A long time ago. I don't get why he's so bothered about what we got going on over here, whatever the case may be. You saying you can be a quarterback in this offense? I don't understand where you going with that.
Here was Cam Newton's response, and there was a crazy twist to this story that has Deebo in the slime off. Here was Cam Newton's response first.
I love this day and age that we're in because it gives so many people opportunities to kind of speak on things in real time, right? Something that just hit my desk in regards to Kay Adams. I love her, by the way. Need to get her on 4th and 1. But she kind of stretched the truth when talking to Deebo Samuels in regards to the ha-ha-ha, or Cam said ha-ha-ha. I used the monocle emoji, basically saying, like, what's going on here. Not to retract my statement. I said what I said. Now, Debo, my guy, been a fan, still a fan. You must stop the cap, bro. You said something like, Cam, stop calling my phone. Well, I don't got your number. Whoever calling you, that ain't my phone calling you. And it was so believable that I had to go back on I said, hold on, did I reach out to Debo? I said, that was believable. I already got your number to call you or reach out to you. And if I do, put it out there for the people to see. I want the receipt, because maybe somebody reaching out to you that I don't necessarily know, but it wasn't me, homeboy. Nah, I don't like that. So whoever the calling you, Debo, it ain't me, bit, bro. But I still with you. And I know, emotional about the loss, and you defended your teammate, as you should. So I'm not going to sit up here and be like, no, bro, go see. No, I'm still a fan, bro. You feel me? One love, bro.
By the way, Deebo Samuel then posted the screenshot. Wasn't Cam Newton's phone number. It was some kids prank calling him.
So Deebo, loud and wrong. The worst thing you can be is loud and wrong.
I feel bad, like these 20-somethings. If you can't respect Cam Newton as like an OG voice of reason, then I'm even more worried about our society than I already was. Like that should be like someone that you show the ultimate respect to.
100%, man. That run.
Well, just his whole
2010 all the way up until
the way that he is, though. Like he's always had like that OG presence, even when he was at his highest and lowest. I just don't. Yeah, I can't get down with that.
Yeah. And the things that he says, specifically on football, are all reasonable takes.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like he's out here saying something that's just so out of pocket.
No.
That you're like, oh, where did Cam get that from?
And I did think he brought up a good point. Like, what is with, like, analysts like me or you saying, well, Cam Newton wasn't this or that? I hate that. I'll never forget when I was in this studio and someone was, like, filling in, and Chris Sims said something, and they started questioning his career. It's like, bro, he had a better career than us. Like, we're not getting into that. So,
yeah, critique the take.
Yeah.
If the take is bad, it can be bad whether it's you or me who didn't play or whoever, Seth, who played for 10 years. Like, it doesn't matter. Bad takes can come from anywhere. Good takes can come from anywhere. Don't do the weird, you didn't play or you had a bad career, your career ended badly. Like, that's dumb.
Who are you voting for?
Yeah, man, I got to go Billy O, man. That's your own player. That's your own guy. I got to go Billy O. I got to go. And, like, y'all recruited this dude, man. Like, this is a dude that's on your team. You're an offensive coordinator. You going to tell him that he can't play the position? And he's got a pattern of it. Like, it'd be one thing if this was some kind of one-off. Yeah. But that seems to be like his bag, and I don't understand it.
I'm going to go with Billy O, too. So Billy O takes home the Slime-Off. Slime-Off of the year. The winner. Not John McClain. It is Seth Payne. For a back-to-back performance in October, Exhibit A, Sean Pendergast trying to get excited, trying to hype up the show, trying to get excited for Reaction Monday. Seth Payne not really having it. This is how, on an October day, when the city of Houston was excited to hear about their Houston Texans football team, Seth Payne started a 2-week stretch of slimy dominance.
Yeah, turn that up, man. These football Fridays take on a different meaning when you have an actual good football team.
Break it up. Yeah. Let's call it an interesting football team. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. I don't want to drink that rat poison, of proclaiming them a good football team just yet. Let's call it an interesting, intriguing team. And they've still got to prove. They've got to prove that, like, right now they're a 500 football team, okay?
I ripped the warning label off of that rat poison. I crumpled it up, and I threw it away, and I took the lid off, and I'm just taking the rat poison, and I'm holding it over like Terrell Owens with the popcorn. I'm guzzling rat poison right now.
This is how I'm going to keep you. This is how I'm going to keep you level-headed. Okay. Today, this will be the theme today. I'm not trying to be a spoilsport. I'm very optimistic about the Texans. Just want to try to keep that balance.
It's the start of the show, bro.
Texans, in many respects, have one of the worst run defenses in the league.
All right, let's stop. Stop this one. Stop this one.
That have,
all right, so that was 1 week.
Yikes.
The very next week, and this is how you get the slime of the year. Let me just put you on the spot, B. Scott. Do you think the Texans are going to win on Sunday?
Yes.
Okay, you do?
Yes.
Okay, that was easy, right?
Picking them to win, yes.
Okay, so
Short
you're
answer.
the Texans. Okay.
Yes.
All right, you think the Jags are going to beat the Panthers?
No.
Okay, there you go. That was easy. I thought predictions, you get put on the spot. It is what it is.
Yeah, do your thing. It's the radio.
This was the next week. This was Sean Pendergast. It seemed like a harmless question. Well, not to everyone.
You're picking the Astros in the series in how many games?
Oh, I don't know. 5.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Well, Lopez picked a sweep yesterday. That's why I'm asking.
I mean, that's a bogus. All right. I hadn't. Honestly, I hadn't thought about it at all. So disregard what I just said.
Okay.
I'll tweet it out later.
Okay, gotcha.
Get your thoughts together.
I didn't think it was an unfair question. But you picked a sweep yesterday.
It wasn't unfair. I've just never been asked it right at the end there, and I okay, yeah, 5. It's
gotcha.
5. It's
yeah,
5.
I'm doing it in 6. I spent 15 seconds thinking about mine. It's cool.
So there you go. Congratulations to Seth. He takes down John McClain as the slime of the year.
Earlier today, he also railed against the term, the figure of speech of being called off the couch. It's like Seth, because he's like, they're not on the couch, they're working out. It's like Seth, bro, y'all, and they were having a good show at that point. And I was like, yo, man. It's just a figure of speech. They don't mean, he's like, it sounds like he's ripping a bong and just eat. I'm like, no, that's not what we mean, Seth. It's just a figure of speech, dog. We're just having fun. Caught up the couch. He was not having it. Both of them, actually, were done with that figure of speech. Kind of wild. It's like, what are they doing? Taking everything, just like
now Sean's getting mad at text and stuff.
Yeah. It's the same thing that they did with your must win.
Oh God! There you go. There's another example of the sliminess.
It's like, we don't need.
What are we doing here?
Come on,
what
man.
are we doing here?
You know what time it is, dog.
Congrats to Seth. Let's go real quick to Larry in Stafford. Larry, what up?
Hey, what's going on, Landry? B. Scott, look, I'm gonna get it in quick, man. Landry, I want to say. I appreciate where you went when you started the show out about the Texans can't lose this game, man. That's obvious. They cannot lose this game. For everything that we've been through as an organization and as a fan base for the last several years, this game is about as important as a game that we've probably had in the last 10 years. And I'm going to tell you why. Because if you have an opportunity to get your ass in the playoffs by just beating 2 dudes in your division, your ass have to do this game. The coach game is irrelevant at this point. You deal with Tennessee. And the fact that we're getting Will Anderson back and our quarterback back, you are going into this game as the favorite, which tells me Tennessee don't have nothing to play for. So your ass should come out and put the ass to Tennessee. I can't wait to get over there on Kirby on Sunday, man, because if these boys don't understand how important it is to themselves and this fan base, we ought to be in there on Sunday morning making sure they understand it. Because I want to take my ass to the playoffs because next year ain't guaranteed to no damn body.
Yeah.
So your ass got a shot, your ass better take it. So I'm looking for D'Amico and I'm looking for Bobby Slowick ass to make sure that he has his game on because Bobby Slowick got to deal up plays that's going to keep my quarterback safe and going to let him do his thing, and he's going to have to be able to put some points on the board so Tennessee can sneak their old sorry ass back out of the 8 and go straight on back to Nashville with another L. Fellas, y'all have a good, happy New Year, man, and I can't wait to get with you boys after we get in and I'll holler.
There you go. Larry. Yeah, I think he said it perfectly. Everything he said is 100% spot on.
Larry was spitting, and the point that I want to reiterate that I really want to co-sign with Larry is don't tell me about next year. I know we all feel good about the future, and we should.
Thank you.
But ain't nothing promised about next year. Tell me about 2024 when 2024 get here. You know what I mean? We can't be we'll just be here next year.
It's not what happens.
I don't know that.
The best is not guaranteed. I'm sure Cincinnati was saying that last year. What happened to them? Yeah, where are they at? Let's get into this a little bit more. The significance of this game, it cannot be overstated. They cannot lose this game. Or can they? Next.
In the Loop.
Talking to Kareem Jackson here on In the Loop.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
They can, but they can't. The Texans can't lose this game to the Tennessee Titans. Of course, in the NFL, it could easily happen, but it would be a nightmare. Like, it would be a perfect storm of crap for the Texans season, and it would make me kind of look at this season as a disappointment. I don't react to preseason predictions and then act like you're playing with house money if you surpass that win total. I always hear John, you expected them to win 4.5, and no, I don't care about that, because you're going to be wrong in the NFL. It happens every year. Every year, like, a team goes from 4 to 9. We saw it with the Giants last year. You go back every year, it happens. If the Texans lose to the Colts next week, okay, you lost to a good football team. They're in a similar situation. Kind of sucks that their first-year coach got the best of your first-year coach, but hey, it happens. Good season. Future's bright. Let's go. In this situation, with all the question marks with the Texans, the bad vibes, the stadium not even being where you would have wanted it to be early on in the season, the C.J. Stroud start, it's Houston Day at NRG. It's not a coincidence. They're facing the Tennessee Titans, who 2 weeks ago wore Houston Oilers uniforms. It's not a coincidence that they're having Houston Day that day. Tennessee is not a football team that benefits from winning. They're as banged up as you are. You say the Texans are banged up? Tennessee's probably more banged up than the Texans, as hard to believe as that is. There's been a time this year where they haven't had a single starter on the D-line or a starter in the secondary play a game. Yeah. Jeffrey Simmons is shut down pretty much at this point. They have Will Levis coming back from a high ankle injury. That win that we sat here and we talked about a couple of weeks ago, D'Amico Ryan's gutsy win, resiliency, all that win, do you want to cancel that out by losing in this situation? From a business perspective, from a football perspective, from a opportunity perspective, the Texans cannot lose this game to the Tennessee Titans. We can start talking about house money if they get this dub, but it's got to happen. This would be an absolute disaster. There are going to be people going to that stadium that haven't been there in a long time. They hate the Tennessee Titans. They hate the fact that the Tennessee Titans took their football team from them. They've been hesitant to buy into the Houston Texans because of the sins of the past. You want this to be what ends your season? Cannot happen. Should not happen. I think it will not happen. Just can't happen, B. Scott.
And I also think within the context of the season, they've already used up their free passes. And I'm not even saying that you should give them to them, but if you were going to give them to them, if you were going to make excuses for the team to lose certain games, I feel like they've already used that up. They used it up against Atlanta. Okay, let's let it go. Fine, they lost against Atlanta. You're going to lose some games in the NFL. Then they go and give Carolina his first win of the season. They fired their coaching staff not too long after that. Like, you lost to a team that had not been able to win up until that point and didn't even believe in his coaching staff enough to let him finish out the year. Like, that's how bad and dysfunctional things were in Carolina, and you couldn't beat that team. All right, used up that free pass. Happened again against the Jets, an offense that was comically and historically bad up until that point, and then goes off for 30 points in a half against you, used up that free pass. Oh, wait a minute. Sometime before that, you also faced the Jaguars team at home that you had already beaten on the road by 20. Now, I know a lot of things went well for you in that game to allow you to beat them by 20. But look, the Jaguars, to me, they looked like a better team that day, but that was a winnable game. That was certainly a winnable game, a team that you had beaten before, and a team that ever since has not looked all that good, if we're just being honest about it. So you've used up all of your opportunities, free passes, get out of jail free card, excuse, whatever you want to call it. Time's out for it. You've used them all up. Just the way the calendar shapes up. It's the end of the season, bro. Like, you can't afford to do it. You've run out of excuses. The last 2 games, I feel like
your quarterback back.
Got your quarterback back. The last 3 games, I feel like you've had an excuse to lose. Okay, bad weather in New Jersey, playing against the Jets. Bad weather, terrible stadium, really good defense. Okay, I can see that you might lose that game, even though I picked them to win it. All right, you lose your quarterback. Still on the road, division opponent, really tough division opponent, going out there with Case Keenum. Got an excuse to lose that game. To your credit, you win it. All right? Last week, you're playing a legitimate opponent at home in the Cleveland Browns. We've seen what they've been able to do even since then against the Jets just last night. That's a real football team. You still didn't have your quarterback. I think you've got real excuses that you can make, explanations that you can have for why you would lose that game. I don't have it on this one, Landry.
Nah.
I don't have it.
There is none. There is none. It's not, and don't lower the standard. Don't lower the bar. Like, you can be pleased. You can be amused. Is the future bright? You bet your ass the future is bright for this football team. You kidding me? Couldn't go better. From a chess perspective, like looking next year and beyond that, the future couldn't be brighter. The future doesn't get diminished, but you also don't want to have a situation where if you're this loss would be as bad. This loss would be worse than that Tennessee win was good. That the most, according to Sean Pendergast, I don't disagree, most resilient win that they've had.
Yeah.
One of the most impressive, improbable wins in franchise history. Don't cancel that out. Don't cancel out DeMeco Ryans' best effort.
Yeah.
Don't cancel that out. Give yourself a chance, because the Indianapolis Colts are in the same situation as you. They're in the same damn situation as you. They got a first-year coach. They had a young quarterback. They got a lot of injuries. You want to put yourself on that pedestal. And, oh, by the way, you want to talk about going full circle? What better way to go full circle than let's finish off the season with a win over the old Oilers / Tennessee Titans on Houston Day, and then let's cleanse our souls in about a year's time from watching the Texans go on the road and take on the damn Indianapolis Colts, where a loss benefited both teams more than a win. Let's have it all on the line.
You know what it kind of reminds me of in terms of how we talk about it and how we view it? And y'all are allowed to talk about it and view it however y'all want, but this is me here. I kind of look at it similar to the 2019 season, where they beat the Bills in the divisional round and they go out there, or in the wild card round, go out to the divisional round and lose to the Kansas City Chiefs after being up 24-0, right? That was disappointing. Okay, that was like, you could acknowledge that the Chiefs were a better team. They ended up winning the Super Bowl, all of that. But to be up 24-0, fluky or however it happened, to be up at that point and to still lose that game was a disappointment, was a letdown, was somewhat of an embarrassment, all of those things. Even though, and watch out, you want to talk about next year, even though after the game, I felt okay about the future. Now, I didn't know that they were going to trade DeAndre Hopkins in a few weeks. I didn't know that everything was going to be shot to hell not too long after that. I didn't know that. I felt good about the future despite it being a failure in the moment, despite it being a disappointment in the moment. This is what that would be to a slightly lesser degree, because it's not the playoffs that we're talking about. We're talking about an opportunity to get to the playoffs. Losing this game would be similar to that, and not seizing an opportunity that's right there in front of you, and then talking about, hey, but I feel good about the future. Hey, man, don't tell me about next year.
There's 3 layers remaining for me this season right now, and two of them I think have to happen. The third one would just be icing on the cake. Layer number 1 is you have to beat Tennessee. You have to beat Tennessee. You can't lose to the Titans. It's a perfect recipe of garbage. It's a perfect recipe of just completely hiking your leg and eliminating anything good you've done this season. Layer number 2 will be Indianapolis. Can the Texans get some momentum on the Indianapolis Colts? Can they figure that? And then layer 3 would be, could they make some noise in the playoffs? Let's talk to Ron the Show Hughley, formerly known as Show. Ron, what it do?
I appreciate that, man. I really appreciate that. I know you've been fighting hard, Landry, to go ahead and stop yourself. I appreciate that from you. No, man, it's good, man.
Effort, man. Not execution, but effort's there.
It's the effort is there. It's that try ability right there. No, man. It's a big Friday, big football Friday, and we are live here on the Rocks here off Jones Road. So come on out, hang out with us. But it's going to be a good time because this is a big game, man. I sense some nervousness around the city, and I'm excited about that. Some nervousness around the city, and I'm excited about it. But it's the proper type of nervousness of like, oh my God, like this is a must-win game. They got to win this game. Like I'm excited for this game to get here, but this is the biggest game that I've had as a Texans fan in a long time. This is fun.
Yeah, it's absolutely. It's really. I mean, it's perfect, man. I mean, it's 100% perfect. Perfect opponent, perfect situation. I don't want to sit here and act like CJ has a chance to have a preseason game or something like that. But I'm glad that it's shaped up to where he's facing the Titans first and then the Colts. You know what I mean? Like I'm glad that I think this is a good opponent for CJ to come back and face.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. They probably a little excited. I'll just say this, and we'll talk about this coming up as Sean Bajani is in the house with me as well. This isn't your normal team, though, and I wonder if you all agree. This isn't your normal team that is out of the playoff hunt, coming in here that just ready to get the season over with. I think there is some motivation for this Titans team coming in and playing this game based off what happened 2 weeks ago.
I think there's a lot of motivation.
Yeah, I think there probably is a little bit. I mean, a lot. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, I just think, it's not your normal team that's they're out of it. They got something. They are. I just think they'll be into this game more than most teams that are, whatever their record is, 5 and whatever, and don't have much to play for. Yeah, I think what happened 2 weeks ago, they'll be a little bit more into it.
But it's a Mike Vrabel coached football team.
Yeah, but see, he's
going to have them up.
Here's what I keep coming back to with that thing, though, guys. That's all well and good, and I actually agree with that. I think they'll be motivated. I think they'll be well coached and all of that good stuff. I'm with you. But they're just not good, man. They suck.
Oh, agree.
They're not a good football team. So, and if you want to purport yourself to be a good football team, and I think the Texans are still trying to prove themselves to be that, but if you want to be that, you got to go out there and beat a football team that is not good, especially when you already now have a reputation of having some lows against teams like that. They've done that already. They have all of their get-out-of-jail-free cards, all of their free passes. You cannot afford it here at the end of the season.
No, you can't. You can't afford it. No, they most definitely cannot have it happen. I'm just saying, this is a good opponent on paper where you're like, all right, this is a game that the Texans should definitely win, especially they won the game with Case out there playing this team 2 weeks ago. I'm just simply saying this isn't a Titans team that is like rollover mode.
Yeah, they're not going to roll over. Exactly.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
All right, the Drive is live, and this is a Football Friday, a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday, and we are live here on the Rocks here, right off Jones Road. So come on out, hang out with us. This place is big. This place has my man over here has got me. I'm going to try real hard not to mess with some of this seafood that I'm looking at over here, man. My man in front of me is just making it difficult. But the bar is open right there, man. They got good drinks, good food. Come on out here and have a good time on this Football Friday. By the way, Sean, as you know, on Fridays you come out, you got a chance to win a couple of $50 gift cards. We'll be hooking you up first with a $50 gift card to Academy Sports, as well a little bit later a $50 gift card to La Misha Wakana. So hey, if you want to try to get some meat late and get that ready for the smoker or whatever you're looking for coming up on On New Year's, you can do that. And I know, Chris, as soon as I said that came out with some nastiness there when I said if you're looking to get some meat, let's grow up out here. By the way, that is BD, Chris Santiago. And if you're wondering what BD means, that's right. He is in the building as Tyler is out today. Sean, bada boom, bada bing, Bajani is in the building. And listen, I had intended to start this show in a certain way. And fellas, it is going to go off in of what is not on the rundown. Because I just felt a little something on the way in and when I walked in. Because I do want to get your thoughts because I think there's some important things on the field-wise, injury-wise, and I know you were out there today, and I want to get your perspective of what you saw and what potentially could happen on Sunday because I think there is some potential good and bad news from what happened at today's practice. But I feel like I'm led to say this to the people out here. People in the Drive family, Texans fans, I know you're one. I know the folks out there listening are Texans fans. Most people here and on the rocks, I see people in their Texans gear in here. Don't do it.
What?
Don't do it. I know I can sense and I can feel you going here. And you have all the right to do it. I don't want to tell you how to fan, but don't do it. I feel like there are some people who are starting to move to a place of acceptance and saying, hey, man, this is a great year. No matter what happens. And it is. It's a great year. They're well ahead of schedule.
You about to say house money, aren't you?
They've won 8 games. They've won 8 games. We didn't think they were going to do this. We see a future that's bright. C.J. Stroud is out there, and, man, he looks good. He looks like the savior. We found the quarterback. D'Amico is right. Like, all right, man, we'll see. Man, they've got so many injuries. They've got so many guys hurt all over the place. Will Anderson may not play. Jonathan Grenard may not play. Jimmy Ward is on IR now. We got Titus Howard is going. So many. Like, hey, man, I feel like people are starting to get themselves to a point where they may be rolling into acceptance of potentially not making the playoffs. And I'm saying, don't do it.
No, man.
Don't do it. No, don't do it.
It's a lingering.
Don't accept that. Don't accept it. Believe it. Believe it. Go into this thing saying, we got to win these next 2 games.
Yeah.
You win the next 2 games, you're in. Do not move to a space of, because you can feel it. When you can feel oh, man, you know what? We're ahead of schedule. It's good.
I don't get that vibe.
Don't do it. Don't even let it creep into your mind. This team feels like a playoff team. Hold them and believe that they can do that and hold them accountable and treat these next 2 games like that. Don't let that creep into your mind. Don't let that, house money. Is that what you said? House money. Don't let it creep.
Yeah, I think that's.
No, stay in. Expect them to beat, as Brandon just said, a bad team. Stay in there. They should beat the Titans. They should beat the Titans, and do not move your mindset outside of this year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to tell you how to fan, but I am right now. Don't move your mindset to next year. Don't move your mindset to what Nick's going to do with free agency and just accept this. No, do not accept nothing less than not making the playoffs.
I think people have recovered from that. I think people started to get there when C.J. Stroud went out with concussion and you had Case Keenum and a combination of Davis Mills last week in the Browns game. And I think the news this week should have at least rejuvenated people to, throw the idea that the Texans are playing with house money out of the window. We've talked much of the season, haven't we, about why expectations have changed because of roster construction, because of finding your quarterback, because of getting, surprising contributions out of guys that have just simply blossomed in the first 3-4 years of their NFL career. Nico Collins, Jonathan Grenard, Will Anderson, the type of rookie season that he's had, Blake Cashman doing something that he's never done before when he'd never even been given the opportunity to do before at the middle linebacker position. I mean, you've gotten massive contributions all across the board, and through the first month and a half, 2 months of the season, you started to see that. And your expectations changed then after the Bengals game, after the Bucs game, hell, maybe even after the Falcons game, even though it was a loss run, when you saw what your quarterback was capable of doing on the road, leading his team back and scoring a go-ahead touchdown late inside the final 2 minutes, that gave you faith. That gave you hope. That gave you the confidence to say, you know what, to hell with, 4 or 5 wins, to heck with 6 wins. Like, let's see what D'Amico can do. I think that all went out the window for a little bit of time the last couple of weeks when there was serious doubt of C.J. Stroud being able to come back. There was the question asked by Cody Stoots to D'Amico Ryans in a press conference 2 weeks ago, if there was real concern about him not returning at all this season. And thankfully, I thought it was the most perfect answer. While he did, D'Amico, technically say no, he laughed it off. I mean, that was great. And now CJ's back. You might be getting Will Anderson back. I don't think there's a house money sense at all to the Texans and what they've got what they're facing the next couple of weeks. I think it's seize the day. If anything, the Texans have an opportunity to do something that they have not been able to do all season long when they're at least close to having a full arsenal, and that's beat a bad football team. Beat a team that they've got nothing to play for. They hadn't been able to do it against the Falcons. They hadn't been able to do it against the New York Jets. Now you've got the Titans. I mean, some way, somehow, you needed 70 minutes to do it, but some way, somehow, you beat them with Case Keenum a couple of weeks ago. You have an opportunity to not just solidify your status within the division, but to beat a team, to show that you're continually learning how to win, whether it be from the adversity of a loss, whether it be in response to a win. We've seen the Texans do all of those things already this season.
Yep, from the text line, as I'm seeing it roll through, as I said, man, I don't let this creep in. Don't let it creep in. From the text line, hold them accountable for not making the playoffs. Do you know how stupid that sounds? How, as a fan, am I supposed to hold them accountable? I don't have a radio show where I can opine in tirades. That's fine. I'm just telling you.
No, but you got the text line.
Yeah, I'm just telling you. For me, I'm starting to get a sense of, man, the injuries are piling up. Hey, man, they've lost these games, these teams. Man, it's been a great season anyway. Mm-hmm. This was going to be a process. I've seen that a lot. I'm seeing on the text line now, Ron, that's dumb. How are you going to hold someone accountable for something that you're not accountable for? You didn't think they could win more than 2 games. Actually, I had 6. But as you said, mm-hmm. It changed.
It changed.
We saw them, we watched them, and it changed. All right? And I'm saying I feel like a sense – this can happen sometimes where you're like, all right, let's start looking at the positive things and start preparing ourselves for, what we think could happen. Mm-hmm. And I'm starting to get a sense of that. And it's like, no, hang right here. Hang right here. Do not start looking to next year. To not start looking to, hey, this has been better than what we thought it was going to be. True it is. But there should be an expectation. Like right now, for me, win these next 2 games. I'm in it right here. Win these next 2 games and get in.
I've got one thing for you. If you get the vibe, the sense, the feeling that is –
that's cute. Y'all have hope. LOL.
Even if – this is really to the fans, not just you, Ron, but if there are fans out there that feel like, house money, this has been a great season, I've got one thing for you to consider, and maybe you haven't realized it yet because – full disclosure, in all honesty, I didn't realize that this was the case until yesterday at some point, and I think it was early in the morning, and I don't remember what reminded me of it. I think it was a tweet or maybe I saw in the rundown. I can't remember. But this is potentially the last time you'll see this Texans team at home this season, period. You might not get a chance to see this team play football for another 9 months. Right? It's going to be a while. Yeah. If, in fact, things break a certain way. This might be the last time you have to show up, show out, enjoy your team, having a home field advantage, playing in a must-win game, and having the opportunity to do something special this season and make it an extended season. I didn't realize that, but that is so true. And for people that have the wherewithal, the means to be able to go to these games, spend the money, support the team, I feel like it should, for the first time all season, feel like a home field advantage where you don't have Steeler fan, Saint fan, Bronco fan infiltrating NRG. Hell no. This is the organization that wore Oiler blue a couple of weeks ago, in your face, shot double rods at you, and you found a way to not just beat them, but you beat them in overtime, and you beat them in fantastic fashion with Case Keenum as your quarterback. Now you've got one of the best rookie quarterbacks that we've seen in a long time, playing at home, coming off a concussion, and you've got the opportunity to step on their throat and do it in front of, maybe the most passionate fan base that this team has seen all season long. This kind of a game right here should be the one that reinvigorates fans. And you as fans have to realize that you know what? To hell with house money. This is an opportunity for us to get all the way in for the first time, maybe all season.
I'm saying don't let it creep in. Text line, playoffs or bust. I love it. I'm 100% with you on this. I have been arguing with people. I've been arguing.
We got one.
There you go. I've been arguing with people on Facebook about this. The expectations have risen. It's playoffs or bust, baby. I love it. And then here we go. Must be a wonderful parent with that mindset. Thank you. I like to think I'm a good parent. Nothing will ever be good enough for you. Listen, to that point is, after the year, we're still going to say, no matter what, they're ahead of schedule. Mm-hmm. This was a great year. Just because they don't if that's coming across and I'm saying if they don't make the playoffs that the year is crap, I apologize if that's how it is coming across. What I'm saying is we don't have to start thinking about, hey, it's a great year. We're ahead of schedule. Mm-hmm. Give them a break if they lose these 2 games, right? No, that's still going to be after the season no matter what happens. What I'm saying is don't let that start to creep into your mind.
Not yet.
It was like that for me when I was on the row machine the other day.
On the what?
The row machine.
The row machine, okay.
Yeah, Red told me, he said, hey, I need 500 meters in 2.5 minutes. And I looked at that deal. I was about 155.
Mm-hmm.
I was at 375 meters. I said to myself, there's no chance in hell I'm getting in here. But, hey, man, I work. Hey, I'm sweating, though.
Yeah, you getting the work in.
But I kept going.
Mm-hmm.
And I kept going harder. Now, I did not make it. No, I got to 500 at about 237.
Okay.
But it started to creep in, but I let it go.
Yeah.
I let it go. But, that was an interesting analogy that just hit me. But,
no, it's fair, though. You're right. There's a time to kind of resound to that notion that, it was a hell of a season. They did something that wasn't expected of them. They went to the brink. They played in a lot of close games. They learned a lot. They went through all kinds of adversity, literally being the most injured team throughout the entire NFL season, more than anybody else. Not just that, but your rookie quarterback doing the improbable, multiple times this season. All of that. There's a time for that. Let's talk about that in March. Let's talk about that ahead of the draft. Let's talk about that when it's time to reconstruct this roster, this offseason. I don't want to talk about that. You have the opportunity, amazingly, to still control your own destiny.
Now, if they lose Sunday, then maybe we'll see what's happening there.
Well, it depends on what the Jacksonville Jaguars do.
Or what the Colts do.
Or what the Colts do, yep.
But we'll talk about that. But right now, I just urge – I'm not trying to tell you how to fan, except I am. I just urge to not let that stuff creep in. Focus in on, yes, they still got a chance. All right, I do want to get your thoughts because you were out on the field today. And I think the injury thing, it was huge that CJ is back and he will play. I know he practiced again, and we've heard, and it's been confirmed by himself that he will play. Mm-hmm. But there are other injuries, a plethora of injuries on this team. From their starting defensive ends have not practiced all week. Their starting tackles, their entire starting defensive line hasn't practiced all week. They've got injuries all over the place. You were out there today. What did you see? If you have any kind of feel for what we may see injury-wise, players may play on Sunday.
Well, I thought that was a huge development, not just today, but this week. Certainly was the most significant development today with Will Anderson, but a guy who hadn't practiced in 3 weeks, has missed the last couple of games, due to injury. He was on a football field yesterday and went and got some side work in the bubble yesterday before the media portion was allowed to view. Today, he was in full dress. He had his ankle taped up. Dude was looking spry in warm-ups. He was dancing, bouncing around.
You said the other day, you said yesterday, you didn't think he may play during the regular season again.
I didn't because of the severity of the injury.
Now it sounds like you feel like he may be able to contribute on the field on Sunday.
I think today was a test.
Yeah.
I think today was a test. You know, he might have been limited in practice today. Maybe there are certain things that they didn't want him to do necessarily. Maybe they figured, look, you know what, today the ankle's good enough to where you could give it a full go. We'll see how you feel afterwards. If you think you can sustain a 60-minute football game on Sunday, then let's go. That remains to be seen. We'll get the full injury report, the official one, here inside the next couple hours, and we'll have that for you. But to me, that was the most significant development, not just this week, but today with Will Anderson being in full dress and practicing with the team. Malik Collins was there in full dress minus a helmet and cleats. So he was there, just kind of as a bystander, as an observer, if you will. I don't worry about him. If he thinks he can go, he might very well, Ron, be a game-time decision, and it's just really out there watching, observing, soaking in the game plan, and getting as much as he possibly can without being an active participant in practice. Same thing with Sheldon Rankins. He was full dress today, though, which is a great sign, because being without both of those guys, that would have been absolutely horrible, disastrous potentially, because it's no guarantee Blake Cashman's going to be able to go on Sunday, at least yet. He was out there again today in full dress, moving around better. So it looks good. It's trending well for him. Still no Jonathan Grenard. I haven't seen him all week long. That, to me, is less of a concern if there's at least a chance you could get some sort of contribution from Will Anderson this weekend.
Yeah, well, it's a concern to me because Will is not going to be 100%. And Will is still feeling his way through his rookie season as well.
Fair, yeah.
And we looked at it. Jonathan Grenard, and I've said this, was the most dominant force on the field the last time these two played.
No doubt.
That left tackle over there would be, praise dancing.
Did he lose his job yet, by the way, or are they going to trot out that 6th-round rookie Duncan this weekend?
I'd imagine he hasn't lost his job. Especially he's got to be feeling a lot better if he's not in the lineup with Jonathan Grenard. So that is one that I am worried about. So a lot there. As soon as Sean said, as soon as we get the official injury report that may list some of these guys in or out or whatever their designation is for the game on Sunday, we will push that across to you. All right, coming up as we are live on this Takis Fiber Internet Football Friday, make your way out to On the Rocks. A beautiful spot, good crowd that I can feel developing. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. You got a chance to win a $50 gift card to Academy Sports coming up really, really soon. So get on out here and make your way on this Football Friday. And listen, I don't think this game is going to be as easy as the records say they should be, because I think somebody has an emotional advantage. Who is it? We'll discuss that next.
Join the drive. 610. Live from On the Rocks in Steeplechase Center, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, as we are live here on this Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday, live here right off Jones Road here, we're at On the Rocks. Come on out, hang out with us, have a good time. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. She out here making drinks back here. I'm telling you, I see that the bartender is out. That was a good, solid pour right there. Got a good time. I see somebody got a nice little vodka gimlet over there. I see that. I like that in there. There you go. I see that in there.
Oh, yeah. I see the Moscow Mule working.
Got one of them over there, too. I see that copper mug over there. There you go. It's a good time out here, man. A good food, good drink. So come on out and hang out. And like we said before, your chance to win a $50 gift card coming up. I'd say in the next 30, 45 minutes, your chance to win a $50 gift card to Academy Sports. All you have to do, walk right here. If you're in the building or you're on your way, all you got to do is walk right here. Just write your name down. I'm not trying to get your address, not trying to get your driver's license number, which many of you think we are. All you got to do is write your name on the sheet, put it in the raffle box, and we will draw a name for you to win a $50 gift card. So if you're in the house, all you got to do is sign your name right there, put it in, and you've got a chance to win. All right. Listen, as we said in the opening segment here, like the focus got to be right here. All right, you should have the expectations that this team wins this game, and the thought process to me should be, all right, playoffs. They got it. Not that. Let's go. Let's get to the playoffs. Don't justify. Let's get to the playoffs. They've had some games they shouldn't have. That we feel like they shouldn't have lost, and they've looked rough the last couple of weeks. But hey, let's go right in here. I do, however, look at this game, and I've said this a couple of times already, is I don't think this is going to be your normal game where it's like, hey, this team is a 5-win team that doesn't have nothing to play for, going against a team that has everything to play for at home. They are just in the 1-2-3 Cancun mode. Yeah. I think there are teams that both have emotional features going into this game, things that are off the field that are motivating factors, and it's interesting to see who has the advantage. Obviously, we know this game means more to the Texans, but I think that the Texans have an emotional advantage because they got their guy back.
Yes.
Their quarterback, their dude, C.J. Stroud, is coming back. He is going to play. You can see how it makes everybody feel better, and they won the game, and he didn't even play in the last one. So I think this is a completely uplifting thing before they even touch the field that 7 is back.
Yeah,
CJ
no question.
But then the Titans, they got this little emotional deal of they just lost to this team 2 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. Derrick Henry, a very proud player, the offensive line that he's connected with, proud, they sucked ass. He had 9 yards.
It's a career worst game for him.
9 yards rushing, and you could tell he was embarrassed. And they probably are surprised that they lost that game 2 weeks ago to this team and who they walked out. I would imagine they think that they beat themselves more than the Texans with Case Keenum beat them. And there were drops by DeAndre Hopkins. There were things. I feel like they probably are motivated and thinking, this team ain't better than us. I'm just saying for them. I'm not saying I agree with that. You can see the Derrick Henry motivation. Which team do you feel like has the advantage here as both teams are coming into the game with different things that they can kind of get extra motivation for?
I think there's a lot more there, too, on the bone. You probably hit maybe 2 of the biggest ones, but if you're going to ask me flat out who has more motivation, who has maybe more of an emotional kind of vibe to them, incentive to just want to bring it, it's the Texans. It's always with the team with the most to lose, in my mind. And the Texans have everything to lose within this season. Never mind that previous conversation that we had last segment where people may be believing that they're playing with house money. Fine. If you believe that, cool. That's your expectations. That's fine. That's not you. That's you. That's not the Texans. not just getting C.J. Stroud back, but the possibility of getting stronger defensively with the return of Blake Cashman potentially, the return of Will Anderson potentially, not missing a beat hopefully in the interior with the defensive tackles and Sheldon Rankins and Malik Collins.
They're going to be a better team that showed up in Nashville than
100%. They should be, right? I mean, even just with the one guy returning, with C.J. Stroud, your star rookie quarterback coming back, you should have that advantage on the Tennessee Titans. But because you have everything to play for, you could extend your season with a victory this weekend. I just think that is overwhelmingly the team that has the most to play for, the most momentum, the most emotional attachment to this game. Look, Mike Vrabel's going to get them up to play, right?
He would have them ready to play probably just normally. But now with this, they're gonna Derrick Henry is gonna be. This may be his last 2 games as a Titan.
Could be. He was talking about it being the case 2 weeks ago. You had him contemplating this might be it for me this season with the Titans.
They've been thinking.
You
about
kind
this.
of broke him within just one game. You have him thinking about now. All of a sudden, he came into that game as the 4th leading rusher in the league, right? You hold him to 0.6 yards per carry, 9 yards on 16 attempts, and you weren't even at your best. You gave them opportunity upon opportunity upon opportunity. The thing that does intimidate me a little bit is, if we're being honest, right? Are you with me? You learned a little bit of something about Will Levis that day, where maybe if you were just.
And by the way,
you were side-eyeing him.
He's in line to play.
He is. He had missed a week. He had missed a day of practice this week, with the ankle injury. He looks good to go, according to all the reports. But I looked at that guy for the first time exclusively all season. I said, dude, this guy's got some grit. He's playing with some heart. I like this. Diving for first downs, scrambling, keeping plays alive, hanging in there in the pocket, taking massive hits. And to watch that dude get up after he got bent and twisted like a Stretch Armstrong on his final play of the game, that was incredible. And now that he doesn't show up even as a limited participant in practice this week, just 2 weeks removed from that, after getting corkscrewed and bent over backwards, it's incredible.
Yeah, this will be an interesting. This will be an interesting watch, right? Just to see how these teams roll out, because they're going to force Derrick Henry.
Yeah,
there is going to be some serious motivation to force Derrick Henry, and you can and Vrabel is really good at this. Mm-hmm. He's really good at getting his team to focus on something, and it'll be fun to watch, because both coaches have a lot to talk about and say, hey,
yeah,
come in here and dominate this thing. We've got to win. You're D'Amico, we got to win this game. We got to win this game, and we have our leader and our quarterback back. And we're a better football team out here. And then there's Vrabel on his end of, fellas, we beat ourselves last time.
Yeah, sure. And every coach, kind of has that sentiment after a tough loss, right?
Yep.
How often is it really ever, you know what, we just flat out got beat? Unless it's a situation where you're fighting tooth and nail and it's just about a 50-50 even split, maybe kind of like that Falcons game where C.J. Stroud does all that he can do, leads him down, scores a go-ahead touchdown, 19-18, you're up a minute 49 left, and then bam, Desmond Ridder looks like Joe Burrow, slicing you and dicing you all the way down. But the defense had made plays, earlier in that game. And it did their job, made Desmond Ridder look very much like Desmond Ridder should in the first half, right? So I think you're always expecting a grinded-out, ugly, kind of a tough game when you're talking about divisional opponents. And maybe it's like this in every division, but it's certainly like this. We've got firsthand, looks at this thing every year within the AFC South. Teams just beat the hell out of each other, and it's you're going to expect a 23-17 type of a game when it's Texans and Titans, whether it's week 1 or week 17, right?
Yeah.
So it is just that, and the fact that this game means so much to the Texans, but means so much to C.J. Stroud. Let's not forget, I know you said tamper your expectations a little bit down for Stroud. Don't expect him to be the guy that he was during the Bengals and the Bucs and stuff like that, but This is also the same guy who 4 weeks into the season said, I ain't laying down for nobody. If he's going to play, then he's going to have the mentality, whether he's told otherwise or not, that I'm going to do whatever I have to possibly win this game, and that excites me.
Let's get into that. Let's get into that. What version of C.J. Stroud do you expect to see on Sunday? What version of C.J. Stroud, understanding he's been out 2 weeks, he's got the concussion, what version of C.J. Stroud do you expect to see coming up on Sunday? We'll discuss that next right here live on The Drive on this beautiful, beautiful Football Friday.
Andre
All right, welcome back in as we are live on this Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. I'm telling you right now, coming up, if you are in the building or on your way, you got about maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes before we hook up the first winner of a $50 gift card to Academy Sports. If you're in the building, all you got to do is sign your name, put it in the raffle box. We'll be doing that coming up really, really soon in the 3 o'clock hour, so make sure you do that if you want a chance to win. $50 Academy Sports. Later on, $50 to Lamisha Wakana coming up. As I look up, as TVs everywhere here on the Rocks off Jones Road. Come on out and hang out with us. TVs everywhere. And another silliness of bowl games happening, including this one that's on the screen right now. You have a bowl game here, the Liberty Bowl, which is held in Memphis. You want to tell me the teams that are playing in the Liberty Bowl there?
Memphis and Iowa State.
What the hell are we doing here?
Not ranked. What is the name of this bowl game?
It's the AutoZone Liberty Bowl.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Here we go, guys. Hey, man, congratulations. You did a great job. What we're going to have you do? We're going to send you somewhere, go have a good time? No, man. We're going to send your ass to Memphis because y'all play in Memphis. And we're going to send you to play this game in the same place you've played all your games this season. They could have sent Memphis to Florida. Should there be a rule that you don't get sent to the same city to have to play the bowl game in your same city? First off, I'll just say this. I love Memphis for certain things. Memphis is not a reward for your season to go to the bowl game. I'm sorry. Like that's not like, I mean, we got at least that Pop-Tart bowl, which was silly.
I felt that
was
way.
In Orlando.
I felt that way back then.
Go to Birmingham for their bowl game. Here's your reward. Here, FAU, you're in Boca Raton. Go to Birmingham for the bowl. They made these kids play. They didn't even stay in a hotel. They're just at the dorms and then play. They play at the Liberty Bowl. They play their home games.
Yeah,
Come on,
right.
Wade. Where's Wade at?
Hey, but I felt that way as a Cougar fan, as a Cougar alum back in the day when it felt like every year the football team was either going to play in the Armed Forces Bowl or the Liberty Bowl. And it was just like, I'd rather play in anything. I'd rather play in the Pop-Tart Bowl. I'd rather play in the Bad Boy Mower Bowl than the Liberty Bowl in Memphis. Like, for some reason, it was just that was the lowest of on the totem pole, like, for anybody to go to. And it's obviously that way now, since you don't even get a chance to get a little mini vacay in if you're Memphis. You got to stay your ass in town.
Stay your ass in town and play in the same stadium you played in. Like, I mean, maybe they got fan support here, but damn. God, no, they could have sent them kids to Georgia or something.
Right. Maybe it's got to be financially more rewarding for the program, right? If you don't have to spend travel money, maybe get a larger gate fee.
I bet they love it.
Yeah.
Where are we going to take a trip? We're going to go to the Lorraine Hotel. We always go there. All right. I said this on the other side. As C.J. Stroud, he is returning, and he has not played for 2 weeks. This offensive line seems, if we look at the last several weeks, now they ran the ball really well the first game against the Titans 2 weeks ago, but they still gave up pressures, and Case Keenum had pressure and got hit in that game a lot. And then obviously the Jets game was a disaster from an offensive line standpoint, very similar to the Browns
across
game.
the board for everybody.
Across the board, very similar to the Browns. So the offensive line is not at the best that it's been. Obviously, there is no Tank Dell, and the last time we saw him without Tank Dell, they seemed to struggle against the Jets. Now, obviously, in that game, also Nico went out after the first 3 plays. But 713-572-4610, and if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, you can communicate in the chat as well on that. What version of C.J. Stroud, with everything that is going on with him and everything that is going on around him and is going on around him in this big of a game with the circumstances, what do you expect to see Sunday from C.J. Stroud? What version do you expect?
I'm interested to get a lot of people's reaction to on the text line 713-572-4610 if you want to hit us up that way.
One thing I expect is fearlessness. I think he is, as Clint would say, horny for the moment. And into this, and I don't think he's going to be scared. I would be surprised if he's gun shy in the pocket, or that hit has made made him not look down the field as much, or he's going to be concentrating on the rush and stuff like that. I expect CJ mentally, from the mental standpoint, to be the fearless guy that goes in there.
Here's the thing you got to understand. It was a hell of a hit that he took, but it was what the hit it's what the hit made him do. Right? He's taken hits like that before this season. The dude fell a certain way where his head just happened to hit back on one of the worst turfs in the entire league. Okay? So there's that. There's also the fact that, you go back and you listen to what C.J. Stroud yesterday when he talked to the media for the first time in 3 weeks, and he'd said that, hey, look, man, I've had concussions before. Now, this one was the worst. Yeah. This was the biggest process. This was the toughest, process that I've had to kind of go through to get back from a concussion. But if you're going to sit here and tell me that you think C.J. Stroud's going to go out there gun-shy and a little bit hesitant and scared and intimidated, I think that's absolutely wrong. If we've learned anything about C.J. Stroud this season, it's that is a tough sucker that ain't afraid to stand in the pocket and make plays and do whatever he has to do to get it done, whether it's inside or outside the pocket. Now, he knows, and we've seen him hold on to the ball too long. We've seen him take some hits that are unnecessary, even at points late in games where it had no business, like the Jets game, maybe even taking a hit like that. But the version that I
don't know if Juice Scruggs was going to allow him to control himself not taking that hit. Juice got beat so damn fast by Quentin Williams. I don't know if he could have.
There you go, though. Sucker. There you go. There's the offensive line.
Is Jeff Simmons playing?
No, he's been. He's on. I think he's on season-ending IR. God. I think they did that last week. It might have been the week before. It was the week after the Texans-Titans faced off. So. When you asked me the version of Stroud that I expect to see Sunday, I went back and I looked at what I think we'd all agree what Stroud's worst games were this season. Steelers, Saints, Bengals, Broncos. I'm not including the Jets game, okay? And
the Panthers game was pretty rough. He threw for 140 yards.
Okay, he did, but I looked at not just that, but the completion percentage and the amount of times that he was under pressure, the amount of times that he was sacked, right? And I think, to some various degrees, we'd probably all agree that, okay, if you want to include the Panthers, then fine. 5 out of the 6 games. The Texans won most of those games. And these are games in which Stroud really struggled getting the ball to his receivers, where he threw 53%. He had a 53% completion percentage against the Steelers, 48 against the Saints, 59 against the Bengals, 59 against the Broncos. Sorry, how many of those games did they win? All of them. And so when you ask me what version I need to see or we need to see, I'll ask you the question back. What version of C.J. Stroud do we need to see that's going to be good enough to win on Sunday? Because to me, it's much more than just about C.J. Stroud this point in time of the season with everything that they're having to deal with on the defense. And to me, that is just as big. And you talk about the offensive line. All of those games, Stroud had one game in which he'd taken more than 2 sacks, and that was that Broncos game. He'd gotten sacked 5 times in that Broncos game. Every other game, it was 0, 2, and 1. Okay? But he was under pressure. What's he going to operate like under pressure on Sunday? Because Vrabel will bring the show to C.J. Stroud to test him early, despite what the numbers say he does against the blitz, which are fantastic numbers.
Let's see how he is.
They'll test him, and you absolutely have to do that. Vrabel's going to throw everything in the kitchen sink his way to make him think and constantly process. And that kind of goes back to some of the things that we talked about yesterday briefly, right, where what should you expect a quarterback period to come back and look like and perform when they're coming back from not an AC joint, not an ankle injury, but a concussion? Studies say different things. The most recent studies say quarterbacks struggle, with completion percentage. They struggle with overall performance. They struggle processing information quickly. Things that they're used to seeing where it's happening a little bit more slowly are happening really fast, and they can't catch up. I think to some degree, dude, you probably saw that with Jimmy Ward a little bit when he came back from his concussion. Yeah, sure, he passed the protocol, got back out there quickly, practiced the same week, but clearly was not the same player.
Yeah, what version do you expect CJ? I see somebody here on the text line. I think he could have played last week, and you'll see his ability to throw people open. Noah Brown would eat. See, that's what I was talking about yesterday. Like I don't think we need to jump to those. That's putting the cape on, right? I'll be honest with you. I don't think CJ has done a lot of throwing people open this year. I think the scheme and guys like Tank and Nico have created a lot of separation and have helped others with their separation and how they play. I'm not saying he hadn't done it all year, but there's not a thing of like, damn, man, those guys are just stapled, covered, and he is having to fit the ball in. The only time we really saw that was the Jets game, and that went poorly. So I don't think that is the case, but that is him putting his Superman cape on. Mm-hmm. That's not the version that I'm expecting. The version I'm expecting is tough, third down when the downs matter, that he steps up and makes big plays. For me, I'm not. He can go out and throw for 350 and 3 or 4 touchdowns. Nobody's asking and saying he can't. I'm not saying I'm not expecting that version. I'm expecting the version of the guy that their quarterback play goes to an entirely different level, and it helps them be able to do things. And his presence just forces Vrabel and the guys to kind of to play them differently. All right, a lot to get to, guys. Maybe some news coming out that could be very beneficial to the Texans. We'll let you know that, and we'll get an understanding of who played, who practiced, who didn't, and get you ready for what potentially we could see as the injury report. That's coming up next.
The Drive. begins. The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
It is a lot going on this Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. The first thing is we are live here at On the Rocks. Come on out and hang out. It's right off James Jones Road. Come on out, hang out, and have some drinks, have some good food. I walked around, talked to some good people, and it's a good sports bar and a good spot to come on out and be here. And I'm telling you right now, you got about 15 minutes, because as soon as this segment ends, we will draw our first winner to try to win a $50 gift card. I've already had people come up to me and say, "Hey man, draw my name. Draw my name," like I got control of it out here trying to get cheaters. Like that, my man, he tried to hand me a 50 and said, "Hey man, draw my name."
50 to win 25.
50 to win 25. I just need that thing. No, I'm kidding. But no, as soon as this segment ends, if you're in the building, all you got to do is sign your name right there at our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win $50 to Academy Sports. A lot you can get there. Clint is out. Sean Bajani is in. Tyler is out. Chris Santiago is in. And by the way, fellas, real quick, it is Clint Stoerner's birthday. Clint never works on his birthday. I can't remember the last time Clint has ever. It just seems to work out all the time. Obviously, it's around the holidays. But old Dirty Red, I'm certain he's 47. I think we've reached 47.
Dang.
47. Now he's close to 50.
Getting up there, man. Holy smokes.
So tell happy birthday to Clint. Send it out there at Clint Stoerner. Wish him happy birthday on the Twitter or the X or on the IG. So happy birthday to Clint from the Drive as he is in the building, or is not in the building. He'll be back coming up next week. All right, Sean, you were out at practice, and we want to get to our official injury report, which we'll do here in a bit as soon as we get that information. But I think the big one to me right now, obviously we know C.J. Stroud is going to play. What is the latest you're hearing on the second first-round pick for the Houston Texans, Will Anderson, who has missed the last couple of games with that high ankle sprain?
Well, I know what I saw this morning, and he was dressed in full with his ankle heavily taped, but he was looking good. You know, we only got about 5 minutes of a viewing portion this morning before they kicked us out. So, you know, we saw the stretch and a little bit of indie work, and he was moving around, dancing to some music. It was a beautiful morning outside today.
He was dressed, right?
Fully dressed and moving well, along with Sheldon Rankins. You know, those two was a sight to see, you know, because there was, I think, growing concern still this week, even with C.J. Stroud returning back to the practice field and declaring himself able to play this Sunday, that the Texans, man, they were still going to be desperately shorthanded defensively, which still, to be honest with you, could be the case. Even if Will Anderson is able to go, Sheldon Rankins is good. Malik Collins was not fully dressed today, but he was there watching, as was Steven Nelson. The one positive I would say about all of that is you're talking about veterans, you're talking about guys that have already been load managed, you know, this latter portion of the season, and they're guys that you trust that have the ability to come in and still play because they're nose deep in the game plan, and they don't necessarily, it'd be beneficial, of course, but they're not in desperate need of getting practice reps at this stage of the season. You feel confident they'd be able to play on Sunday if it came push to shove.
Yeah, the Will Anderson one is big. It'd be big if you could get both of those guys back on the field. The Will thing, I think, obviously he is a relentless player that is at the very least, good in a rotation to where you don't have to have Jerry Hughes, an older gentleman, have to play
Derek Barnett too.
Have to play a ton of snaps at the very end. Like I said, I don't know how effective he will be on that high ankle sprain. Like it's a different deal when you're pushing off going 100%, and he's pushing off every time on that ankle. But just him being in there in the rotation, his presence and his intensity would be a welcome sight in the game and something that they can use if he can go. And I'll be honest, I didn't think he'd be able to go, but him being in practice, taped up, and as you said, moving around, that is a big sign.
Jonathan Grenard is a big one.
That's the other one. We'll see what happens with him.
We haven't seen him all week. Literally, he's not been visible, on a practice field. And there are things that we don't see because there's nothing to see through the 5 to 20 minutes that we're allowed to watch practice. But there's another hour and a half to 2 hours of practice thereafter that we don't see at all. So who's to say that Grenard didn't come out and try to give it a go at some point in time? I was remaining hopeful because of what we all observed on Sunday. When he went out with his injury, we thought it was a foot. Turns out it's ankle. But he went from sideline to medical tent to locker room back to the sideline, and it was just, okay, this guy's thinking about getting back out there and giving it a go. And, hey, the game's gone, lost on the Texans. It'd be too tough for them to really get back in. Let's not risk it with Jonathan Grenard. I fully expected to see him on a practice field this week, and the fact that we haven't, that's growing concern for me.
Yeah, so the Will Anderson thing, that is going to be really, really key to watch. That was huge to see that he is back because, Derek Barnett with their age and Jerry Hughes being the primary guys, getting more snaps than maybe you want him to get against a very motivated Derrick Henry and what they want to do with their offensive line. That is one to watch. Also, by the way, on this, the Jacksonville Jaguars, they have ruled out Trevor Lawrence for this game at home against the Panthers. Listen, the Panthers are the worst team in football. I think. Yeah, they're the worst team in football. I'm not just talking
worse than the Patriots?
I think they are. The Patriots have a top 5 defense. So top 5, top 10 defense.
Fair. I'm thinking offensively. You're right.
But I'm just talking about the whole thing. The Patriots, they got some wins this year against the Bills, and I don't know that the Panthers are capable of doing that. But they play the Panthers, but they have played better. Bryce has played better, and they've played better. They won a couple of weeks against the Falcons, albeit they won 9-7. But last week they did put up 30 points against the Packers and nearly winning that game. So, hey, this is one to watch. The perfect scenario is the Texans win on Sunday, which is very doable and I think should be expected. The Texans win on Sunday. The Colts lose to the Raiders, which is doable. Hell, the Raiders, they just walked into Arrowhead and won that game against the Chiefs, and they're playing for something still. And then the Jags find a way to lose without Trevor Lawrence to the Panthers, and then that changes everything, because that would put you into first place.
I don't know if this has already been adjusted because I didn't check the line to start the week, but at the present time, Jacksonville is a 4-point home favorite against the Panthers. They'll kick off at noon this Sunday, as you'd mentioned, but I'd like to see how significant of a swing that line is with the news just coming down that Trevor Lawrence has officially been ruled out, and it is going to be C.J. Beathard time against Bryce Young on Sunday. Like I said, I'll have to look at some of the other boards. I don't know if 4 points is already adjusted, what it began at. It might have started at 4. If it started at 4, I wouldn't be surprised to see this thing get down to 2 without Trevor Lawrence, to be honest with you.
I'll be honest, I wouldn't just think like, oh, man, that – I would still believe the Jags should be a favorite in this.
Should be, but they haven't been playing good football,
They haven't been playing good football, but, to me, I think Trevor is obviously very important to their team. We know that Doug Peterson can function with backup quarterbacks. He won a Super Bowl with Nick Foles. So we know he can function in maybe a game against a team like the Panthers. So that is going to be one to watch. A lot of scoreboard watching, and that's going to start in Jacksonville as they don't have their quarterback.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, last night the Browns, they clinched one of those playoff spots. The Cleveland Browns behind Joe Flacco, they beat the Jets 37-20. Joe Flacco 309 yards passing, 3 touchdowns and a pick. He has continued his hot start. We got to see him up close and personal last week as he put up 300 against the Texans. And, they are becoming the sexy pick, the sexy. Them and Buffalo. I don't know who is the more dangerous team. The more dangerous team that people are looking at is like, oh, like I see people. I saw our guy Brandon Scott text or tweet the other day or yesterday saying the Browns are Super Bowl contenders, and I can't get myself to go with that. I don't agree with that. I think that is a little strong. Listen, I think it's impressive. I think that probably the last few weeks that Kevin Stefanski has taken over the lead over D'Amico Ryans in the Coach of the Year ballot.
Yeah.
And I think it's been remarkable what they've done through the injuries they've had. I mean, they've lost so many guys. I mean, let's just calm down. In this little streak, the best team they've beaten is the Jacksonville Jaguars. And as you just said, they haven't been playing well. There was the game where Trevor returned after that ankle issue. But they had a fight with the Bears the week before they beat the Texans. The Texans, that wasn't the real Texans out there. It was
a severely depleted Texans
not
team.
To say they wouldn't beat the Texans, but, I mean, they have looked in a space pretty dominant at times. Like the last playoff team, they beat outside of that Jags. They played outside of that Jags game. They lost to the Rams, right? And they beat the Ravens, but that was with Deshaun.
Yeah, sure.
I think they can win a game. They're still going to have to go on the road against a quality team, much more quality of a team that they had to play. Like right now, they'd be set to potentially play the AFC South winner on the road. And if those teams are the real Texans or the real Colts or the real Jags, I don't necessarily believe, they'll run through them. Like I'm not a believer of the Browns like that yet.
I mean, they're obviously a very good football team.
To make a run.
But, again, if you're going to have confidence in your very own Texans team to just win and get in, hell, once you're in, that's all that matters. Anything can happen. If you brought up the Buffalo Bills, if you're going to ask me who I think is the more, playoff-ready team, maybe not necessarily dangerous, but more apt to making a run, I would have to go with the Buffalo Bills right now because of the way that they're winning games, who they're beating, over the course of the last few weeks. They've got quality wins over the Kansas City Chiefs, over the Dallas Cowboys. I know they had a slugfest, not a slugfest, but, they won by the skin of their teeth this past weekend against the San Diego Chargers in a close game, just eking that one out 24 to 22, but they're winning close games. They're showing the ability to keep up pace and win high-scoring games. And look, they're the Buffalo Bills. They've got a lot of guys that have made some runs, before in the postseason and played some knockdown dragouts against Kansas City Chiefs.
I think Buffalo was much more of the, they went in, they beat down Dallas. Mm-hmm. They beat the Chiefs on the road.
Yeah, exactly.
They beat down the Dolphins this year. The Browns, it's remarkable what they've done, but they've done it against the Jets and the Texans and the Bears the last three games, right? Like that's been who they have run this thing against. So I'm not ready to be a believer. But Joe Flacco, hell, Joe looked like he played. He's about 41, 42. Well, he's out here slinging it. So
I know.
So good for him.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
I ain't going to lie to you, and I know Chris Santiago, who is in for Tyler, hell, you're an NBA guy, too. Last night, I became enthralled on NBA TV yesterday with Celtics-Pistons. This Pistons situation where they just have lost 28 in a row. 28 in a row. I think that, Chris, you correct me if I'm wrong, they were 2-1, and now they have gone on this 28-game losing streak.
Yeah, something like that.
I'm certain they started off 2-1, and then they've gone on this. And last night, I thought they had it. Oh, they were up 21 in the first half. I flipped over. They're up 15, and we're in the third. And I'm thinking, they got it. They go into overtime. They even took a nice little lead in overtime. Nope.
They blew a 14-point lead just like earlier this week or late last week, I think it was. Like, they just can't get over the hump.
I'm not going to lie to you. At first, this was tough to watch. Now, my thing is, if you're going to set a record, set a record. Like, I want this thing to get to 40. Like I want it to get as high as possible. Like I'm watching it yesterday,
the same
and
way.
I'm not a Celtics fan. I am full out in cheering for the Celtics because I feel terrible for that because that cannot be easy. Monty Williams, who's been through a lot as the coach now, he's soaking it up with those $70 million. But I mean, that just you don't want. I mean, that's gonna probably ruin. But I want to see how high they can push this thing.
I do too. It gets. I mean, this is beyond. They've got the record now. I don't want to.
I want them to really get it.
Sure, I do too.
Give me 41.
It gets me thinking back to the Dallas Maverick teams, the LA Clipper teams of the '90s. When the Rockets were, it was just before the championship years. This might have been like late 80s, early 90s, but those were some horrid organizations between the Mavericks and the Clippers. I don't know that they even approached this level of suck, that the Detroit Pistons have, which is really incredible because they've got some talent on the team. It's not like they've got a whole bunch of dudes out there that just can't play the game. And the guy in
Cade has been going off a little bit lately.
Yeah, he has. But it's almost like there's an aura of like that Jalen Green, version of the Rockets over the last year or two.
They got about 7 of them.
Yeah, but when he'd go off, it was like you're trying to find the silver lining, but are you playing winning basketball? And they're just not. I mean, I'm with you. I'm kind of looking for 30, 40, 50 here.
Where do you think to go to 50? Where do you think they get this? Because these next 3 games are critical. Like these are the 3 they've got to run into. All right, they got the Raptors. They got the Raptors at home Saturday. Then they come here to play the Rockets. I'll be damned if the Rockets are the ones that they end the streak against. But the Raptors are a team they could beat at home, and then they go on the road to Houston and Utah, and then they go to Golden State. This is where it gets tricky. They go to Golden State, Denver, and then they have the Kings. That Spurs team can be. Monday, January 15th, they got the Wizards. That feels like it can't get past the Wizards. It can't get past. That's just ridiculous.
I'm going to tell you this right now.
Detroit can't get nothing. They can't even enjoy the Lions getting and winning the division and getting in the playoffs. When they have to look over their basketball team is losing 28 in a row.
If they beat the Raptors, in no way, shape, or form. Hold on. If they beat the Raptors, but then they come around and beat the Rockets, to me there's no difference of you snapping a streak against the Rockets or you starting a winning streak against the Rockets. There's no way you can convince me otherwise that I should feel good about that situation. It is a must-win game.
I think teams
a
are
quarter of the way through the season for the Rockets with the Pistons coming in.
I think teams are nervous playing the Pistons now. We can't be the ones to lose to them.
Yeah.
We can't be the ones. All right, coming up as we continue here, we'll get you hopefully the full injury report. We'll get the absolute full injury report to you. Who's in, who is out, what are the designations? That's coming up next right here on The Drive.
In the Loop. Sports Radio 610. Live from On the Rocks in Steeplechase Center, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Just come on out to Jones Road, and you'll be right here at On the Rocks. And congratulations to our first winner, Joe. Got him a win. Give him a hand. Everybody give Joe a hand around here. Congratulations, Joe. Hey, the boy, Joe. There you go. Joe won $50 to Academy Sports. Stay tuned because you got a chance here in a little bit to win $50 to La Michi Wakanda. So get on out here. Sign up if you're in the building. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in that box, and you'll have a chance to win. Just your name. Don't need much anything else. Just your name, so we can give you a chance to win. All right, this is the important piece here, and this is the most important piece that we're seeing right now. I'm gonna. There's a thought. Good news or bad news? Do you want to get kissed, or do you want to get kicked in the nuts first? I'm gonna go with kicking you in the nuts first. Is what I'm gonna do. The official injury report is out, and it is your Friday injury report brought to you by Mo Karam Law. Sean, the kick in the nuts. You talked about it. You hadn't seen him all week. Jonathan Grenard, he is listed as out. Listed as out in this game. He will not play in this game. And I'll give you the rest of the designations for everybody else, and we'll talk because right now that is the big story.
Yeah.
Right now, Malik Collins, he is questionable. He has not practiced all week long. He is arguably your best interior defender. And was very, very key, just dominated some of those guys at times against Tennessee 2 weeks ago. He hasn't practiced all week. He is listed as questionable. Steven Nelson, your second corner, a guy who also played really well against DeAndre Hopkins 2 weeks ago. He did not practice all week long. He is listed as questionable with a foot, hamstring, hand issue. Damn, I was about to say hand, foot, mouth is what I thought he was about to say. but Steven Nelson
close enough, right?
is in his 20s, so I'm guessing he doesn't have hand, foot, mouth like some of your kids may have gotten over the years. Will Anderson Jr., we heard Sean Bajani say earlier he saw him out on the practice field. He was moving around, dancing a little bit, had the ankle taped up. He did not practice Wednesday and Thursday, was limited today. He is listed as questionable. Andrew Beck with the calf has jumped in on this bill. There was no designation. He had practiced all week. He wasn't even on the injury report.
Yeah.
He is listed as questionable with a calf issue and was limited in practice today. You would think that just happened recently. Then Sheldon Rankins, who has not practiced all week, he was limited, as Sean told us earlier. He is listed as questionable. Noah Brown, Blake Cashman, that's a big one. Nico Collins, Shaq Mason, Denzel Perryman, C.J. Stroud, Laramie Tunzel, none of them have a designation, so they will play on Sunday. The big one there is really your whole defensive line is questionable or out. But Jonathan Grenard, the best player on the field against the Titans, the player that I believe the Titans were probably game planning and looking, how can we not allow this dude to come in and get 2.5 sacks and multiple other hurries, even through double teams, and ruin the game like he did against us. This is their leading sacker, 12.5 sacks on the season. Jonathan Grenard is out of this game. That is a major, major, major blow to this defense, especially when you see everybody else on the defensive line, if they do play, aren't going to be 100%.
There's no doubt. I mean, you can't really soften the blow when you know Jonathan Grenard is just flat out. I mean, he's been a game wrecker much of the time this season for the Texans. An absolute force that, yeah, you're right, you have to game plan for. There's no question. However,
the Titans damn sure do.
However, you know, the fact that Will Anderson is listed as questionable after just being able to practice one time this week today, even in a limited fashion, that is about the best news you could hope for, I think, for him coming back and still in the process of the injury that he'd sustained 3 weeks ago with the high ankle sprain. I mean, that's huge because, as you mentioned, okay, yeah, you're game planning against Jonathan Grenard and things like this. assuming that he's going to give it a go if you're the Titans, but you're probably not paying as much attention to guys like Will Anderson, who's missed the previous 2 games already with the high ankle sprain. Everybody knows how difficult that is to come back from. You never know the grade, the severity of it, but I think if you have to look at this injury report and make a determination, that's probably about the best news you could hope for if you're the Texans. Maybe you're able to throw the Titans off a little bit in terms of having to not spending as much time game planning for that guy as they would. He's certainly been an impactful force for the Texans' defensive line. It's better to have him than not than have to rely on 2 veterans in Jerry Hughes and Derek Barnett, who's only been here for a month, than not having Jonathan Grenard and all. So I think in that regard, it is good news. And to be honest with you, I feel like I'm looking at this injury report. You're getting Cashman back. You got C.J. Stroud back. Noah Brown had a good week of practice. Nico's fine. Shaq Mason, who's been, load managed in the last month.
C.J. Stroud makes you feel different about everything, that he's able to go.
All in all, this is good news. What I'm honestly most concerned about is Steven Nelson. He's listed as questionable. Yeah. He hasn't practiced all week. He was out there observing. If there is the slightest bit of chance, I guess there is.
He had to be taken out of the game. He had to come out of the game at times, went to the blue tent, went to the back in the game on Sunday against the Browns.
But he went back in.
Yeah.
He came back in. Jimmy Ward did not. Jonathan Grenard did not against the Browns. But, boy, if you're down Steven Nelson in this secondary, and you got to roll with, I would presume it'd be Kadar Holman, at corner on the opposite side of Derek Stingley. I mean, that's going to be interesting. You were talking about moving Stingley around.
They could roll with Shaq. No, they can't, can they?
Shaq who?
They can't roll with Shaq Griffin.
Boy, he's even still in your vocabulary, and he's been gone for about a month or so, it feels like already.
Yeah, that move just never made sense. You may have to see
probably the most curious move this season, with in the regular season that the Texans have made.
Because the Des King cut was not during the season. Yeah. He may have to place him outside if Steven Nelson isn't able to go.
What about Kareem Jackson? He's played more corner in his NFL career than he had safety. I
certainly wouldn't love that.
Wouldn't?
No, I wouldn't.
I'd feel a little bit better about Kareem Jackson being back there than I would D'Angelo Ross.
I don't know. There's a reason they moved him to safety, and that. He got here Wednesday.
I understand. I understand, but man,
they're potentially in a pinch. We'll see.
But the fact that we're having this conversation, that makes my point. It is a concern. If you're not able to have Steven out there.
If you just missed it, there is no Jonathan Grenard. He is listed as out, but Will Anderson, Steven Nelson, Malik Collins, Sheldon Rankins, and Andrew Beck are listed as questionable in this game. Some feel a little bit stronger. It feels like to me that the Sheldon Rankins questionable is he's going to play. Mm-hmm. The Will Anderson and the Steven Nelson questionable feels like there could be danger that they don't play. To me,
I get what you're saying. Yeah, honestly, for me, and I've broken this down a couple of times. Malik, Steven Nelson, Sheldon Rankins. I feel very confident they're going to play. Very confident.
Let's hope so.
To be honest, and to what degree, I don't know, but to the smallest degree, if you asked me, is Will Anderson going to play, I'd say yes. To the smallest degree, if you ask me that Kareem Jackson's going to have a role this Sunday for the Texans, I would say yes. So in that regard, then, it could be worse. And we've seen this Texans team face far more difficult challenges personnel-wise going into games this season than they are this Sunday.
All right, that's your Sunday injury report brought to you by Mo Karam Law. Injured, call 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222, Mo Karam Law. All right, coming up, we do it every Friday. Hopefully, we will be drinking Mad Dog on Monday. I expect that we should be drinking Mad Dog on Monday. Our Mad Dog player picks coming up next on The Drive.
Join The Drive. Live with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. As we are live, a critical, huge game on Sunday. Must win, really, for the Texans. If they lose, I mean, the scenarios. If they lose, and the Colts win, they can't catch the Colts no matter what happens in that final game of the season. They'll need help from teams like the Bills, who play the Patriots. They'll need some help. The Browns already clinched a spot, so it's just 2 spots still available. So this is a critical game, and they're going to have to do so. If you just missed it, as the official injury report came out, Jonathan Bernard is going to be out of here and not playing in this game on Sunday, and that is significant, especially if Will Anderson, who is listed as questionable, so that is good news if he is unable to go. We'll get to our drive player picks coming up. Remember, you got a chance to win a $50 gift card to La Michi Wakanda, the last one before the new year, and then you'll have a chance next week to win it. But the last one of the new year, your $50 gift card. I just want to say, my wife, a little bear update. We got that puppy Bear about a month ago. She just texted me. Bear has eaten a Jolly Rancher and pizza crust in the last 5 minutes.
Man, I know that dog ain't chew that Jolly Rancher.
Just took it right up. I don't know where he gave.
Straight swallowed that
My
thing.
youngest, Nicholas, may have fed him the Jolly Rancher, but he got to that trash can that quick. Listen. I don't think I'll ever get a puppy again.
I'm right there, dude. I will not get another puppy again.
I'm not saying a dog. Like, he is. Like, I'm about to lose it.
If you would have consulted me before you got Bear, I could have told you that was a horrible idea at any stage of your life.
I just don't know when the nipping and the biting is going to stop. When Bear isn't really sleeping or resting, it's something in his mouth. Got to get, whether it's you, the kids, clothes, cow, anything. It's just like it's maybe the 30 minutes before he passes out. He may just sit there and chill.
Mm-hmm.
Like what he has done to me has really sent me over the edge. He keeps pulling the drain cap out of the yard in the backyard. Just pulls them up and drags them and collects them, and they're all lined up on the patio. And then
well, at least he's organized.
And then he is now tearing into my pellets. I came outside
from your smoker.
Yeah, they're underneath.
Oh yeah, he's loving those.
They're underneath the smoker, and they've been there for a minute. He'll go outside. I came outside the other day. They were strung all the way across the patio. Ripped them all the way across.
Mm-hmm. You know what?
I got them from Texas Star Grill Shop, so thanks a lot.
I got to be honest with you. It sounds like you've got it pretty good, all things considering. When I got my pup, she was about I don't know. They said 6 months old. I would have said younger, but it was a rescue, so you never know.
He's 15 weeks.
All right. Okay. All right. Young. So mine ate window seals, carpet, couches, mattress. I literally came home one night and springs were popping up out of my mattress in my bedroom.
He's tried to couches.
There wasn't anything that my dog did not eat and leave as a surprise on my grandfather's old brown shag carpet.
How long before?
It was, if the dog was 6 months, it took until she was a year. So about a 6-month process before I did not have to come home and step in pee or poop or pick up wood shavings from a windowsill.
And now the dog's good?
Well, that was a long time ago. That was 17 years ago. My dog lived to be 15, so she's been gone for 2 years. And we've been 2 years without a dog almost in the house, and I want another one. My wife wants another one, but she wants a puppy, and I said, no, absolutely not.
No, that pellet sent me over there.
Like, we're in a new house now, newer. It's 12 years old, but it looks new, and I am not going to have that dog destroy my house. It was cool back then, kind of, because I knew I was already going to remodel. And I'm just not willing to go through that these days. And there's no reason anybody should. Crate or no crate, Tyler?
Yeah, crate or no. Yeah, it's insane. All right, let's do our Mad Dog player picks. Chris, you're not going to be involved in this because Tyler has already jumped the boat and put his player pick in. Tyler is fighting it. He is going with Devin Singletary. If you don't know what Mad Dog player picks is, the Drive's Mad Dog, what we do each and every Monday. We're not promising that we drink the whole bottle on the spot, which many people are getting upset with. But you pick the player you think is going to have a big game, and whoever player, whoever's player has the least productive game. Like, say, if you picked Davis Mills 2 weeks ago against the Titans, like Tyler did, who didn't play.
God, stop.
And his only one play was a sack on a Hail Mary at the end of the half. If the Texans win, you have to buy Mad Dog. That includes you, Sean. You're in this. So if the Texans win Sunday and your player, whoever you pick, by the way, Devin Singletary's off the board, whoever you pick, you got to buy the Mad Dog.
Do I have to buy the Mad Dog and drink it?
You got to buy it and drink it. You're damn right. Yeah, you got to drink. We drink Mad Dog when they win. So I'll let you. Your company, you're a guest in. By the way, B. Scott's 2-0 in his gets, and 2, and he won both of them. So
good to know.
Here we go. Who was your person? Who are you picking?
Nico Collins. Oh, did I get you?
No, you didn't get me.
I was waiting. There's a reason why I didn't write that in, before the show.
That picked up. Yeah,
I had to wait because I wanted to see what the injury report looked like. And now that I'd seen it, I've kind of settled on him. And by saying Nico, that kind of could mean it might be CJ as well. If Nico has a great day, probably means, CJ's going to have one as well. But the fact that CJ's coming back and this offense has been stagnant. Look, even a little bit with CJ before the concussion. I mean, the last 5 games, they've only won twice. The offense has seen a dip significantly in terms of production versus what they'd been doing during their hottest stretch of the season when they'd won 4 or 5 games, right? And so I just think with the season really on the line, you're getting some really big key pieces back, but none more important than C.J. Stroud. That could mean nothing more and be beneficial to a guy like Nico Collins. Bobby Slowick, I have to talk about him because coming off of a stinker last week, 2 out of the last 3 weeks, I trust Bobby Slowick because he's shown the propensity to do so, bounce back from a stinker, and really put his nose to the grindstone and figure out a great game plan. And what better to do that with than the best quarterback on the roster and one of the best in the entire league this season in C.J. Stroud, and get your true number 1 wide receiver who's been there all season for you to make big plays. Nico Collins, some chunky plays on Sunday. I think that's what the Texans' elixir is going to have to be for them to win this game.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what happens because I think those, like the 2 guys that you all picked, I think are guys that they are going to try to be intentional in taking away and slowing down.
Mm-hmm.
Devin Singletary absolutely killed him. I mean, that's why the Texans really won that game because Devin Singletary and that offensive line playing, they didn't have to put Case Keenum in spots where he had to make plays more than he even had to because I think there's a chance he may have made more mistakes if he had to because they ran the football. They could control when Case Keenum had to make plays.
Sure, minimize the risk, right?
Yeah. And so I think definitely they probably look at, we just let this bad running team run the ball against us, and that's unacceptable. We should not have allowed that to happen. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. Those 2 guys seem to make sense when you think about CJ returning. I'm going to go I want to go Noah Brown because he was really, really
I would love that.
Successful against them in the last game, and I do think the focus is going to go there. But I'm going to go with Dalton Schultz. I think Dalton Schultz, who played pretty well and made, I think, the play of the season, or at least saving play of the season.
Saved him for sure.
When he came over and caught that ball and took that ball away that Case Keenum had no business throwing, and so I'm going to go with Dalton Schultz, who I think has been, the second or third, the third best receiver for this team when you include Tank Dell in it. And right now I'd say the number 2 option. And I feel like CJ is going to probably throw it to a security blanket in the middle of the field a lot more. And I like that. I like the matchups of the corners for the Titans with the Texans. I don't think they're very good. And they play safe. I think that's a lot of why Noah Brown was able to get going. They play off of Noah Brown a lot. So it should be interesting. I think the offense should be much better.
I like the way you kind of broke that down, and I'm all on board with all three of our picks. I really like the Schultz one, but you think back to what this offense looked like last week against the Browns with Case Keenum as quarterback most of the time, right? At least until the game got away from him. They really, to me, in my eyes, didn't try to do things that C.J. Stroud wouldn't and couldn't do within the offense. Case just couldn't make those throws.
No, yeah, they were there.
Where he was trying to, fit him into some tighter windows, but also by the same token, the receivers didn't make plays. But I also think, too, they played to the capabilities of Case a little bit, right?
Oh, yeah, they were definitely hurt by Case.
Yes, and so I think you're not going to change very much what you tried to do last week against the Browns, what you did the week in which you beat the Titans. But now that you have a much more efficient and athletic and capable quarterback coming back in C.J. Stroud, somebody with a stronger arm, you can do things that you had been doing before in taking deep shots down the field. We didn't see that really once in the two games with Case Keenum. I mean, there was nothing where he was trying to take the top off of a defense, really. I think he maybe did it twice, and they weren't even close. I mean, he overshot. Somehow Case overshot. I think it was Nico Collins last week, on that deep ball down the left sideline. And so C.J. Stroud's probably dropping them in the bucket, if that's the case this weekend.
Or threatening someone.
Sure.
Or threatening them. So, yeah, I think these are – there's no really chance takers here. They're in these three. There's no Jalen Petrie. There's no There's no John Mechie's in this puppy. All right, coming up, let's talk to the Hall of Famer. It is Friday. That means at 4 o'clock we talk to John McClain. We'll get his thoughts on this game, this important must-win game, all the latest news with C.J. Stroud playing and with Jonathan Grenard being out for this game. John McClain coming up next.
And here's the deal. I'm a big respect guy. You don't have to like me. I really don't care.
Fiber Internet Football Friday live from On the Rocks right off Jones Road. Come on out, hang out with us. Your chance to win a $50 gift card to La Misha Wakana. That's coming up here very, very soon, so stay tuned for that. And if you have not filled out your name and put it in the raffle box, you might want to do that for your chance to win that $50. Clint is not with the Shun. Bada boom, bada bing. And
Hey.
Johnny is in the building. But as I know somebody who would like to wish him a happy birthday, the great John McClain. Hey, it's Clint's birthday. He never works on his birthday. We never see him on his birthday, but Clint is out. We would say happy birthday. I'm sure you would too, John.
I'd like to wish you guys a happy new year. I'd like to wish Clint a happy birthday. Clint gets more time off than Johnny Carson used to on the Tonight Show.
Well, hey, I don't know how much time he's off with them two children he has under 2 years old running around that house. So yeah, I guess he has time off, but he's probably still working in some frame. All right, John, this is obviously the biggest game of the year, just like the last four have been. This is the biggest game of the year, and it feels like a must-win situation because they lose this game and other things around them happen. They're going to be in a really, really tough spot when it comes to making the playoffs. Now, listen, John, they played the Titans on the road, won the game with Case Keenum. A pick six was involved in that game. They still were able to win that game. Should we have the expectation, with everything that's on the line, with all the pressure this team's going to be playing with, John, you've seen a lot. Should we have the expectation that this team should go out and beat the Titans coming up on Sunday at home?
Absolutely, they should win. They're favored by 4. They should sweep the Titans, although it's been hard to come by at home, beating Tennessee at NRG Stadium. And you know Mike Vrabel and Derrick Henry and DeAndre Hopkins, those guys got a lot of pride. The Titans can ruin 2 seasons. They can ruin the Texans season, and they can ruin the Jaguars season. And the thing they worry about with C.J. Stroud back is keeping him upright. D'Amico Ryans mentioned this week about protecting him. In his last 3 starts, he was sacked 13 times and knocked down 19 times, and that's terrible. And the Titans have 44 sacks, and they've got 3 guys with at least 6, led by Danico Autry. He has 11.5, and he had 2 in the 2 weeks ago, beat Juice Scruggs, I believe. And so they got their hands full up front. And as you know, it's as much as they dominated Tennessee's offense with the most physical performance I've ever seen the Texans have, 7 sacks, 12 tackles for loss, 11 quarterback knockdowns of Will Levis. They still needed that 54-yard field goal by Fairbairn to win on the last play of overtime. So they made it tough. I think this one will be tough. Both teams play a lot of one-score games. Texans, 9 of the last 11 have been by 7 or fewer. They're 6-3. Titans are 4-7 in one-score games. So why would we not expect this one to be close?
John, you're talking about expectations, and we know the close games and the offensive line. Those are 2 huge, factors, I think, going into this Sunday. But look, there wasn't any bigger story than C.J. Stroud this week returning to practice. You asked D'Amico Ryans recently what he'd personally be looking for from Stroud, presuming that he plays in the game on Sunday. Now that we know that he will, what are you going to be looking for in terms of C.J. Stroud, and what are you expecting from him?
Well, D'Amico said that he looks for efficiency in the huddle, out of the huddle, at the line of scrimmage. I asked Bobby Slowick the same question, and he said, I'm looking at his feet. He said a quarterback's play begins with his feet. And he also was honest enough to point out, he said, I've seen some guys miss 2 weeks and they come out, never skip a beat. Other guys I've seen miss 2 weeks. They need time to knock off the rust, and they're not going to know for sure till Stroud takes his first snaps and throws the ball. And it would help, of course, if they had the kind of running game they had in that first game. And that was unusual because they had the second most yards rushing of the season in that first game. And That was 148 yards. And then, of course, Devin Singletary had his second most, 121. And so it would help if they could run the ball again. But I'm guessing the Titans are going to come in here with a plan. If they don't do anything else, stop the run, put Stroud in position to throw on second and long and third and long, and then make sure their pass rushers and those 44 sacks get after him.
John McClain joins us as he does each and every Friday on this Football Friday. I'm just listening to you talk about this, and we talked about this a bit yesterday with Stroud, because that's one of the big stories. We'll get to the other one today. But Stroud, who do you think is affected the most by C.J. Stroud with his return, right? There's a lot we saw with this offense and how different it looks. Who do you think is most affected with his return?
The wide receivers with downfield passing game. He's played 13 games, and he has 61 completions of 20 or more yards, and that's second to Brock Purdy's 70. And so Nico Collins didn't play 2 weeks ago. He's back. Noah Brown's healthy. Brown had 8 catches and a touchdown from Case Keenum, and then Dalton Schultz is healthy, so he'll have his 3 receivers. The key is, does he have time to throw the ball down the field, because he doesn't like to dump it off. He doesn't like to take checkdowns. It wouldn't surprise me if Slowick doesn't call some short passes on first down or some draw plays or screens to help offset the Titans pass rush. Right now, in the last 2 games, Stroud needs to throw for at least 300 yards and 2 touchdowns one time. And he'll set the all-time record for a rookie with 6 to do that. Right now, he's tied with Andrew Luck and Justin Herbert. And if they can protect him, I look for him to have a great game. The key to watch him early is he accurate? Is he going to throw short? Is he going to throw mid-range? Or is he going to go deep? One of the things that makes such a big difference is having Nico Collins and Noah Brown for those slant routes, because they can get the yards after catch. And when you're going to throw that quick slant, you got to be accurate, and you don't want to throw it too hard and have it ricochet off their hands and be intercepted.
You talked about the ability to protect C.J. Stroud. The offensive line over the course of the last month, John, has really struggled in terms of protection. Texan quarterbacks, no matter who's been back there, have taken more sacks in this recent stretch than they had all season long. I'm looking at Charlie Heck. He started the last couple of games, I believe, for the Texans since George Fant went down with a hip injury and the illness. Do you expect Charlie Heck to retain that starting spot at right tackle going into this Titans game? Or now that Fant, who hasn't shown up on the injury report all season, or rather all week long, which is curious because he had the previous 2 or 3 weeks, does Heck stay at right tackle, or do you expect Fant to start?
No, Fant's beat out. Heck's beat him out. Last week he was a full participant in practice and didn't play. Heck did. So I think Charlie, who didn't play until since last season, was on PUP, was activated, had his 3 weeks of practice, and then he had a chance to play when Fant got hurt. And now Fant's 100%. I don't know why they're making that change. Obviously, they see the tape, and it's still amazing with all the injuries they've had up front that they've been able to do what they've done with Stroud, who has his 20 touchdowns and 5 interceptions, still the second best ratio in the NFL. But boy, they seem like they're playing good teams that can rush the passer. The Jets have really good rushers. The Broncos, I was surprised, were able to hit him as much as they did. And but the Jets, they've got a good pass rush, and it was interesting. He got hurt on a play where he didn't get sacked. It was after he released the ball, and it was a clean play by that great tackle Quentin Williams, who went on social media to wish him a speedy recovery. He just hit his helmet on the back, hit the back of his head on the ground. As he pointed out, it was like cement, and that's there's more complaints about MetLife Stadium than any stadium in the NFL.
John, I do want to get to the big news of the day, but I just want to make sure I got that. So this has nothing to do with injury with George Fant. This is they feel like Charlie Heck is better than George Fant, who was not able to be ousted by Titus Howard. I'm just trying to get that correct. They believe that.
That's correct.
That
Fan is 100%.
All right. Oh, okay. All right. John McClain with us. Okay. All right. I guess I'm going to have to chew on that a little bit, John, because Titus Howard could not get in at right tackle because of George Fant. What's your thought about the news of the day here? Jonathan Grenard, he is the only one listed as out. He, to me, was the most dominating player in the game against Tennessee 2 weeks ago in every fashion, not just the 2.5 sacks. He just was just ruining the offense up front for them. How big a loss and how concerning is that going into this game, which I think a very motivated running game and an offensive line that the Texans are going to face?
It's huge because not only did he have the 2.5 sacks, the defensive line had 9 of the 11 knockdowns on Will Levis. 3 of them were by Grenard. Lineman had 7 of 12 of those tackles for loss. They could play. Just because Will Anderson is limited doesn't mean he's starting. Just Malik Collins has got a hip injury that's limited him. There's a chance all 3 of those. And Rankins has got an injury too, and he's limited. So they could be without multiple defensive linemen. You hope they're not. Now, one advantage is those backups interior. Khalil Davis, he makes plays every time he's on the field. Derek Barnett, who's from Nashville and started the last 2 games in place of Anderson. He played really well up there, and he played pretty well last week, and nobody noticed it. So they've gotten a lot out of the former first-round pick of the Eagles. Now he's playing his hometown team again, so it looks like, he'll play. I'm guessing he'll play in place of Grenard. Hopefully it'll be Anderson and him, and not just Anderson and Barnett and Jerry Hughes. And they need Will Anderson in the worst way. The thing about an ankle, you can be, 95% and play. You might not be as good, but you can play. Where the concussion, there's no such thing as 95% and you're playing. But right now, most players have injuries at this time of the year. One of the things I'm interested in about this game is seeing C.J. Stroud and Will Levis play for the first of what should be many games against each other in this AFC South series. They just pounded Levis in that last game, and he's got to be breathing a huge sigh of relief that Jonathan Grenard's going to be a spectator.
Yeah, no question. Hey, and you talk about the percentage of health and, what guys are looking like going into this game. I mean, heck, John, I'm looking at the secondary. The Texans could be without one of their most valuable, most consistent pieces they've had all season long in Steven Nelson, who hasn't practiced all week. He's got a foot, he's got a hamstring, he's got a hand. I mean, if anything, at best, it looks like that dude's maybe 33% healthy at this point in time. But he's listed as questionable.
Sean, if I had to take one guy that has been out that would play would be him, because 2 times we've seen him leave games and I thought, no way is he coming back. And he's coming back. He's been back both times. I think he's one of those guys, he'd have to lose his head and they'd have to hide it from him to keep him from playing.
I get that feeling, too. Like, that's a tough sucker. But, this time of year, you never know, at least the severity of these things and how much it wears on guys. And let's just play, the hypothetical here. If, in fact, Steven Nelson can't go, or he's limited and can't give you a full amount of reps that he typically would, what are the Texans thinking at corner, especially since they've added, former Texan, now Kareem Jackson, to the fold in the secondary? What do you think his role could be? Is there a chance that maybe they ask him to play a little bit of corner? I know they still have Kadar Holman and D'Angelo Ross, but what exactly is the kind of role you foresee Kareem Jackson having?
No, I think he'll come in and play a little bit like Adrian Amos did. They're 2 veteran safeties who were signed off the street. Kareem's been here now 2 days. He can get a little bit of the defense out there. His problem when he plays, when he makes a hit, he's got to know the NFL is watching. And I don't know if he can go all out like he always does. And it's amazing to me, and since his move to safety and how physical he's been and his suspensions by the NFL, how he's going to be able to do it. They've struggled at safety. Jalen Petrie has struggled. Jimmy Ward's out. He struggled when he was healthy. And think about Joe Flacco, he beat everybody. He beat the corners, safeties. So they bring in Kareem. They're going to have Kareem. They'll have Adrian Amos, Jalen Petrie, and then Desmond King. And one of those other guys you mentioned, Holman or Ross, would be the other corner. And but I'm not. Maybe Nelson won't be out there for the first time, but he's had a knack for being able to answer the bell, and then when he goes out, to come back in. And if I am Will Levis and if I'm Tim Kelly and he is out there, I would pick on him immediately, especially with the deep play, to see if he can plant and turn and run.
Yeah, especially after what we saw last week. All right, John, a huge game coming up. What all do you have that people can go and look for and read over at SportsRadio610.com?
I have a column on the return of C.J. Stroud. I have a column about the playoff race in the AFC South and who has to do what. And then I have 5 things to watch. And we got Utopia Football Podcast and Sean Bajani, who does a great job for SportsRadio610.com. He's got things up there, too. Thank you guys very much. I will see you on Sunday, and Happy New Year to all the listeners. And happy birthday to Clint.
There it is. Happy New Year. Thank you for
Thanks,
everything you've done all year with us. That's John McClain, the Hall of Famer, giving his thoughts on this pivotal game coming up for the Texans. All right. All right. He said something in there we got to talk about. And listen, I've been accused of making a big deal out of certain things, and I will allow you to let me.
You?
Me, yes. I will allow you to tell me if you think I'm making a big deal out of this. But we got to discuss something that John just spoke about, because I'm pretty befuddled about this. We'll discuss that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
Red tags are back at Rodgers.
SportsRadio610. Live from On the Rocks in Steeplechase Center, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, it seems like a couple people see where I'm going on this. I just, as we're live here, getting ready for this huge must-win game for the Texans coming up against the Titans this football Friday. And, Sean, you were just talking to him about it. We talked a little bit about it before. You just talked to John McClain, and he said it. He said George Fant was beat out by Charlie Heck.
Yeah.
This is not an injury thing. This is they believe Charlie Heck is better than George Fant. Now, you tell me if I'm making this a big deal or not. Have you watched that and felt like, hey, Charlie Heck is an upgrade over George Fant? The guy that nobody would they would not sit George Fant down to have the guy they paid $18 million a year to play right tackle. Mm-hmm. They kept making him, Titus Howard, play left guard because, George Fant was so good at right tackle, they didn't want to move him out of it. Even though they paid a guy that type of money to play right tackle, they kept making him play guard, which he was awful at. And now, have you watched enough to say to yourself, Charlie Heck has beaten out George Fant? I'm sorry, maybe I'm not making it.
Look,
I'm not saying George Fant is like some people are texting George Fant sucks. Oh no. George Fant has been what I've been heard is a revelation this year. George Fant has been fantastic. Yes, you can't move Titus Howard out of guard because of George Fant. Mm-hmm. That one, Charlie Heck in the 2 games. I'm sorry, I didn't see. He definitely wouldn't. He got his ass kicked repeatedly against the Browns.
Yeah, you're right. But
George did against the Jets.
He maybe made the block of the game. The week prior to. No, seriously, that ball where Case Keenum had to float off the back of his foot and get to Dalton Schultz, that play was set up by an incredible block by Charlie Heck. I think it was the down prior to. He carried his guy at defensive end all the way around Case and just held it long enough for Case to get rid of the ball. That set up the Schultz catch. That set up the Brown touchdown. That kept that drive alive, to be honest with you. And it's just one play. No.
That block jumps him over.
Absolutely not. I mean, I'm not saying he's better than George Fant. George Fant, I talked to George Fant 2 weeks ago. It was 3 weeks ago, right? It was before the Jets game. It was December 8th. I talked to him in the locker room, and I went up to him. Look, he's rarely one of those guys that is available every day, and I was waiting around for somebody else, and I said, man, let me go talk to George. And I said, hey, man, you've been having a heck of a season. You came into this thinking that you were going to be a backup, and now that you've been starting since day one, has that caused you to kind of rethink the trajectory of your career? And I don't know if Chris Santiago's got the audio or not.
You got this, Chris, don't you? You have this. Yeah. Let's hear what George Fant. Let's hear what George Fant had to say. I think Chris has this audio with George Fant, but you talked to him a couple of weeks ago in terms of what this year was like. Here was George Fant in that conversation you had with him.
I would say no. I think, honestly, when I first came here, my job was to come here and reset my market. Obviously I didn't have the market I wanted to last offseason, come off an injury in New York. But like I said, man, I was just grateful to have any games to play here due to injury. So I was just grateful to just do anything. So my goal was to come here and reset my market. I feel like I've done that. God willing, just want to get through safe and healthy, win a lot more games, get to the playoff. So I got other goals as well for this team. So excited to be here, having some of the best fun I had in my career here. So just stacking the days and enjoying my time here. Man, honestly, I just think we just stacking them. We stacking the games, stacking the plays. I wouldn't say things got better or worse. I just think that, for Juice, I think he's getting an opportunity to go out there and show what he can do. We've had a assortment of different lineups throughout the season so far. And if you look over the season, everybody stepped up and played big for us. So I'm just excited to keep seeing Juice grow. Excited to keep seeing his line grow and get better.
All right, so that first part was a response to literally how I'd set that up. If he'd seen the trajectory of his career maybe change? Is he thinking like, hey, can I go somewhere else and start? And he's proven prior to this year that he's a starting level right tackle in this league. He started, plenty of games before. And that's one of the reasons why I think a lot of people were excited that the Texans were able to get him in-house at that portion of training camp in which guys started to drop like flies, and you really needed some backup because you were looking at like, man, is Laramie Tunsil, how's he going to hold up with the knee situation? I think the Texans knew that a lot much before the rest of the public did. I've heard that, in contradiction to what John McClain just said in regards to Charlie Heck beating George Fant out.
By the way, real quick, do you think Charlie Heck will start the game on Sunday?
I do, because of what we've seen all week in terms of like first team takeoff, which sometimes is an indicator of nothing, but sometimes it's exactly what you're going to see.
I think they're making
Sunday.
it evident. George has had a hip. He is not on the injury report.
Right. He was not on the injury report all week long. That's why I asked John what I did, but I've heard that it's beyond what you have seen and not seen on a football field in regards to George Fant. And that little interview that I did with Fant, what was it, 3 weeks ago, December 8th, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was now, that was right before the Jets game. Well, he goes down in the Jets game with that hip injury, and then the week going into last week's game, he was on with a hip/illness, I think.
And he missed the Titan game.
Yeah, it was the Titans game that he went into the Titans game with a hip/illness.
And didn't play, and Charlie played.
And I wish I could be a little bit more specific, but to be quite honest with you, I can't remember the specific that was told to me in regards to George Fant. I can just tell you this with certainty, that it is deeper than just being outplayed. And I don't think being outplayed is a factor at all. I think that's what you're just going to hear.
There's something else that happened.
There's something else there.
And he potentially, if that is the case, would be the third guy that this has happened with. Des King, who we clearly all saw with our own eyes that he was not worse than Tavier Thomas. We saw Shaq Griffin have to hit the rocks, and obviously he was better than the backups that they're rolling. We saw Ross in coverage last week, and now I just like, for me it's just, and the Charlie don't give me this about George Fant. George Fant has been, he couldn't be moved. No matter how much you were paying Titus Howard, couldn't be moved. And now all of a sudden in the most important games, Charlie Heck ain't going out there. He may have had a block that you're talking about against the Titans. He was getting his ass kicked in that game too. And he was getting his ass kicked in the game against the Browns. He is not better than George Fant. And if Titus Howard, who you paid $18 million, can't get George Fant off the field on right tackle, Charlie Heck sure as hell can't in the two most important games, in the game that C.J. Stroud, who just got knocked out for 2 weeks, is coming back.
I totally get like the passion, and it should be there, but I think it was.
If you think I'm making a big deal out of it, okay.
Well,
all right,
I don't think you're making too big of a deal out of it, but in relation to you saying when Titus Howard was healthy and was having to play left guard for the Texans, why couldn't he just move back to right tackle? It was much more about what the Texans didn't have that they were comfortable with at left guard at the time.
Well, that was stupid.
The guy that they
Michael
ended
Dieter
up
was better as a better guard than him. Jones was a better guard than him, and we know. And then it wasn't just one game. We saw Titus 4, 5, 6, 7 games play terrible there and never budge to move him. So that is.
I legitimately thought for a long time, and it still might be the case, they absolutely hate Michael Dieter. I mean, it took 4 centers for them to get to Dieter to settle on, and he got passed over by Josh Jones at left guard. He got passed over by who was the
Kendrick Green.
Kendrick Green. The hell, they traded for him. He was playing fullback. He was moonlighting as a fullback before he became a member of the Texans. He got passed over by Green. He got passed over by Drew Scruggs when he came back. I mean, just by de facto, out of sheer desperation, the Texans went with Dieter to be their starting center.
Just saying it out loud. Your $18 million a year player you paid this offseason to play right tackle sucked as a guard, and has sucked as a guard, has probably played 12 games as a guard, and only one of them did he have success last year against the Chiefs against Chris Jones. Outside of that, he has sucked the whole way.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Dieter, who played guard and started your final preseason game, played well at guard. Hill Patterson could have played it. Those two could have been your interior guys until you got guys back. Jones, who started the first game at guard. You couldn't pay your $18 million a year right tackle to go play right tackle because George Fant was so good. But now Charlie Heck, a guy that Bill O'Brien drafted, who has been hurt, jumps in after getting his ass kicked just as bad as George did the last time he played. He's playing.
Yeah.
Because he's better? Come on, man.
I'm not buying that he's better at all. I'm telling you, I think there's something
Titus
deeper.
Howard couldn't get George off the field, but Charlie Heck can. In a game,
Yeah, but
with
again,
C.J. Stroud
it was much more about what they felt like they needed at left guard at the time.
Okay, then 2 weeks in, you saw that was going to hell in a handbasket. And then they still wouldn't make a move because George was
but if you
playing
made a
so
move, your center position was going to have to be affected.
Patterson was still there. Patterson was still there 2 weeks in.
Yeah.
Dieter, Jones, they're all better guards than Titus. All right, coming up, big weekend, not just for the Texans, but also in college football. We got two huge games coming up on New Year's Day to determine who will be playing here at NRG for the college football championship. We'll discuss those coming up next on The Drive.
In the Loop.
Talking to Kareem Jackson.
Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You think I'm making too big a deal out of this, Chris? You think I'm making too big a deal out of this George Fant, Charlie Heck thing? You can tell me the truth. I know Chris will be honest with me. The silence is golden right there. This must be a full-out no right there. Yeah, you're making too big a deal of it. I guess this young man don't know how to make his mic work.
Well,
right here.
Chris is taking the fifth.
He's just taking the fifth. Someone said, Ron, exactly what are you trying to say about the Texans? What I'm trying to say about the Texans, I'm in utter confusion of why a guy that they would not take off the field for the second most invested player they had on their team. Laramie Tunsil is number one in who they've invested money in. Number two is Titus Howard. They purposefully took him out of a position in which they invested $18 million a year to pay him to play a position that he comes way down, like he becomes below average at. And he kept showing it every week. He would pull and not touch people, and those people would run right past. He looked confused. Yeah. He looked like a guy that shouldn't be given $8 million, let alone $18 million. And the reason you said is, George Fant, man, we got to have him out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I sat here and said, what does that make sense? Your second highest paid player should go play the position that you paid him. And we'll figure out left guard, which is not as important as right tackle. All right? Where did Myles Garrett predominantly line up last week for the Cleveland Browns? Wasn't over the damn left guard. It was over Charlie Heck's ass that he was driving back repeatedly. Tackles are more important than guards. And to think that Charlie Heck has shown up on the scene.
Yeah.
And he is able to move George Fant off. Get out of here with that.
Like I said, I think George Fant, at least for what the Texans believe, I think has moved himself off.
I'm glad you said that. If it does have a feel of, yeah, you know what? I know what you guys are thinking, but we're watching Tavier Thomas and Desmond King, and we see Tavier Thomas as the better one between the two. Yeah, I know what you're looking at. You see Shaq Griffin. Yeah, but we believe those guys behind Shaq Griffin will be fine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it's just it's weird. They did have. I don't care. You're paying them $18 million. Everybody has to be injured up and down. There got to be no options for you to move him somewhere that he's worse at?
The time, it's hard for me to keep the timeline straight because look, you're on your 7th different starting offensive line with Charlie Heck now in at right tackle. This season, you're 7th. And incredibly, that's not even the most in the league. I think somebody's got you. Somebody that you recently played, was it the Denver Broncos or the New York Jets? Right, they're on like their 9th different offensive starting line.
I feel like the Browns are probably up there too.
Maybe the Browns.
They've had a lot of injuries.
Maybe the Browns. I know it was a recent opponent that had more changes on the O line. The point is, from my recollection, I never once looked at that situation and said, yeah, they could do that. They could move Titus from left guard to right tackle because they've got left guard figured out. There was so much movement with injuries and plugging guys in and just piecing it together between those swing center guard guys this season, especially early, that when Titus was asked to play left guard, you were going to give him more time than was evident to the rest of us that it wasn't going to work. Because, yeah, you'd seen him before at left guard in a different scheme. And, look, you could say now that it was the wrong decision, but did they feel like they really had a better option there when Jarrett Patterson was available? Like, again, a rookie that you're asking to play now 2 different positions early on in his career versus a guy in Michael Dieter who's shown he's a starting level center on a bad Miami Dolphins team nonetheless. But before in this league, he'd started at that position, but not as much at guard. Did you want to make him that guy there? I felt like they should have, but again, it would have affected them, from a depth perspective at a center position or depth perspective at a backup guard position. And I felt like they said, you know what? We got Titus. He's done it before. He's willing to do it. We've got to give him more than just 2-3 weeks.
But also a big part of it was the consistency and how good they felt about George Fant, right?
Sure, and at the time, George Fant was more than serviceable at right tackle. He did a good job.
And what you've watched with your eyes, Sean, has Charlie Heck done enough to outseat that guy?
No, I mean,
okay, all right.
The answer is simple. I think before the Jets game, George Fant had allowed 1 sack all season long. 1 sack. And I might even be getting that confused with the pressure. I have to go back and look at the numbers, but they were fantastic. He was doing a fantastic job in terms of pass protection. The most important thing that you needed to accomplish, especially the way that the Texans started this season on that offensive line, is protect the quarterback. When you gave up 19 quarterback hits and 11 sacks the first 2 games, you had to figure something out, and they did. They wanted a stretch of a month and a half where they only allowed like 3 sacks of their quarterback. And since you've endured more injuries and they've had to piece more guys together, and before the Jets game, C.J. Stroud was running for his life and trying to figure out how to best operate outside of the pocket. They've figured out ways to do it amazingly. This is something that is not going to be solved until the offseason. Did they make another egregious mistake now for maybe reasons not good enough for fans at right tackle? Yeah, maybe.
I don't know that I don't know. I hope it doesn't become egregious. It just doesn't make sense. They do some things that are weird and don't make sense. They have been highly successful this year. This is a successful season, and I think they are the answers right now. They just do some weird things. Like this is another one. Now, nobody's talked about. I brought it up a while back. But, like, you find it odd that they moved up in the second round to go get Juice Scruggs to play center, and that a guy in Michael Dieter they haven't trusted all year long, but they're going to have Michael Dieter play center, but not the guy they moved up in the second round to go get. And the guy they moved up in the second round to go get is playing a bad left guard.
Yeah.
Like
Dieter had to take over center before Scruggs was even ready to come back.
Yeah, but it's weird. Like, I've seen Dieter play better guard than he does play center, and you drafted Scruggs to go play center. Like, this is going to be your future center, and a guy that you didn't trust. You didn't want to play him at all. You had tackles that you were playing in the interior, but they're continue to roll with it. Like, that's just odd.
Look, you wanting George Fant to resume, his role at right tackle, I mean, it may not be dead, but at what cost is a change going to be made? And the reason why I bring that up is you talk about Desmond King being cut after preseason, after training camp. Well, the Texans were desperate enough, and they got desperate enough at the position after Tavier Thomas was, barbecued and wood pellet smoke fired, just destroyed in that game. They brought King back, and it took him a week and a half, but he slid right back in seamlessly, right? If Charlie Heck just isn't getting the job done again for, the third straight week at right tackle, and I would really say the second straight week because I thought he did fine against the Titans, to be honest with you. But if he's not getting the job done on Sunday, you better believe George Fant should be ready to go back out there and reassume that role at right tackle. And I think the Texans, given the stage of the season they're at, what's on the line, who they've got back at quarterback, it's a move that would need to be made desperately if that was the case.
I just cannot believe that they believe in these 2 weeks that he's better than them. I just can't believe it. I cannot believe
the truth will be told on Sunday.
In these 2 weeks that he's been, I'll take John McClain. And he said he's been beat out. And as you said, you've been at practice. You've consistently been watching he be the right tackle. And it's been that way the last 2
Yeah, but not because I think he's literally beaten Fant out. I can only tell you what I see. In the first team takeoff for the last couple of weeks has included Charlie Heck.
Yeah.
But also,
I'm not saying
with as banged up as
that.
guys have been, like Shaq Mason gets veteran rest days now and is load managed, along with Laramie Tunsil. They've had some weird, wacky offensive lines out there, guys that you would never even dream of.
George Fant been getting rested this week? Or he been in practice?
No, George Fant's been fully dressed, not on the injury report and practicing.
So he's been in fully dressed with Charlie Heck out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, by the way, you know what I saw on Twitter? Adam Spillane posted it 41 minutes ago. It says, guess who's taking the first shot at Toyota Center tonight? Did you see this?
Jonesy, huh?
Josh Jones.
Josh Jones.
Josh Jones is taking the first shot before the Rockets game tonight.
How about that? All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire as we are live here at On the Rocks. Got a little emotional there. All right, we drove right through that. That's fine, though. That's good, man. It's beautiful to have real good conversations that matter. Like there are years before where it didn't matter who played guard or tackle. But it does matter now because you're in the biggest game of the year. And yeah, the Texans want to take that chance of, if Charlie Heck's not performing in this game, they can always go back to George Fant in the most important game of the season with CJ coming back. We'll see if they do that. But coming up, we'll give you the full injury report. By the way, here's a sneak peek. George Fant is not on it. But we'll give you the full injury report and what's happening around the AFC South with Jacksonville. Big news there. And we'll take a look at what the Rockets got tonight. All of that coming up next.
Red tags are back at Ron Kraft Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire, brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old bada bing, bada boom, Sean Pajani, the DILF, and BD Santiago have the latest for you. The latest is we are live here at On the Rocks here. Yeah, there you go. Ready to go. That's my man. My man is George's bar right here, man. This is his bar. He's an arm up in this piece right here. He said he comes in here every day, baby. There you go. But no, come on out right off Jones Road and enjoy yourself. And by the way, coming up as soon as this segment ends in about 15 minutes, our final prize of the day. You will have a chance to win a $50 gift card to La Michoacana. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in the raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win. We're doing that as soon as this segment's over. So anybody who's in the house or on the way, you got to this segment ends to have a chance to win $50. We'll be doing that as soon as this puppy ends. A big game coming up, and we found out the official injury report. By the way, Clint is out. Happy birthday to Clint. Clint, I believe, turned 47. I might be adding a year on him, but I don't think so.
Man, you could just go conservative and at least say 45.
Now, I know he's past 45. I know that. I remember celebrating 4 or 5.
You trying to get him up there real close to 50.
But he's on the other side. He's much closer to the big 5-0. But happy birthday to him. We'll all be rolling in this thing coming up next week. But this is the injury report, and the big news of the day right now is there is no Jonathan Grenard. He will not play in this game coming up on Sunday. And the last time they played the Titans, he had 2.5 sacks, insane amount of pressures. He stopped and helped stop the run game, which he was a big part of them, only giving up 9 yards total to Derrick Henry. He is a huge loss, especially if it means that they may not be able to have Will Anderson Jr., who, by the way, is listed as questionable in practice for the first time today, all week. Hell, not just all week, the last couple of weeks.
Right.
Will Anderson has practiced for the first time. I think this Jonathan Grenard, I don't think it means that, they may lose or anything. I think it is very important. But I do think this is something you got to check up on and hope that somebody can supply, maybe not as much as he gave, but supply some production to help them win the game. Because the defensive line led by him was the number one reason they beat the Titans 2 weeks ago.
No question. He's a disruptor. And, it's funny. We talk a lot about Bobby Slowick being able to dial up a game plan and D'Amico Ryans and the job that he's done with this defense and missing, key pieces throughout the course of this season. As many guys have been in and out offensively for the Texans, they've suffered just as many losses, at various spots defensively. And D'Amico Ryans, more times than not, has found a way to get guys to contribute. I mean, just even on the interior, I know we're probably going to get to this, but, you forget a little bit about Khalil Davis, who in a short amount of time has come in and done a really good job along with Derek Barnett.
Went to my high school,
end.
Baby.
Khalil Davis did?
Blue Springs High School, baby.
There you go.
There you go.
And I don't think we talk enough about that. D'Amico Ryans and his ability to be able to just get the best out of what he has available to him. And look, you're always going to miss Jonathan Grenard. But the fact that you have a chance to get Will Anderson back and contributing this week, that's big. The fact that you've got Blake Cashman back in the fold after a couple of limited practices earlier this week, a full participant today. No designation for him. He's going to be back at the middle linebacker spot. The last 2 weeks, man, without him out there on the field, the Texans have gotten carved up on the intermediate and underneath stuff at the linebacker position, especially in the red zone. He is absolutely huge. So I like the situation the Texans are in, all things considering, with as many guys that are banged up. You worry about Grenard and, obviously to a little bit of a lesser degree, maybe Steven Nelson. I think it was a great point that John made about the level of toughness and his ability to just always find a way to get out on the field again.
Speak of that, right, we said Grenard is out, but Malik Collins, he is questionable, hasn't practiced all week. You just talked about Steven Nelson. He hasn't practiced all week. He's questionable. Will Anderson, as we said, is questionable. Sheldon Rankins is questionable as well. Everybody else does not have a designation in their game status coming up on Sunday. But that Steven Nelson is really important just because of what's behind him. If he's unable to go, if he's not able, like he was a big key in the game against the Titans, right? Like they tried him. They wanted to match DeAndre Hopkins up, and they tried a couple of jump balls. And
he made plays.
And he went out there and did enough and made some plays. He got a pick in that game, although Will Levis probably should have thrown the ball to Traylon Burks, who was streaking down the sideline.
It was one of the times where he was force-feeding DeAndre Hopkins the ball.
DeAndre pointed to Jalen Burks 10 yards past him. But he got a pick in that game, and he was my player of the game on Monday. The next day, I remember that after that game. So it's key because now you're looking at not Shaq Griffin behind him, but you're looking at a guy like Ross who had to come in when he got hurt last time.
Or Kadar. Kadar's done a serviceable job when he's been asked to step up. Just like DeAndre Houston Carson at the safety position. I feel okay about those guys.
Yeah, you don't, but you feel okay, but then when you start thinking, do you feel okay if they're finding themselves with DeAndre Hopkins?
Yeah.
How okay do you feel about if you put those guys in those same spots that Steven Nelson was in making plays? How do you feel, right? And so that's a concern. And then another thing is, man, we've seen and we saw it as late as last week, which is week 16. There's confusion in that secondary. I mean, we heard D'Amico talk about missed coverage multiple times. We know Jalen Petrie missed coverage.
Petrie was a part of that.
Times. Yeah, and so now you're talking about new, different guys that's now being brought in. You're like, there's just some concerns there. So Steven Nelson's a big one, a major one that the Texans need to have in this game. Also, by the way, Trevor Lawrence, he is not going to play. They've already ruled him out. Man, he's been getting beat up. He's had the ankle from the Bengals game. Then he had the concussion. Now he's got an AC joint issue in his throwing shoulder. So they're going to sit him down. They are playing the Panthers in this game. But these are ones to watch. Those are the other two big games to watch. As the Jags host the Panthers, even with C.J. Beathard, I personally still expect they win this game, but you never know what'll happen.
You never know. ESPN siding on erring on the side of caution too. I guess I just saw the statistics shown up there in terms of odds to win the AFC South. They're giving the Jacksonville Jaguars the best chance at a 67% chance to win the division.
The Texans the worst at 12%.
Let that sink in.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
A team that controls their own destiny in the Houston Texans with, you've got the Titans and the Colts the next 2 weeks, and the Jacksonville Jaguars rolling with C.J. Beathard time this weekend against the Carolina Panthers. Maybe that says a lot more about what the Jags still have with Doug Peterson calling plays and orchestrating the offense than it does anything else.
And how bad the Panthers are.
Oh, and exactly how bad the Panthers are. But still, it's the NFL. It's crunch time. 2 weeks left to go in the regular season, man. Anything can happen. And I just know this. You couldn't feel better going into this Titans game than you do right now with C.J. Stroud quite simply back in the fold and starting under center on Sunday. That in itself has got to give you all the juice you need.
Changes everything. So those are the injury things with Trevor Lawrence, and then the big news with the Texans. No Jonathan Bernard in this game coming up on Sunday.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Rockets, they've lost 2 in a row at home. They got the day off yesterday, but they lost 2 in a row to the Pacers, who are one of the better surprise teams in the league. Did you see Tyrese Halliburton last night, fellas?
No.
Jesus. What do you got? I think 22 points, 20 rebounds, or 20 assists, no turnovers.
20-20.
Is that what that was, Chris?
Yeah, about 20. He had 20-20. Yep.
20-20, no turnovers. 20 points, 20 assists. Where the hell did Tyrese Halliburton come from?
What do you mean?
I'm just like, he's been good, but not. Tyrese Halliburton is one of the best players in the NBA. I mean, he's hitting that. He's getting close to that, 90, 50, 40. I think he's at 88% from the free throw line. Get real close to a point where that man's taking about 18, 19 shots a game. It's not like he's doing it at like 8 shots a game. He's taking a lot of shots. Anyway.
Man, I just want to look at that box score real quick just to get some goosebumps. That's nice.
They've lost to the Pacers, then they lost to the Suns the last 2 games. Tonight they have the 76ers, but the MVP, Joel Embiid, will not be playing. And with that, man, they're at home. This has been one of the best home teams in the league.
Sir.
I expect, and I've been bullish on the Rockets. I expect they win tonight. Yeah, I mean, I know Tyrese Maxey is having a big time season. Speaking of another guard who is really taking his game up to another level. I know Chris already told me earlier today he thinks that Tyrese is going to go off on the Rockets, and that's fine. You just can't let some of these others like Tobias Harris lose his mind out here, or Paul Reed out here. I've seen him give them big games before. I expect them with no Embiid to win this game tonight. That's what I expect.
Jalen Green coming off of one of his better games here in recent memory. 23 points, took better shots.
Man, I had about 4 names that I was ready to roll before I was going to say Jalen Green. I'm just going to tell you.
Well, I start with him because it is a home game. Jalen Green may be breaking out of his slump a little bit.
Yeah.
And the fact that the 76ers are not going to be at full, armed fully. With their entire arsenal. I mean, that bodes well for the Rockets. I expect them to play competitive. I expect them to have a chance to win the game in the fourth quarter because, quite honestly, more times than not this season, that's what this Rockets team has done. And the fact that they're at home with a shorthanded 76er squad, I mean, it bodes well for them. They've got to figure out how to beat the better teams in the league when they have a chance to win. They've got to figure out how to close those games out. It's not that, hey, look, they're going in tonight with a 33% chance to win this game. I get it. And what would it be with Joel Embiid, right? I mean, a 13% chance. But if you're going to keep it close and you've got an opportunity to make, big boy plays when it's crunch time, that's when Ime Udoka's got to be able to get that out of Jabari Smith, got to be able to get that out of Jalen Green, because Fred VanVleet, Dylan Brooks, those guys are going to be there, but you have to figure out a way to not shoot yourself in the foot late.
Alfie ought to carve them up tonight. With no Embiid in there.
That'd be nice.
Sagoon should dominate in that game. Listen, I know what you just said there, but one thing, and this may be a very specific stat, but one thing they have been able to do well this year is they've been able to beat teams at home that have a significant piece missing. They've beaten the Kings without De'Aaron Fox. They've beaten the Lakers without AD. They've beaten the Grizzlies repeatedly without Ja Morant. They have beaten, especially at home. They have run through.
I like that.
They have run through stretches where they've beaten the Nuggets without Murray. They have run through stretches, and and not just beaten them, they beat the hell out of these teams. They beat the brakes off the Kings without Fox. They beat the brakes off the Lakers.
Yeah, that's right.
They've done this. So I think I think the matchup of no Joel Embiid feeds right into their strength with Sengun. So I have expectations they take care of business tonight and get this done.
I like it.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. One thing we're starting to hear, especially based off of last night's game against the Cleveland Browns, now people believe the Browns are a real Super Bowl contender. A real Super Bowl.
I've heard it. I know, I've heard
it. Real Super Bowl contender. And I think we need to pump all the brakes. Pump the brakes, slash the tires, take the bolts off. Let's just calm the hell down. Listen, they are doing an amazing job. Joe Flacco has been a revelation. I didn't know Joe had it in him like he did. But, I mean, they have this 3-game winning streak, or this little winning streak they're on, came against a Jets team that we know's awful, a depleted Texans team that they played, a Bears team that they fought with tooth and nail and was losing most of that game at home.
Yeah.
Right? They beat a Jags team that's been struggling a bit. Right, this is, and they beat a Steelers team that sucks offensively. They beat them 13-10 offensively. Joe has been amazing. If he's going to be the comeback player of the year, that's fine. But Super Bowl contender, like like you put them on the same field as Baltimore and Miami, and Buffalo even, right now in the AFC, and you feel that I can't get there with the Browns.
I mean, it's too strong for right now. It's too strong. But
they lost to the Broncos 29-12 about 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago.
Joe Flacco and the Browns, I know who they were playing. They were playing the Jets last night. They still beat the brakes off of them 37-20, but they did it without Amari Cooper. Which is incredible. Like, for Flacco to have that night again after Amari Cooper put up, 264 and a couple of touchdowns last week against the Texans?
Man, but the Jets playing with Tim Boyle, right? It's something at Tim Boyle, as bad as they were. I said it when the Texans played the Jets. If they could get on them early, that first defense, they'll shut it down. But if it's a game and the defense, they will play with some care. Nah, that Joe, they got on that. They looked over there and knew they was going to be met with about 6 straight 3-and-outs from Tim. I don't even know.
It wasn't Tim Boyle. Tim Boyle's a Texan.
It's Trevor
Siemian.
Yeah, Trevor Siemian. They knew they were going to be met with all them. It was like, hell no, man. Let's just not get hurt.
Man,
that's what that was.
Somebody's been blowing me up on my DMs about Tim Boyle. How's Tim Boyle looking out there?
Nice.
Is he getting meaningful reps?
It might as well have been Tim Boyle. Could have been Tim Boyle.
Get out of here.
Ken, whatever, whoever it was. Could have been Wayne Corbett. Could have been Chad Pennington.
Wayne Corbett.
It could have been anybody. Could have been Glenn Foley. Remember him? He was a quarterback of the Jets. 713-572-4610. Any old Jets quarterbacks not named Joe Namath. Any old Jet quarterbacks you got them not named Joe Namath.
All right. I used to enjoy naming random former Astros, but trying to figure out all the former Jet quarterbacks over the years.
Just give me,
that's entertaining.
Former Jet quarterbacks. I believe Sage Rosenfield was a former Jet. All right, coming up, this is the biggest part of this game is C.J. Stroud is back. C.J. Stroud is back. What we gonna see out of C.J.? What do you expect? What version of you expect? Do you expect to see the dude that came out and carved up the Bucks and carved up the Steelers at some point, who carved up the Bengals, or do you expect to see a guy that maybe isn't on top of his game or at the height of what he was earlier this year? We'll discuss that coming up next.
It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from On the Rocks in Steeplechase Center, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on this Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday. We're here at On the Rocks. Come on out, hang out with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. But, hey, there are bowl games tonight, a big one, the Cotton Bowl between the sorry-ass Missouri Tigers as they'll take on Ohio State. Some other games, good stuff going on. So come on out. There's TVs everywhere. They got pool, which I'm sure you seem like somebody who can play some pool.
I used to play pretty good pool.
I was about to say, you seem like you can.
That was our Friday night routine back when I was in college. Slick Willie's, baby, pool.
I had a 3-in-1 set. One of my favorite Christmas gifts. I was like 8 or 9. That's as far as my pool. my pool table. I don't have the billiards gene in me at all.
It's easy to find.
I'm sure it is. Probably not. But no, come on out, have a good time with us. Congratulations to Pierre, our final winner. He won the $50 to Lamisha Wakana. So congratulations to him. And I'm telling you, no matter what time, I'm pretty sure Pierre walked in about 15 minutes ago. I got this family right here in front of me, boy. He's a Cowboys fan that's pissed off. I believe he sat here and waited for that $50. And damn it, this dude just walked in 15 minutes ago and he won that $50. They right through stuff and hot. But no, man, we do it every week on these football Fridays. It's been a good time out here as well. All right, man, this is a huge game, and we've talked about it throughout. And I'm looking at this and understanding what the Texans need. Mm-hmm. The Texans in this game, and we talked about it yesterday, in this game, they should not need a heroic performance from C.J. Stroud. They should not need the Bengal or even more heroic because he didn't have very much. He didn't have a run game. The defense wasn't good. But the Bucs game, they shouldn't have to have a performance like that, where I think he had 5 touchdown passes or something like that in that game. This shouldn't take that against this Titans team. I said it 2 weeks ago. I heard Brandon Scott say it earlier on In the Loop. They are not a good football team. I think they're going to be a very motivated football team, more motivated than a 5-win team typically is, but I don't think they're a really good football team. And the thought is, what version of C.J. Stroud, not necessarily do they need, but what do you expect? And listen, I don't expect, that's the key word. I don't expect that C.J.'s going to roll out here and bang out 300 yards passing on 68% completion percentage and have 2 or 3 touchdowns. Is he capable? Hell yeah, we've seen him do it. I'm not saying that I expect that. The thing that I expect, the version of CJ that I expect, which I think helps this team immensely from what they've had the past 2 weeks, is all the mental stuff, Sean.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think he's coming in fearless. I will be shocked if we go back there and we watch that game Sunday and he is gun-shy, bothered by the rush, or getting like nerved by this, which you get hit the way he did, you could see it happening. I just don't think he's that.
Yeah.
He's that type of player. I think he'll come in there and be himself mentally. I think he will obviously give this team an emotional lift the way that you do when you get the guy back. So all the mental stuff I expect. I don't think he'll fear the moment because it's obviously a big pressure-packed moment for him.
He thrives on those moments.
I think he gets off on that, on those type of moments. So all of those things I expect from him. I'm not expecting him to throw the cape on, but I do expect 3rd and 7s, pivotal 3rd and 7s, whether that be in the first half or the second half, that bam, he comes out and makes the right read and makes the right throw.
It really comes down to, does he feel normal in that setting? Bright lights, loud stadium, big game. Forget the big game, but just on that setting, in a live football pregame setting, how does that affect him? Because a week and a half ago, when he was available to the media yesterday, and he said this, looking at that, watching it, the game before the Browns, the the Titans game. He said watching it on TV was like weird and affected his vision, and it wasn't normally couldn't watch it. But when he was watching the Browns game, it got a little bit better, right? And so there's the progression there. Does it translate to once he's on a football field? That's absolutely the hope. There have been all kinds of studies. I referenced a few of them. I tried to do as deep a dive as I possibly could on, what should we expect from a quarterback who's missed a game or two coming back from a concussion? What's history say that their performance is like? And the studies done closer to 2008, 2009, when concussions started to become a thing versus the more recent studies, well, the data's changed. Earlier studies indicated there's a significant drop-off in terms of completion percentage and just overall performance, where newer studies, show that guys are affected significantly with overall performance, but maybe the numbers don't indicate that as much. But just like players are more likely to self-report concussions nowadays, right, they're a little less likely to really show that if you're just a box score, judger, right? I'm looking at it like this. C.J. Stroud at his worst this year for the Texans. In terms of completion percentage, Steelers, Saints, Bengals, Broncos, Carolina Panthers, he had a great completion percentage, had an okay game statistically speaking outside of the 140 he threw for. He rushed for a touchdown. It was an ugly game to begin with. They lost that one to the Panthers 15-13. He's had some tougher games than just that. That was a bad Texan performance. But in terms of throwing the football, finding receivers open, those were his worst games. The Texans won those games. Steelers, Saints, Bengals, Broncos. In fact, a couple of them, he had to lead late drives and win them. I'm not expecting that, but I'm expecting maybe the worst version of C.J. Stroud this season, in which was good enough for the Texans to win. Is it fair?
Yeah.
Right? I think that's fair. I mean, you don't want him to have to go down and lead a 2-minute drive to win you a football game. But 2 weeks ago, you didn't have Nico Collins, you didn't have Blake Cashman, you didn't have Will Anderson, you had Jonathan Grenard, and you had a Texans defense that, as John McClain pointed out earlier when he joined us in the 4 o'clock hour, it was probably the most physical and dominating performance he'd seen a Texan defense have ever. And it was just that case. What's it going to look like with C.J. Stroud this weekend? What would you have expected if you had replaced Case Keenum 2 weeks ago and had C.J. Stroud operating an offense without Nico Collins to throw the ball to and a severely depleted defense? What would that have looked like?
Yeah.
That's really the question here. And it's usually a gummed-up game within the AFC South when you're talking about Texans, Titans, Texans, Colts, Texans, Jags, whoever, head-to-head. These are some really weird, tough-fought games.
I'm thinking about this. I don't think he needs to put on his cape, but you rattled off some of, the completion percentage in some of the games he had in some of those rough ones. I don't think he has to put his cape on. Well, I don't know if he can be that. I don't know if he can struggle that bad as he did in those games, because this is also a different Texans team around him than it was in some of those games. Right?
A lot of those he had Tank Dell.
There's no Tank, and Jonathan Grenard on the other side, and a healthy Will Anderson on the other side, and Steven Nelson. Now maybe Stingley wasn't in some of those, but and an offensive line that at least felt like they were playing better.
Yeah.
At that time.
And they are struggling right now.
And they're struggling at the most right now. I don't think he's got to put on his cape, but I just think he's got to be efficient and solid.
Mm-hmm.
That should get it done in this game.
Who would you credit that for? Who would you credit that to?
I think him and Bobby.
Bobby Slowick.
But both of them. Like, he can't. I think he's got to also remember, all right, man, the most key thing is to winning this sucker. Because he has had some issues before where, like, late in games, he's made some decisions that end up in turnovers that, enhance their chance of losing. The Arizona game where he threw interceptions down the stretch.
Yeah.
The Bengal game when he threw it. Like, I think he's also got to remember, like, hey, we got to win. Their offense shouldn't, I don't think, just run away. Like, if the Titans come in and put up 27, I'll be surprised. personally.
Yeah.
If the Titans walked in here, and even with some of the injuries that the Texans have, that they put up 27.
If they put up 27, that almost sounds like it would be like self-inflicted wounds. There's a pick six or a fumble return for a touchdown or something like that, a kick return for a touchdown.
Yeah,
I'll tell you this. You said a few key words there. We got to win.
Got to win.
Right?
And you got to play to
I'm telling you, I think, and you can't predict this sort of thing, but knowing what we know of CJ and a guy who's kind of faced adversity in college, where he's done what he's supposed to do, but, the defense kind of let him down in a bowl game and just couldn't hold it for him to get to a CFP, championship game. That Georgia game that I'm talking about, where freaking Stetson Bennett, beat him. And this guy wants the big stage because he wants to prove himself right more than he wants to prove others wrong. And with the opportunity that he's been talking since week 3 or week 4 about, I think it was after the Steelers game that he mentioned that this season on the podium, where Houston deserves this. And this is what we want to do for the city is, play hard and, make you feel proud of this team. Are you telling me right now that you, going into this game with C.J. Stroud at quarterback, aren't as juiced up and as proud of this football team, as proud of this player as you ever possibly could be, with you controlling your own destiny, playing at home against the Titans, your former organization that was the Oilers? You've got Collins back, you've got weapons, and you can seize that moment. With C.J. Stroud at quarterback, with that opportunity, I'm not predicting it, but I think sometimes big-time players play outside of their capabilities, play outside of their minds, and I kind of am holding out a little bit of hope, maybe more anticipation of CJ doing that.
I want to address that on the other side because that's an interesting point you're making. We'll also be as surprised as anybody else to see if Tyler did the best of the week. Did not do it last week. Are we going to go 2 straight weeks without the best of the week from Tyler Milner? All of that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
The Drive. on Sports Radio 610. Live from On the Rocks in Steeplechase Center, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. The Drive is live. Sean Bajani out here. We had a good time out here, haven't we? We had a good time out here, man.
It's been awesome, man. This is a great bar. I love it. The atmosphere in here is fantastic. TVs all over the place, pool tables, great food.
I feel like it's about to pop off in here. I feel like it's about to be a even bigger party than it was earlier. Today, as they brought in the extra staff to roll through a Friday night. It's probably going to be a nice one going. I did want to address something before we get to whether or not Tyler did the best of the week. And judging by the eyes of Chris Santiago, I'm not really feeling confident in that. But you said sometimes players play outside of their mind. Great players play outside of their mind, and that's I think in that that might be something needed next week. They don't need that this week. They don't need CJ to play outside of his mind. I feel like if he comes into it with the thought process of that, I think that puts them, to me, in a place where that can be kind of nervous. Just chill, man. Just make the plays. Make the solid plays. And now, unless something happens to where, in this game, as someone texted, well, hey, Ron, it's not Show, it's Ron. Hey, Ron, Zach Wilson put up 30 on the Texans defense. I know he did. I would love to see that happen again.
Mm-hmm.
But just unless something else crazy happens, then he might have to go in that. But to me, man, I just think he's got to be solid, man. Be solid. Everybody else be solid, and then win this game. I just don't put for me. I honestly, I feel the Titans. The way I feel about this game, watching these two teams play, and now that CJ is there and Nico is there, I feel like the Titans are going to need help in this game to win it. Help from turnovers, help from bad play, help from bad decisions. I feel like the Titans are going to need help to win this game, and I just play solid, man. Just play solid. I don't think any. Maybe against the Colts next week on the road, he might need to play outside.
It's very subjective, though, to me. What's the help? I mean, nobody's coming through that door that is not already there. But maybe the help that they do get is Derrick Henry being better than 16 carries and 9 yards.
Well, he's going to be
maybe the help that they get is a quarterback that is a little bit more efficient in getting DeAndre Hopkins the ball sooner in the ball game, or spreading the ball out, not being so predictable. Maybe the help is Will Levis being a little bit more comfortable against the Texans defense than he was 2 weeks ago. Maybe the help that they need is Mike Vrabel being a more veteran coach in this league than DeMeco Ryans, and approaches facing the same team inside of a 3-week period a little bit more efficiently and advantageously than DeMeco Ryans and his staff are capable of. I don't know. It's funny because not once in the course of our conversation the last 2 days about this game coming up on Sunday do I even think about the Titans' record. I just know what that game looked like, what it felt like 2 weeks ago, and I understand what the Texans had and didn't have, what the Titans did and didn't do. I'm as nervous about this game as I would be if the Texans were playing a Buffalo Bills or a Kansas City Chiefs or a Baltimore Ravens again. That's just what it is, because it's this time of year. You know what you're up against. You know what you have to do. And at the end of the day, if you want this Texans team to get in, those are the kinds of quality opponents that you're going to be having to face off against. So it becomes basically what DeMeco Ryans and every other NFL coach says every week. It comes down to doing what we do to the best of our capability, just executing.
Yeah, the help I'm talking about is what they did to the Cardinals. They helped the Cardinals remain in that game by mistakes and turning the ball
100%.
over 3 times. That's what I'm saying. That to me is that's what I think that the Titans, they're going to need help to be in this game.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. You don't need to. This is a game where I think solid gets them in. Yeah. Gets them where they want to get to.
I feel like for weeks now, even in wins, Ron, you've been talking about how many times the Texans had shot themselves in the foot and made games more difficult than they needed to be. And I think,
which is not surprising from a young team.
Sure, but I think to a much larger degree, every team does that in the NFL almost every week. I mean, there are not perfect games being pitched by anybody, and they're typically just never are.
But their margin of error isn't as great as other teams.
Right, and I go back to this, like, just as an analogy. One of the Texans' biggest shortcomings defensively, as good as they've been, and they've been really good against the run, but in terms of against the pass and what they've allowed a ton of chunk plays. The thing that they have not been able to do the last couple of weeks is counteract that with chunk plays themselves. Before the Jets game, the Texans had scored 31 touchdowns. On all 31 of those touchdowns, with the exception of 6, they've hit for at least one chunk play of 20 or more yards in the air. Not even just what they've been able to do on the ground, which is more fewer and far between because the run game hadn't been that good. But they were able to counteract the opposition with a chunk play or multiple chunk plays. Granted, a lot of that was done with Tank Dell, Dalton Schultz, Nico Collins all functioning together. At least you're going to have Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz and Devin Singletary, who's not just shown the ability to get things going as a runner out of the backfield, but also as a pass catcher out of the backfield. And I think you got to trust a little bit more in Bobby Slowick than a lot of you do out there.
Just play solid, man.
With him game planning after a stinker that he laid against the Cleveland Browns this past week. And I know you had Case Keenum, but still, it wasn't a great game plan. They spent a week sitting around a table talking about quarterback duo, Mills and Keenum. That was a horrible waste of time.
Well, I mean, there wasn't going to be no game plan that mattered with that defensive line. At some point, I mean, you got to try more, you would hope, but there wasn't going to be no game plan.
Maybe, but again, they couldn't counteract it with anything they did defensively, too. And that was maybe just as poor of a game plan.
They had a better shot to stop them than to score them. All right. As we're live here, coming up behind us is Texans All Access. I saw John Harris tweet that out. I know D'Amico Ryans will jump on with them tonight, so stay tuned for that after we are done. By the way, I'll just ask you, yes or no, Chris, did Tyler have best of the week?
No.
No.
Yeah, Chris didn't even say it with his chest. He's so disgusted with Tyler himself. It's sad, man. It's 2 weeks in a row. He just ended the year with just not the best of the week. It's just sad. All right, coming up, man. We won't be here Monday. Huge college football matchup, the playoffs, the bowl games that actually matter coming up, and we'll see the winner will be playing for it all here at NRG in Houston. The first one is Alabama, Michigan. The second one is Texas, Washington. And this is my question. I've been thinking about this. If all 4 teams played their A game, like if you look at it, all 4 teams, who's got the best A game?
Man, I looked at this really, really hard, and I couldn't settle. I couldn't settle on anybody but Alabama. It's not convincingly,
really,
but I settled on Alabama for 4 main reasons. They've got the experienced coach. They've got a hot quarterback right now who literally had maybe one of the biggest turnarounds in college football that I can remember in Milroe. And he went from being benched against a crap, irrelevant Florida school to finishing 6th in the Heisman voting. Momentum, and I guess I kind of lumped both of them together. They got the coach, but they got the experience. I really think that matters. How many games has Nick Saban coached and been a part of, even just over the course of the last decade at Alabama, with teams like this? He gets their guys ready to play in the biggest of moments. And so for those reasons, I have to give it to Alabama.
You know what? The coach thing is interesting. Because when I looked at this, I feel like it's one of the teams in the second game, the Texas-Washington game. I think I think Washington has the best player of the four. I think Michael Penix Jr. is the best.
Oh, yeah, and they're really good.
Is the best player and quarterback. And they are – listen, Washington, go look at the draft boards, and you look at the first couple of rounds. They got 5 or 6 guys in the first 2 rounds, and I'm talking everywhere. They got an offensive lineman that's going to go in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
The receiver, Rome, is something else that's going to go. They've got a defensive end that's going to go in the first round. Michael Penix has the potential of going in the first round. They've got several guys on that team, a lot of dudes. I think it's between those two. I think they've got the best player. I think Texas probably, if they're playing their A game, probably put together the best defense and offensive performance together.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think if you combine who has the best offense and defense, I think it's them. That coach part is pretty interesting. That is. I still think it's Washington. I'm a big believer in the best player, and I think they're well coached too. I think if Washington plays their A game, I think they win it.
At the end of the day, how I arrived at that is
the Saban thing is good.
I thought about Saban orchestrated, had the ability to turn one of the leaders of their team, their starting quarterback in Milroe, around during the season. Just doing that during the season, that in itself turned their entire season around, right? I mean, when you're trailing South Florida, okay, when they were, and he's playing maybe the worst game of his life.
I don't think he played that game.
And, maybe he was benched before that.
They had the backups. Yeah, that was a game
he's benched, and then Alabama's losing, and they somehow figure out a way to just dig themselves out of that hole. And he himself, Milroe, finishes 6th in Heisman. I just an incredible in-season coaching job. You rally around that. I think that is a big difference maker, especially a guy playing with a big chip on his shoulder, which we know Milroe is now.
Texans All Access behind us. Chris, great job. Sean, great job the last couple of days. Congratulations to all our winners, and appreciate everybody here at On the Rocks. It was a fantastic time here as well. Happy New Year to everybody. I am Ron Hughley, as always, Houston. We love you, baby.
And I know it's gonna be a lovely day.
In the Loop.
Talking to Kareem Jackson here on In the Loop. Are you coming in here as a guy that obviously wants the ball on the field, but also kind of